and you're looking east towards the mouth of the Atlantic where the St. Lawrence emptied into. You're on a sphere looking down, but it's 24 feet higher than what you are.
Hell yeah. Hell
Oh,
yeah,
you're
bro.
getting it.
Catch up,
Yeah.
Rocket. Catch up.
Oh, okay. No, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the part that's underneath the geoid, like the gravitational model that's underneath
Hey,
the surface.
Ricky, did you ever post that article that you said about the St. Lawrence that disputed what I said?
Yes.
You can't find it, can
you? Yeah, I found it. I posted it. It doesn't
Where is
dispute
it?
what you said. It
You
just
said you
says
had a
it has
post.
that. It just says it has elevation change, and you're not talking about elevation change. You're talking about gravitational.
I had elevation change noted as well. Where is that article that you said or that note? I see your Great Lakes Seaway profile. I don't see the actual thing you read. I
posted the entire article, and then I posted a picture of the first little paragraph that I read. So
I saw the Wisconsin thing. I didn't see the St. Lawrence River one.
What was after that? Keep looking.
Can't you do a search for those things?
I found it.
I thought he could just tell me where is it? Any timestamp or anything I can go to?
Zanuck, how the fuck do you not understand if I can move something 7 meters to a higher elevation without using any force? If I can move something 7 meters higher to a higher elevation without putting any force into it, you don't understand how you can get perpetual motion out of that.
You can't, and you're just. I don't want to go over it again because I did it 3 times. I'm done with you on that. It's about
I
the geodetics.
Something up or get it. What if I get a physicist to tell you that it could be a perpetual?
You're not going to get one.
Okay, the closest thing you'll find we'll see because everyone knows if you can get something to a higher elevation from a lower elevation without putting any force into it, you have fucking perpetual motion.
Geodetically or ellipsoid.
Oh my God!
I mean, whatever way you want to. Whatever way you want to phrase it, it doesn't matter how you want to phrase it. We're 7 meters higher above sea level than we were before.
Wait, was there a citation to back this claim at all? Was there ever anything posted to back this claim? Is that just Zanuck's idea, or is this something that people actually think for reasons?
His postings are at 502. Yeah, his postings are at 502. That's what he's using to back himself up.
You guys are sleeping on this perpetual motion machine, man. This is big fucking box. You know how much you're charging for kilowatt hours these days?
I'm trying to think how much they charge for uphill water skiing up the St. Lawrence. I'm close by here.
Oh, that's big time.
Let's make it happen, Jeremy.
That's big time. Uphill water skiing.
Imagine that.
I'll be all over that.
Heck, even the Southerners will come for that one. We'll have the Floridians coming up north here.
Yeah, they'd be coming from all over.
Define uphill. I'm still confused.
He said higher elevation, lower elevation to higher elevation, 7 meters, bro. You start at 1.5 meters above sea level, and you go up to 8.5 meters.
Yeah, that's not possible. The water would flow.
If it is possible, their model literally includes the ability to make a perpetual motion machine,
which would be a good thing, right?
I'm all for perpetual motion. I got my own magnet idea that I've been shooting around the table for a couple years now. They probably already figured that shit out. There's no amount of money big oil wouldn't spend to keep something under wraps. $10 trillion a year worth of product. Like, I think that was their profit. They're profiting $10 trillion a year. I don't know. I can't remember. Either way, they're making an ass load of money.
They're pushing these battery-operated cars like it's no tomorrow, and it's the worst thing for the environment that's ever come down the pike. rare earth minerals are so hard to mine. They use so much oil.
You're roboting a little. Maybe it's me.
I think it's you, Jeremy.
Oh shit, my bad.
Hey, guy, question for you guys. If you guys ever used to, when you were young, take like those Starburst candies and like smush a bunch of them together so you could have like all flavors at once and use it and just kind of like suck on it like the everlasting gobstopper?
Oh yeah.
Anyone else ever do that? You ever do that?
Oh yeah.
I was going to say about I heard you the mining theme or something with the batter, so it ends up being worse than it would be if you just ran it off gas.
Yeah,
you're roboting though.
Way worse right now. They're saying they're going to come up with a better battery in the future, but as of right now, it's way worse. Like not even close. And then you're having to charge it, you know, like with electricity.
If we got rid of planned obsolescence, you know how much gasoline we'd save? We'd probably cut it in half.
Oil drives this country, drives the economy.
The reason I mentioned that Starburst thing is that can you hear me, Jeremy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you're roboting a little bit, by the way. But I was just going to say the reason I mentioned taking the Starburst candies and putting them all together and using it like a everlasting gobstopper. Looks like that GIF that Zanuck posted of the Earth with no water. How the fuck do they define that as an ellipsoid anyway? The way it looks, all uneven and shit. It's all crazy.
That's an exaggerated data.
Yeah, I know. Exaggerated, yeah. And then the ones that are like perfectly spherical are exactly what it looks like, except you can't really tell that it's an ellipsoid. It just looks like a perfect circle, right?
It is the same data set, unexaggerated, the one I just posted.
I'm not trying to make a point other than that it's as crazy as you might expect. It's unexaggerated, okay. Dude, we're not on a ball, you guys. I mean, come on. You guys either are paid to do this or you just don't get it or you really, really believe it. And I think you're too smart to really believe this shit. Both of you. That's a compliment.
What was the point of the thing you just said, though, about the data set?
Oh, nothing. I don't want to make a point about that.
It's not like this comment was a follow-up from that comment, but... Yeah.
Well, if we're talking about not feeling the Earth because it's so perfectly spherical and so perfectly spinning and so smooth, it doesn't look like you get that from the exaggerated pic, at least. But regardless, you wouldn't get that anyway. We're not fucking spinning, you guys. Give it up. It's over. Hey, Brian, you made a good comment earlier, by the way. I don't know if you brought that up again to Zanuck or Kosho, but the whole thing about the angles with the light and parallel rays wouldn't work because of the way your observation was at one point. That was a good point. I don't think anyone had a good rebuttal to that.
Give me about 10 seconds.
Osho, do you understand if you could raise something 7 meters to a higher elevation than you had it before, you could get perpetual motion out of that? Do you understand this or no?
I wasn't following y'all's conversation, no. But
you can just go by what the simple question I just had just now. I can lift something 7 meters above sea level. I can raise something 7 meters to a higher elevation. So I can start at 1.5 meters above sea level, end up at 8.5 meters above sea level. Do you see how that has the makings for a perpetual motion device without having to put any force into it? You don't have to put any force into it.
I understand this
naturally.
I understand this to be a confusion between whoever. I don't know who's confused here, but between the different models, the geoid, the ellipsoid, and the actual contours of the Earth. Because
forget the models. We're going from 1.5 meters above sea level to 8.5 meters. Either way, we know what's going to happen.
You can't forget the sea level, man. We can't forget the models, man, because that's what we're talking about.
Why does the model matter if it's going from 1.5 meters above sea level to 8.5 meters above sea level? Which model does it matter that we're on? It wouldn't make any difference.
Sea level is in reference to the geoid model, correct?
Sea level is in reference to the average sea level.
Yeah, which is in reference. That's not a standalone thing.
They
That's
measure it.
the geoid.
No, they measure sea level, and now they have an average that we go by of how we get sea level.
I understand it to be
It
an
doesn't
A.
matter which model it is. It doesn't matter which model it is. I don't know why you're even bringing it there.
Because that's how I understand
Well, I
sea
mean-
level, as in reference. They measure it in reference to Earth center, Earth fixed geoid model.
The average level of the sea.
Yeah, but again,
They take an average. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kosho, that's not the point. The point is you're moving from 1.5 meters to an elevation of 8.5 meters with no work.
Yeah, you don't have to put no work into this. This shit happens naturally, automatically, forever. Oh, it'll always happen, right? Space-time's always going to be bending. Perpetual motion right here, bro. We could do it on Earth right now.
Right? Wouldn't you be able to grade out a smooth part and put a ball on it, and that ball should roll uphill? Like
not only could you, yeah, bro. Not only could you get energy from it flowing uphill, you could also get energy from it from the other side when it goes downhill. This is like double your bang for your buck.
There is no downhill because it just goes up to the ocean.
No, but then you loop it around. Yeah, but then you loop it around. You go like south or something, right? Eventually, it has to start flowing down. Eventually, water flows downhill at some point, right?
Well,
so you start grading it down.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but to me, you already have the motion of the river going uphill, so you don't need to. I understand what you're saying. You don't need that elliptical flow. You don't even need to do that. You just gotta. It's almost like, you know how they put those paddle wheels on rivers and then they power up their tiny home out in Alaska.
Not only is it perpetual motion, it's over unity because you could actually capture energy from this device. This is literally over unity right here with this flowing uphill shit. Because eventually
you might be onto something, man.
No, it's only having to do with the equipotential. Stop thinking about the ellipsoid. Think about the equipotential. There's no over unity. There's nothing other than it looks exactly like that crazy picture of the. Don't talk over me.
Guess what you did? No. You broke in and talked over Jeremy. Guess what?
Yeah, hold on a second, Zanuck. Listen, you're starting at 1.5 meters above sea level. You get to a point where it's flowing uphill. Now you're 7 meters higher. You're at 8.5 meters. Eventually, there's going to be a point where it stops flowing uphill. At that point, at that very point, you start grading it downhill to curve around to come back to where it started. You could go south for a few miles, whatever you got to do.
No.
But we know that eventually it's going to flow down. We know eventually we can get it back to the.
There's no work being done, as Travis errantly said.
There is
we're talking
work
about
being
the equipotential. Okay, now you're talking over me.
My God.
We're talking about the equipotential, not talking about the surface shape. Even though it's going 8 feet higher or 8 meters higher or whatever, it's going against equipotential. If it was going against equipotential, yes, you'd be gaining. There'd be work to be done, but there's not.
So do you know what a gravity battery is? They move something from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, usually like heavy weights, lead or something. I don't know what material they use.
Of course.
Yeah, so these people with the gravity battery, they know that in order to get energy, you need to move something from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You with me so far?
It's based on the equipotential change, the delta change in that position, vertically, not horizontally.
Yes, we're talking vertically, yes. 7 meters.
Yeah, Zanuck, delta means change. You don't need to see the change in delta. You don't need to say that.
I didn't even catch it. And listen, the point is, if you raise something from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, you definitely You know, you got a perpetual motion machine. If you don't have to put any energy into that, it always happens naturally. That's over unity right there.
Pretty sure it takes energy to lift something up.
No, it doesn't. This happens naturally on Earth. You didn't know that? Oh, school. Go ahead, Zanuck. Put
It
Brenda on.
still takes energy. Even if it happens naturally, it takes energy.
Well, whatever's happening, it'll happen all the time, right? Because gravity's not going to go away. Space time's always going to be bending, right? So that's always going to happen forever. You'd have over unity, an over unity device.
No, it's not.
Definitely is. Definitely would be.
Well, unless we
Could be.
discover the geoid is wrong, and then that free energy would go away, that perpetual motion that you're talking about. I mean, if we discover that water flows from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, then yeah, bye-bye perpetual motion.
Well, when it does work. And work takes energy.
So what's the energy happening when this water flows uphill and raises to a higher elevation?
Water doesn't flow uphill.
I would tend to agree with you normally. However, we have an
I knew Brenda didn't know what we were talking about. Brenda came in here, asserted Brenda herself into this conversation and had no idea what we were talking about.
So Zanuck, water doesn't flow uphill, bro. Even Brendan knows that shit. Come on, man. Brenda, I agree with you. Water doesn't flow uphill. All right. If it did, we'd have an over unity machine, though. Would you agree?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I highly doubt that he said that. It's just you misunderstanding what was said.
Okay, listen to me.
That's script 101.
Oh my God,
listen
Brenda!
to me. If we
have no
Brenda,
idea what you're
hold on,
talking
guys.
about.
Brenda,
No,
we have
Brenda,
water.
he is
Hold
talking
on,
about water
hold on.
going uphill.
Water doesn't go
Brenda,
uphill.
we got water.
Water doesn't go.
Brenda, I agree. We agree. I know. There's only one nutcase in this room promoting that. Guess who it is? It's your boy, Zanuck. Now listen, Zanuck's claiming they got. I think Kosho was pumping this shit too, weren't you, Kosho? You better get on board.
I was trying to make it clear. I was trying to make it clear to you what's being talked about, dude. And maybe like all the rest of your criticisms, this one too will be put to rest when you finally understand it, dude. If you just click on if you click on the data set that I had there, it'll have a whole catalog of data from the gray satellites, whatever, which gives you a series of data, including the one that Zanuck is talking about, which is the equal potential from any given location. And if you compare that with whatever model you want to, you're going to end up with some things that would seem like anomalies, but just because you're comparing two different models.
Listen to me, Kosho. Zanuck said that we start at 1.5 meters above sea level, and then it goes to 8, and then over time, over distance, it ends up going up as high as 8.5 meters above sea level. Okay, he said this is happening, right? It doesn't matter. Does the model matter for sea level?
Well, the sea level dictates the model you're talking about. So,
do we measure a different sea level in different models? I mean, there's stations that they have measuring sea level.
I'm talking about the model. You're talking about the geoid, the Earth center, Earth fix.
So, are we getting 7 meters above where we started from, or no?
I don't know. I haven't looked at what you guys are talking about.
Why the fuck are you arguing this then?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you where to get the information from.
Anyways, Brenda, I agree with you.
Backing somebody up.
Brenda, I agree with you. Water doesn't flow up hills. All right, we just need to defeat Zanuck on this nonsense.
Well, the more you talk to Kosho, it sounds to me like you just have misunderstood something, which is more likely that you misunderstood.
Right, Brenda, listen.
Okay,
let me explain. Hold on. Let me explain what Zanuck said. Zanuck said we have water. There's flowing water across the surface of Earth. It starts at 1.5 meters above sea level, and over distance, it ends up at 8.5 meters above sea level. Okay, that's uphill, right?
The way you're presenting it, it sounds like it, but
yes, that's what Zanuck said.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say we start at, I live in Minnesota, so the Mississippi River starts here in Minnesota. Is Minnesota 1.5 meters above sea level?
He wasn't. I don't think he was talking about the St. Lawrence Seaway or something, not the Mississippi.
The
Oh,
Mississippi.
this doesn't happen everywhere. This happened. This is an anomaly that just happened.
Yeah, it doesn't happen everywhere. It's
Oh, well, where
Zanuck.
is it?
Yeah, Zanuck,
It's
aren't you here?
St.
Why
Lawrence
don't you
Seaway,
step up here?
Step up, Zanuck. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
All right. Brenna, we were talking about the St. Louis River, where actually equipotentially it's downhill to the ocean, gravitationally to the geoid, but to the ellipsoid, it actually goes uphill. It's actually an uphill path by about 8 meters, 7-8 meters over 400 or 500 miles. So it actually goes uphill, but equipotentially, because the Earth's gravitational orientation and characteristics are such that it's stronger along its path and forces the water to go down.
And I just to clarify, this water starts
flow toward the ocean.
But that sounds
reasonable. Hold on a second. Hold on.
If you're going to interrupt me, that I can't finish the statement, and that doesn't do us any good.
Can I just clarify something real quick? I might be lagging a little bit. Sorry.
Sure.
So just to be clear, the water starts at 1.5 meters above sea level, and then with distance, it ends up being as high as 8.5 meters above sea level.
We're talking about the St. Louis River?
Yep.
No, stop talking. St. Lawrence.
Can you just clarify that?
St. Lawrence.
Zanuck,
Wait,
can you just clarify that simple thing? Hold on, man.
St. Lawrence River.
Can you clarify what I just said about?
Why are you arguing with the river? It is the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah. Okay. Look. What's the elevation? What's the elevation of the head of the river?
I don't know. The head is way inland. I don't know where it is. Probably near the Lake Erie or Lake.
No, I
Superior,
said, what's the elevation? What's the elevation? It has to be lower than sea level.
Okay, let him clarify. I already asked him, and then everyone jumped in. Zanuck, does this water start at 1.5 meters above sea level and then gradually climbs with distance to 8.5 meters above sea level?
Yeah, it looks like it's 1.5 meters above sea level. Yes.
And then it ends up being at 8.5 meters. Hold on, man. And then it ends up being as high as 8.5 meters with more distance, right?
It's just under 8 meters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Travis. Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah. So he said early on, Jeremy, I apologize. He said early on it was lower than sea level. That's what Zanuck said at the beginning of this whole thing. It was lower than sea level. It can't go 8.5 meters above
sea level. Mean sea level. Following the ellipsoid. Dude, it can vary 12 feet. And it could be that the ocean on the eastern seaboard, Atlantic Ocean, is higher than mean sea level. It has to be because it's climbed 7 meters. Why is this so hard for you to understand?
because your model is filled with topsy-turvy Alice in Wonderland.
Right, so you don't understand. That's how
No. Simply because you know how to talk your scientific jargon doesn't mean that it comports with reality.
It does comport with reality. It's measurable.
It does not.
I went through a half an hour explaining to you how they actually measure it, and you just hand-waved all of it. I said the geodetic surveying. You didn't know what the orthometric views were, or what geodetics there, or the equipotential meant. And the ellipsoid is something they measure from an airplane or from satellites. They also can measure. They also can measure the equipotential and the gravitational and the geoid via very sensitive weight measuring instruments that are very sensitive to changing weight. And that I'm still talking, you motherfucker. Let me talk.
Easy.
So listen. So they measure it with very accurate equipment, and they not comport.
Why are you saying the same? You already said this. Why?
Because you keep on saying the objection that I object to, and I'm trying to dispute your ignorance. Your ignorance on the topic, and you're talking over me again. So that I'll let you talk now. See how it works?
Again, there's no need for you to repeat your story again and again. And
when you repeat the same nonsense, I have to repeat the same correction to your nonsense. It's not a following, affirming, or consequent of the Earth being round. It is actually measurable, repeatable, quantifiable. All this is. And they do it with very sensitive instruments. Like I said, millions of dollars of equipment can tell you what the shape of the Earth is, equipotentially or ellipsoidally. It's not rocket science.
No, it actually is. Look, so whenever you're doing something,
whenever you're doing something
from above the surface of the ground, All you're doing
rocket
is
science?
all you're doing is pinging the distance from you to the surface. That's it. So what?
Can I say something here? Are you guys done?
No,
babbling?
no. I want just to have Zanuck understand my point. If
We
I go up
ping
in
the
an
distance with radar or laser radar, which is incredibly accurate, very accurate.
Okay.
And then we also do, hold on, then we measure the slight variations in weight around the Earth and map the Earth geopotentially, equipotentially, all the way around with as much detail as we possibly can. And it's a very different shape than it is ellipsoidally. That's all you have to understand, which you can't for some reason.
Okay, again, if I go up
Again, brother. You don't need to go again. I heard you the first time. Just get it through your fucking head that there is equipotential and there is ellipsoidal measurements.
What's my point, Zanuck? Since you're interrupting me all the time, what's my point?
You don't have a point. That's the point.
Okay, if I go up into an airplane and I have a equipment that will ping the elevation, right, of the land beneath me, all that's doing is measuring the distance from me to the land. If I go to a higher place, it's going to show me something that's closer to me. If I go to a lower place than that, it's going to show me something that's farther away from me. All you're doing is measuring your distance to the surface of the Earth. That doesn't tell you anything about the shape, Zanuck. And
quite the contrary, that it tells you exactly the shape.
No, it doesn't. It just tells you the elevation of the mountain or the land that you're picking. That's all it's doing.
Sure. You don't get it.
What
I'm
do you
not going to go into detail because you don't, if you understand how that works. You're basically saying that we can't determine how high we are above the surface with an airplane.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's all you're doing.
And
that's all you're doing.
And that can't determine the shape of the Earth.
No, because you're just flying over. You're just flying over different locations.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you say.
Zanuck,
you're being silly.
Zanuck, stop saying you're being silly. Stop patronizing me. If you have a 10-mile...
I'm not patronizing you.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
No.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
That's not patronizing. I'm not patronizing you.
Okay, then when you say, don't be silly, what are you doing? Patronizing. Fuck.
Can we get a 5-second rundown? I just jumped in. Do we have a river that runs uphill?
No, we don't.
River that runs uphill.
Can I say something then, Bandit? So I just
go for it, better,
yeah, I just looked it up. It's on Wikipedia. It says source Lake Ontario, elevation 74.7 meters. Mouth is at the Gulf of St. Lawrence at the Atlantic Ocean, and the elevation is 0.
So you don't understand, Brenda.
So it's not flowing up. It's not flowing uphill, is it?
Yes, it is, Brenda.
That,
you don't understand.
74 meters is a higher elevation than 0.
No.
You hear that, Zanuck?
No. You really don't understand.
You don't get it, Brenda.
The mouth, the source of the St. Lawrence River is Lake Ontario, and it's 74 meters above sea level, and it flows to sea level, which is 0.
Zanuck, are you listening? Brenda's surely got it wrong, no?
But the gravitational potential in between those 2 points makes it where it's flowing uphill, 24 feet.
What?
Straighten Brenda out, Zanuck. Can't have this talk.
Help me out, SC. I've just jumped in.
Oh, brother, we got brother. Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
have a zillion
Uphill rivers, Bandy. Uphill rivers.
I have a $1 zillion over Unity machine going with this right now. Don't ruin this for me.
Jeremy's making millions. He has plans. We're building all kinds of stuff, bro.
Oh, lordy lord.
Jeremy,
Okay,
I don't get why you just simply haven't found a river near you and are creating energy from the river, because that's all you're going to be doing. It's the same thing.
No, this is different. No, this is different, dude. This is different. You get it going uphill, okay? Uphill as in the way the river is flowing. Can't believe I just said that. But then you also get it going downhill.
The river Zanuck.
Listen,
Brenda
Jeremy,
Zanuck posted proof in the chat.
All
You
you
know
have
how
to
they
do
always
to-
say you can't have it both ways, and with this you can.
Brenda,
All
can you
you
see
gotta
the
do
map?
is-
Can you see the map I posted, Brenda?
I see it now. I see it now.
Okay, so we're not looking at Montreal. We're looking at past Montreal, Trey Rivers, from the
Three Rivers.
Trey Rivers. We speak French here.
Trey Rivers, huh? Yeah, you
Please,
speak French, all
Zanik,
right.
explain yourself, Zanik. You can't be possibly saying a river is running uphill. You haven't said
Yes.
that. Have
Oh,
Yes.
Bandy, you missed, bro.
you? Oh,
And it was-
Lord.
And I'll read right from the actual surveying manual what it says.
All right,
It says
everybody.
the actual-
Everybody should
let
wait.
me finish.
Before
Let
you
me read
start.
the quick. I'm still
Wait, before
talking.
you start.
Not before I
Yeah,
start.
before you start.
No,
Before you start.
I
Just real
yield
quick.
to you all the time. You're yield to
No,
me
you
now.
don't.
You're
Just let him
yield.
finish, Travis.
My turn.
You're next.
It's my
No,
turn.
just real quick. No, just real quick.
Go ahead.
Everybody be quiet and on mute except for Bandy and Brenda. You guys can ask him all these questions. We've already been through this the past 2 hours.
No doubt. All right.
Oh, God. Okay.
Good
The
call.
image
Okay.
above shows the actual measurements made along the banks of the St. Lawrence River. Both ellipsoidal and orthometric heights are shown. The river, which flows northeast toward its mouth, has an increasing ellipsoidal height along its length, which would mean it flows uphill in an ellipsoidal height system. That is because the ellipsoidal height systems do not account for the Earth's gravity field. If we consider the orthometric heights, which do account for variations in gravitational potential, we see the heights decrease toward the mouth of the river, and as we expect, the water flows downhill. That should answer everyone's question.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, right? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem.
Oh, no. It doesn't make sense. It's not right. It can't run uphill. So now I've got a river that it's at point A, that's at a lower elevation, and it is being pulled up a hill, right, to the sea. Is that correct, Zanik? Yes?
That's an affirmative. That's an affirmative.
No, I can't. No, dude. Is that correct, Zanik?
Come on, Zanik.
Okay.
Where have you been? Come on, you're not shy now after all day.
It's going uphill 7 meters, yes.
It is being pulled. The water is being pulled through a river system, up a hill to the sea.
Yes.
No, Zanik. No.
Yes,
no,
this is
this
an
can't
over
be happening.
Unity device.
I just gave you the
$1
value.
billion over Unity.
Kosho, let's go over your values now. Kosho, let's go over your values now.
No, how can this be possible, Zanik?
Well, when the density of the Earth is such beneath the surface geologically, where there is a greater
Yes.
gravitational pull toward the mouth of the river versus where it starts from, that will allow that water to flow uphill. And we see this in geodetic surveying all over the Earth. When people are trying to look at farms and houses, they don't want the rivers to flood their houses. They got to put their house in a position that's equipotentially sound and correct. Not
hold
ellipsoid. Hold on. Last word. Not ellipsoidally accurate and sound.
Okay then. But gravity works in such a way where it pulls things to the center of the Earth. So now it sounds like you're saying gravity works in such a way where it moves things up and away from the Earth. So
oh my God, Bandsaw, seriously,
it's pulling the water.
I don't have to go. I don't want to get into that discussion with you either.
Over the hill.
No, there's no hill.
No, come on, Sadie,
Up a
you're
hill.
the one that said this, not me.
We've got.
Me. I know I've come
Mary,
late to the party.
Kosho put another. Look at the last thing that Kosho put. There's a geoid, and then there's a terrain surface, and then there's the ellipsoidal surface. If there's a period in a distance over the surface, where the geoid is such that it can actually overcome the terrain's shape, then it will, in fact, go uphill. And we see this, again, when we do geodetic surveying over farms in the mountainous regions, where there is a vast difference in the geology
Yes. Yes. Now, let's get this straight. A hill, right, by definition means that the top of the hill is at a higher elevation than the bottom of the hill. Yes? We agree on that?
Yes.
Fantastic. So now we've got this gravity which is now pulling up and away and over the top of the hill to pull the water up, away, and over the top of the hill. That's how it's working.
Gravity can pull water. There'll be a vector of down, a plumb line that's variance, so that it will move toward the ocean, and it will go actually up a hill. Not a hill, it's actually just going up in elevation. Physically going up in elevation, even though geodetically, even equipotentially, it is going down due to the forces of gravity, due to the weight of the water.
So you telling me now, Zanik, that I could get, say, a length of house scuttering, get it perfectly horizontal, slightly tip it up, get a big lead ball, put it at one end of this guttering, and it's going to pull the water up the gutter.
Yes, it will
Zanik,
roll uphill.
please.
Yes.
No, you're doing my head in.
I know your answer. I know the question. Yes, you're right. It will.
No.
As fantastic as it sounds, it will happen. That's why they do geodetic surveying, Bandsaw. It's exactly the reason.
Bandy, I realized your problem right away. You're using logic.
Yeah.
You got to drop that. Stop. Stop using logic.
I've woke up this morning. I've had a beautiful breakfast. Thank goodness I've had breakfast, because if I had heard this nonsense before breakfast, I wouldn't have been able to digest anything. I can assure you of that.
Yeah, we've been having hours of this, bro. Hours.
So that makes sense, doesn't it? SC, that gravity now doesn't pull down and in. It now pulls up and away.
That's it. Yep.
Oh, Zanik, seriously?
It's selective. Wherever you need it, you call upon it. And if it doesn't work, you just imagine harder. Just leave logic behind. That's the trick.
I've got to ask, Zanik, on the weekend, did you fall over and bump your head or something? Have you had a mishap? Something's not right.
Did you not read the thing from the surveyor's manual? Did you not read and I read it to you out loud like a kindergartner? You didn't understand what I said? Yes.
Oh,
if you have, for example, if you're at Slack and you have a lead ball and a perfectly flat plane on this particular structure, the ball will roll to the center from the edges, even though it is perfectly flat, perfectly straight.
No. We are talking about
pulling. And on the same thread, yes. And even on the same thread, let me finish now. On the same thread of that, if you have a farm and you have a little river or a lake beneath you, and you want to make sure that when it rises, you didn't get flooded, you would do geodetic surveying, and they would actually determine that in some cases the water would go uphill into your house, even though it's below you, even at a point where it'd be below you, it would go into your house because you would have a greater potential than the area that it's rising from. So it will go uphill. So yes, this is a common misconception. People like you that don't really understand geodetics, it's not intuitive. It's kind of mind-bending in a way, but it is very, very true. And everybody but you in this field get it. So I'm not crazy. I'm not being double-speaking. I'm not being stupid. I'm giving you the truth and the facts of the science of this technology. You're not accepting it. That's not my problem.
I've got to fact check, Zanik, because this is unbelievable.
So water is technology now, Zanik?
Geodetics and the technology used in geodetics is technology. Orthometric measurements, equipotential measurements of surfaces on the Earth that are determined by the geological consistencies of the materials beneath the surface dictate the gravitational strength and equipotential characteristics of those areas. And yes, in fact, those areas, because it's not consistent, you will see things seemingly do things against the laws of physics by going uphill, but they're not, because they're following these variances in progressive and gradients of equipotential.
So they're not going uphill.
So
Geodetically, they're not, but ellipsoidally, they are. Physically, this is a higher area.
This is what I said before. Geodetically, they're not. That is, when you go to the head of the St. Lawrence River and you start following it, you know you're going downhill. Now, when you say ellipsoid, since the Earth isn't fucking an ellipsoid, you are imposing an ellipsoid model, which then goes into and requires it to do what you're talking about. Whatever the fuck that is. Again, this is back engineering of one model onto another. I've said it now 5 times.
Because I was picturing there, Travis, that at the mouth of the river, I was picturing a waterfall because of this thing has been dragged uphill to a point that is higher than the sea, right? And creating a waterfall. But we don't have that, do we? We don't have a waterfall where this is happening.
The water isn't being dragged uphill.
Brenda, I asked clearly at least 3 times, Zanny, is it being pulled uphill? And he said yes every single time. Every single time he said yes, the water is being pulled uphill. Did you not hear him?
I think we're just equivocating on that one thing. It says here, let me see. That's because the ellipsoidal heights don't account for Earth's gravity field, right? So it's not going against the pull of gravity. It's simply going uphill according to the ellipsoidal model, GRS 80.
Yeah, it's being pulled uphill. That's
No,
exactly
it's not. It's not going against the pull of gravity. Gravity is still pulling it down, the water down.
No, no. It's pulling it uphill. Uphill, Brenda.
It says
not downhill.
It says the ellipsoidal heights don't account for gravity. So
Brenda, can I explain to you what Xanax said to us? This is what Xanax said to us. The consistency of the mass underneath the St. Lawrence River is such that the mass is so dense that gravitational reaction is uphill. It's pulling it up because the gravity is not pulling it toward the center of the Earth, but rather you have to think about it from the lowest point at the St. Lawrence River head going up to sea level. And so it's like an escalator. That's the way he described it to us. Exactly. The density of the components, whatever it is there. And I tried to ask him what it was. And he's like, what do you mean? Like granite or like salt? I'm like, you're telling me that it's just this mass that's so condensed that the gravity at that point isn't toward the center of mass, but it's like just this strong gravitational attraction.
That could have. I think I understand. I guess I get that. That would make a certain amount of sense. That could happen.
No,
sure.
It doesn't.
It could happen because it could happen. You equivocate that with that's what is happening then. That's what you're saying.
I'm gradually coming to understand the point being made, and if it's the case that there is so much mass that it's not going towards the center of GS 80, it's going in a different direction, then that's the way the water would flow. I mean, if I understand correctly.
Yeah. Wouldn't that throw off the entire like planetary magnetic alignment or whatever? Gravity just decides to do somewhere else in a selective area.
I don't know. You guys see what I've posted? This is it's very simple to understand if you take a look at this. The center, yes, the center right there is showing where the ellipsoid for these 2 locations that I've drawn positions to. One of the locations is higher, is further from the center, as you can see from its distance from the sphere model. So that ellipsoid is higher than the one left of it. Okay, it's the elevation is increasing according to the ellipsoid model. However, the geoid model, the model that is dictated by gravity and rotation and is shaped because of that, you can see that the elevation is actually decreasing. Okay, right, and the same thing when you're going. There's places where the opposite of this is happening, and it's these are the sort of differences in the models which give rise to what Zanuck is talking about.
Yeah,
There's no contradiction in physics here.
That's a great.
Yeah, I know.
Great. That's great. Thank you, Kosho. It's helping me to understand, and it seems I was.
Brenda, you don't have any clue. You could not repeat anything that has just been said. You're just totally a psycho fan right now. You're just like going numb. You have no clue what Kosho just said.
Right, Kosho, which one of
Brenda
these three
just
lines?
explained it before I did.
Which one of these three lines, the ellipsoid, the geoid, or the sphere, which one of them is the thing that's supposed to represent actual reality?
Well, the geoid would be the one that represents the geoid would be more or less what the water level would be doing.
The geoid. Okay, so where do the other two come from?
Well, one is a perfect sphere model. Just I don't know why it's there, but it's there, and I guess it helps you see how far away the ellipsoid model is from that. The ellipsoid model is simply an ellipse based on the difference between the distance between the radius of the poles and the radius, where it's the biggest, like the oblate spheroid.
Okay, wait. The geoid is what, sea level? What did you say?
Yeah, the best way to think of the geoid would be where, if the entire world was ocean or just water, where the level of that water would be.
Well, then it should never undulate. It should never have any fluctuation. It should just be a perfectly straight or a perfectly curved line. That's not a perfectly curved line.
But it's not. That's the exact reason, because we have different gravitational strengths over the surface of the Earth, all the way around it, everywhere.
The geoid has nothing to do with gravitational strength.
No, that has everything. That's what it is. No, that has everything to do with the gravitational strength. That's what it has to do with. You're wrong. 180 degrees wrong. You're backward.
Okay,
you got it backward.
Okay, stop. So that arrow, that 3 o'clock arrow where it says geoid and it's pointing to that black line.
Yeah.
What does that represent? If you were
that represents the gravitational strengths, the variance in gravitational strength all the way around that surface. That's why we give you that cartoon picture of the Earth being all looks like a globule.
Okay, so
you tell us.
Okay, wait.
How was this derived? This gravitational
measurements of the.
Hold on.
Do not interrupt. We're having a discussion, and you're making a shit show out of it. You're Travis's turn. It's Travis's turn. It's Travis. Shut your trap. Shut your trap. Shut your trap, noisemaker.
Come on, guys.
How the fuck am I going to interrupt you interrupting me? How the fuck is that work?
Look, the closer you are to the center of the Earth, the closer the stronger the gravitational pull. Correct?
No. No, actually, the gravitational pull is strongest on the surface of the Earth. I think it's zero at the center of the Earth.
Correct.
No. I mean, okay, look. The farther away. Hold on. The farther away you go from the surface of the Earth, the less gravitational pull there is.
Would you agree that from that geoid model where the arrow is pointing to the little hump that's above this two very, very more spherical or ellipsoidal circles, when there's a hump that's furthest away from the center, as you're saying, why would it cause that to happen? Why would the geoid be measured with that higher level, like a mountain?
Why don't you ask this question, please?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you why. They measure less gravitational strength there than at the valleys.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I know.
It's the farthest. It's the farthest away from the surface of the Earth, the lower part of the surface of the Earth.
So that's what it actually.
Elevation.
But here's the rub. That's what it looks like to objects. That's what it looks like to them. If they could see, they would see an Earth that looks like this. That downhill would be toward the point where the ellipsoid has an arrow, that's downhill from the geoid where the geoid has the arrow. There'll be a downhill path. However, this what it looks like visually to us with eyeballs, it doesn't look like that. There's a line going through intersecting both of those lines. That line is what it actually looks like. So in one instance, the downhill will be going one way, and the visual actual look of our Earth is going uphill. Downhill, it's completely opposite because of the gravitational strength and orientation.
Oh my God. I don't even know how you can actually believe this bullshit. Whatever.
All right. So let me ask my original question. If you guys are already done with that, let me ask my original question.
Sorry, Matrix. Go ahead, man.
All right, Zanuck, where did this body of framework, where did it come from? How did you guys compile this drawing?
You can do it as simply with a plumb bob. Measure all over the Earth. You can measure this.
Jesus Christ, this is the answer that this guy is giving me, bro. He's literally telling me to grab a plumb bob.
Bro, listen. Hey, bro, listen.
Just do it.
Bro, listen, bro. I have no problem doing it some other time, but I've already done this like 10 times with these guys, maybe 20, and I don't want to repeat it with you. You can ask them to explain what I said to them, okay?
Bro, I don't need you to repeat it. Just put me a link or something.
Measurement.
I did. Hold on, Matrix. I did. I posted.
I'm not done, guys. Where do you get the framework to say that this came from some sort of gravity, fucking junction kind of shit? I just want to see the framework. That's all. I don't need the lip work, bro.
I know, man. I tried to post. I posted a link and I tagged you because I heard your question before. So I posted a link and I tagged you, and that's one source. The grace data.
You know, I dream of a day when one of these trolls actually comes and says, you know what, guys, I just figured it out. You guys are right. And this was what flipped the switch for me. You know, I don't know if that's ever going to happen because Kosho's a troll. Zanuck's a troll. These guys are here to waste our time. Brenda's a troll. They are here. So they're never going to convert, ever. We are never going to see these characters in our
enough insult. Travis, can I ask you something?
Between what a troll is and what
all right. Matrix, I got something for you. You want to know what the framework? I got the framework. In the comment program, let me speak. Let me finish. Comment program, METEG. There is precision and accuracy in geodetic surveying. This is actually a professionally production of how geodetic surveying is doing. And I think it has to do with the test that you can actually take regarding the things we've talked about here as far as the geodetic inconsistencies and the gravitational strength, the potentials of the surface. And the reasons why. It's 2 minutes long. I know you guys are ADD. Just watch it and see what you think. It's made up or conjured up by some conspirators, program us to think the Earth is flat, or maybe they know something because they use this in their day-to-day lives. Just watch it and see what you think, okay? That's all I have to say about that.
So after 4 hours of double speaking nonsense, I'd like to say water still does not, cannot, will ever not flow uphill. Thank you.
Will ever not.
Well, if we mean by uphill, if we mean going against the pull of gravity, then it doesn't. But if by uphill you mean according to the geoid, then it does.
So, guys, recognize sophistry when it's happening, right? This is pure sophistry. Just recognize the beauty of it and let it go, guys.
It's not sophistry. It's using a word in different contexts, and therefore it's not a contradiction, because you can do things in one context. Something can have a certain meaning, and then in a different context, and in this
from the association.
You just described sophistry.
Okay, you made your point, sophistry. I get you. It's all witchcraft. Listen, from the Association of Ontario Land Surveys, there's something called geodetic surveys. I just posted a link, and it talks about the science of locating related position of objects on the Earth relative to each other while taking account of size, shape, and gravity of the Earth. That's all I'm going to say about it. You can read the rest, but it is a real science. There's a website it's attached to. It has to do with the Association of Ontario Land Surveyors, AOLS, established in 1892, over 120 years old, 130 years old. And this is responsible for the licensing and governance of all professional land surveyors under the authority of the Land Surveyors Act. Okay, so these are professionals. You think it's sophistry? Why would this be such a friggin' thing? Why would they use this? The reason is because these farmers don't want their house to be fucking flooded out when it rains. Because they know shit goes uphill by human nature, we think that our perception and that our intuition is right, and it's not. So they call someone called a land surveyor, a geodetic surveyor, to determine where the water's going to fucking go. And it goes uphill sometimes.
No, it does not.
Negative.
Shut up.
Negative.
Listen, the only time water goes uphill is if it's contained in a like a basin, and then the rains come, or there's an input, and the water level climbs. That's the only time water ever goes uphill. So if you're talking about whether or not geodetic
watch the video and then get back to me.
Whether or not
watch the video.
Okay, I'm just going to finish what I'm saying. Whether or not you mean geodetic surveyors can tell you whether or not you live on a floodplain, that might be another matter.
They actually can see. They actually can tell you. They actually can show you water climbing a surface based on the ellipsoid, and geodetically, it is going downhill because of the equipotential is going downhill because of strength gravitationally, but physically, optically, as we see this mountain or this area, it is actually going uphill.
So I actually saw a video once about a river.
Watch the video I posted. Watch it. You might learn something instead of talking out your ass. Watch it. Just watch it.
Relax.
Okay.
Relax.
Okay.
Take them antidepressants and go smoke. Take a chill pill, bro. Relax. So I saw a video once about a weird river that the water actually flows uphill. So there might be something to what they're saying, right?
Watch the video.
Absolutely wrong. Rivers
watch the video. Those that are speaking right now have not watched the video. It's 2 fucking minutes.
I know, Xanax. That's not helpful. I agree. Watch the video, but
Xanax, settle down. Listen, I'm driving right now, so I'm not going to watch the video until I get.
There ain't no video in the world that can explain water flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. If there is such a video,
indulge me. Can I play the video? Can I play the video with the sound, and we can all be quiet for 2 minutes and listen to it? Because you can be driving and listen to this, by the way. Would you guys want to do that?
I just watched it. I don't want to watch it or hear it again.
Well, do you understand it, Bandsaw? Do you understand it?
It's about surveying and being accurate.
Yes, geodetic surveying.
All it's about
water going uphill.
No, it said nothing about water going uphill.
It did too at minute 35.
Can we talk about birds now?
There's another one that nobody's talked about is the Nile. It's flowing against centrifugal force. Talk about that one. Flowing uphill, around the curve, against centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force is outward, though.
Right. So it's flowing from the Nile, which is up in Africa, to the Mediterranean. So it should be flowing centrifugal force.
You have to think of the atmosphere attached to the ground, like
centrifugal force is 0.3% of the weight of whatever.
Because this was saying something, man. Yeah.
Well, I was definitely mid-sentence there. Well, I was just saying you have to think of the atmosphere attached to the ground like Jell-O is attached to a plate. It rotates with the Earth, like the entire thing. So this,
it just becomes lighter.
I do get what you're saying.
The most amount it becomes is 0.3%. Not much. Most of the force is due to its weight. The centrifugal forces, even at the equator where it's greatest, is very, very slight.
Zanik, did you just say at 1:35 in that video it says water flows uphill?
No, it showed you the diagram of how you can then visualize the water going uphill.
No, it didn't.
Maybe I had the wrong clip. Hold on.
The clip is on precision versus accuracy.
Yeah, wrong one. Sorry.
You wasted 1:35 of my life. What the hell?
It's oops.
Water running uphill, up and over hills.
Something I noticed was Brenda came in and she was kind of she wasn't really she didn't know what we were talking about exactly, and through the evolution of the conversation she slowly started to understand Zanik's position and then started to understand what's actually being discussed and then completely understood what was happening. And I think the only difference between Brenda and the rest of the people who are still claiming that it's impossible or something is that she had a willingness to actually understand it, and you guys have a willingness to support to be wrong.
No, Kosho. You use damn logic. You are saying water is being pulled up over hills, which is absolutely, totally ludicrous. You got absolutely no idea about what you're talking about at all. Period. You got no experience in the real practical world at all, and you just regurgitating some sort of goddamn bollocks, and you're thinking it's correct.
Well, what Kosho said validates what my personal experience, which was I didn't understand.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
of course.
Cool,
personal experience of water running uphill. None of you have got experience
You're
of water running
stark
uphill.
raving lunatics, man. You're complete mental cases. Seriously, man. There's definitely something wrong with you people.
You draw
like
pretty
a
little
doctor
pictures.
bad. Yeah.
You draw pretty little pictures and go, there you go, water running uphill. God almighty.
Like it's clinical. It's to a point where, really?
Yeah, I know. I see. Hopefully at one point someone will ask you to stop insulting half the room, but that might not happen. But regardless.
Oh, really? Really? Like your little sly little comments of the willingness to understand and comprehend? You don't think that's a backhanded sly little compliment, Kosho?
That wasn't an insult. That was literally a plea.
At least I'm
not saying anybody here is less intelligent than anybody else. I'm saying that everybody in here
saying people are more honest than other people
I'm not
with
saying
that sort of comment. Yeah, you are, Kosho. Come on, seriously. At least own it, mate. At least own it.
I was trying to paint a picture for the difference between the one person who went from not being clear on what was being said to understand what was being said, and the picture I posted is simply a difference between the models and why what Zanik's saying could be a possible. Could happen in reality because you're comparing what would be the gravitational potential, which is the geoid, and the ellipsoid, which is the it's like the what do you call that? Like the distance from the center from the North Pole and the distance from the center from the oblate spheroid model. So for that reason, you can have things that would seem anomalous, like what Zanik described, but it's not really an anomaly.
So as stuff is going up and up hills and having less and less mass underneath it, it has more gravitational force and it's been able to pull it up and away and from Earth and over a hill. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I mean, people have seen pictures like these before that show the difference. Is Zanik talking?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
If he's saying anything, I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Zanik, if you are saying anything.
Oh, sorry. I was
trying
to find that video.
No, but yeah, these pictures like this, I posted several of them, but they're just literally showing just the difference between what the ellipsoid is showing us, what the geoid is showing us, and then what the actual surface of the Earth is showing us. It's like it's just showing these different models and where they intersect and where they're different, all that kind of stuff.
So you should be able to demonstrate then quite easily a trough of water that is higher at one end than the other, and get a lead ball, put it at one end, and you should be able to pull it up that trough over it like a waterfall. You should be able to demonstrate that then, shouldn't you?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Doesn't seem possible.
Really? But gravity can pull water uphill.
Well, as this geoid model shows you, there's places where the gravity, the gravitational potential, it's further away than the ellipsoid. There's some places where it's closer than the ellipsoid, and there's places all throughout where they,
intermingle.
You've just said that because of the gravitational potential, right, that this thing can magically pull water uphill. So you should be able to quite easily demonstrate a trough that has higher elevation at one end to the other, so not horizontal, right? And you should be able to pull it up this trough over it and create your own little in-lab waterfall just by putting a lead ball at the end of it.
I never actually said anything like that.
I didn't say you said it. I said this is how you should be able to demonstrate it quite easily.
I know, but when you said that, I said that you have water flowing uphill. I never said anything like that. I'm just referring to what Xanic's describing.
Okay, then. So you don't agree that water runs uphill, then?
I just choose not to speak that way because it might lead to confusion or something like that. But
Really? So hold on. Yeah, exactly. So does water flow uphill because of gravity, Kosho? Yes or no?
Water behaves the way that this image is showing you behaves.
Does water
the same reason I don't call the
uphill?
Yeah, the same reason I don't call the Earth a sphere. A pear-shaped. I tend to say correctly. I understand what's meant when someone says it's pear-shaped. I'm just explaining what's meant when someone says it's pear-shaped. When Zane says it's flowing uphill, I'm just trying to explain what he's saying by that.
Does water run uphill, Kosho? Does water run uphill because of gravity?
What Zanic's saying is true. So if you're asking me if I agree with Zanic, the answer is yes. I'm telling you, I choose not to speak that way because it leads to
Okay, let me ask a question then real quick.
Crazy, silly nonsense. That's why.
Kosho, what is it exactly that Zanic is saying?
What Zanic is describing is the exact thing that I posted, where you see there's one position where if you watch the ellipsoid is actually getting further away from the center as you move towards the right side of that picture. So it's going uphill, right, according to the ellipsoid. However, according to the geoid, the model that describes where the gravitational potential and where water will actually flow is going downhill. So you can have a river flowing downhill even though the ellipsoid is getting further from the center of mass.
I see.
So I'll say it one more time. Sorry, guys. You guys are putting one model on top of another. That's all you're doing.
I don't know what they're doing, but can I ask, what about the shoreline? Like, Zanic, can you explain what the shoreline is doing if I were to walk across the shoreline all the way?
Yes, it varies. It varies from the elliptical shape by a value that comports with the equipotential variance of the Earth.
So it stays level with the Earth?
So wherever you are is level.
Yeah, yeah.
Because level is just an orientation perpendicular to plumb.
Would the shoreline at the origin be higher than the shoreline at the exit or the outlet of the river?
Easily. And we see that to be true on the North St. Lawrence River. It rises over 7 meters over about 200 or 300 miles, where it is actually higher than at the origin. That's why it flows outward.
So there's, yeah. I'm trying to visualize how deep it gets and how it has to fill. But when you think of the shoreline,
there's actually flat spots on the Earth where, because of this equipotential characteristic of the surface, that the water will actually be flat in certain areas. Probably in the Indian Ocean, you'll find 50, 60 miles perfectly flat, no curvature at all, due to this potential difference.
What?
That's such bullshit. That is such fucking bullshit. That's like
perfectly
that's
flat.
like yeah, that's like saying you got a bowling. Hold on. That's like saying you got a bowling ball, and at one point you just shave off this part and make it flat.
Yes.
You think that there's, that's bullshit.
Yes.
So if we go to this place where this water is perfectly flat,
not perfectly, but near flat.
What's near? What's near?
Yeah,
like
not necessarily perfectly, but it'll be somewhat flat. It'll look flat to people looking at it, saying, "Is this Earth round?" By measurements you make there, you might say the Earth is not. The Earth is flat because there'll be no indication of curvature in some areas of the Indian Ocean.
Really? So,
yes.
So like how many inches per square mile?
Like none.
Listen, there's no indication. There's no indication of curvature in the ocean at all, anywhere.
There is. Yes, we do.
No, there's not.
There is.
We do. I see 25 miles away, I see a 300-foot ship almost missing except for its exhaust ports.
Yeah, that's called refraction.
Yeah, right. Refraction is going to hide 300 foot of a ship.
Okay, wait. You have no
right.
problem.
That's like that's an asinine comment right there.
Okay. Listen, you have no problem asserting that refraction will raise up an object that's beyond the curvature and make it appear as though it is flat. You have no problem asserting looming to refraction. But all I'm doing is applying what you call obstruction with a ship that's far away enough in the distance where you can only see half.
Travis, there's things called Travis. We're talking about a point. We're talking about a sub 10th degree. I'm responding.
I wasn't finished talking.
Okay. So you're talking about.
I wasn't finished talking.
Oh, fucking A. Come on. You stop talking. I start talking after you. I waited until you stopped.
That's because Howard said okay. And I thought Howard, who's a moderator, was going to say something.
Yeah.
Did you say something, Howard?
No, I was just saying, okay. Then Travis, what do you got, buddy?
7,
okay.
8,
Stop
9,
counting, Xanax.
10.
Stop counting. Here we go. You ready? All I'm doing is reversing looming to be in front of the horizon rather than behind it. If you're okay with looming happening behind the horizon, you should be perfectly happy with refraction creating looming in front of it.
That's, before I say what I'm going to say, that's like the most nonsensical statement I think I've ever heard on this chat. But number two, and my main point is, when we look at the oil, my point, please stop talking. The oil rigs, that are loomed up to the point where they usually are half gone. Now that's like 100 feet, 50 feet, 60, whatever. That is 0.02 degrees of change for refraction. It's not unusual. And we can actually model that and actually replicate that pretty easily. You cannot model or replicate an entire ship 300 feet high at 20 miles being missing due to refraction.
Yeah, you can.
Show it to me.
You show me your claim first.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. No, I didn't forget. I'm just saying that. I forgot. That's sinking. So sinking refraction, meaning the light is bending upward, causing it to be hidden.
Sinking. Yeah,
okay.
sinking.
Okay.
Yeah, the sinking
you're off
phenomenon.
your rocker. But go ahead. Travis,
okay.
I'm not going to deal with you. You're insane. You are completely insane.
You can call me any name that you would like, but I can show you observations and photos of this phenomenon. And based on my research, the phenomenon that is typically called sinking is a misidentified and mislabeled refraction phenomenon.
Tell me how light bends upward when the density gradient is actually greater going down.
Are you going to pay for my livelihood so that I can commit to that research? Because I would be happy to do that.
The answer is it doesn't happen, Travis. You're living a pipe dream. You're living and understanding and thinking in a pipe dream right now.
The science, I understand what you're saying. The science of refraction is based upon the supposition that the Earth has curvature. Therefore, the science of refraction has been misidentified, misconstrued, and misunderstood. So guess what? The field is wide open. If you would like to start a GoFundMe so that I can quit driving this fucking truck and let me get out into the field and actually do what I would like, which would be to do this science, by all means, you can be my manager.
You're the last person I would use to calculate or do any kind of research. You can't even operate a calculator. You have no concept of trigonometry. You have no knowledge of anything how anything works.
All you're doing is attacking my person. You have not
attacked you can't be
or addressed.
You can't do the test if you can't conduct tests. You don't know how to operate a calculator.
Okay, guess what? Do you think that all science has been done by one individual on his own? No, not at all. I'm not saying that this is all going to be me, but I can contribute to this research in my own way. And I would hire someone or find someone who can operate a calculator and can operate another piece of equipment. It's not the point. Your rebuttals and your ejaculations right now have nowhere to land. They're based on nothing but your blubbering.
Not true. So I've shown you over the years how to calculate refraction, what refraction is based on, how the atmosphere is configured, how the density gradients work, how light bends toward the denser medium, how the horizon will drop with altitude, and you can measure this precipitous drop with altitude and plot it out and use a little calculus and figure out where it would drop at any altitude above the surface, and that's exactly what we see. We also see the Foucault pendulum being able to depict our position anywhere on the Earth, and its precession based on latitude without exception. So you're wrong. We have all the evidence in the world to depict what the shape of the Earth and what the Earth does as far as rotation. We have countless tests. We actually have satellites using GPS systems satellites that use systems and depend on the speed light and systems of general relativity and special relativity that depend on its performance. We know they work as well. So all these things do work, but yet Travis, the dumbest guy in the room, thinks he's going to dispute all science. Congratulations, you just proved yourself to be a Dunning-Kruger fucking moron.
Come on, you guys.
Thanks, Xanax. Quit doing that, man.
You can't do that. You can't just
Dunning-Kruger personified. That's what you are, Travis.
Okay, Xanax. Again, you're not giving us any arguments, Zedek. All you're doing is blubbering things that you're going to now have.
No, I gave you the argument. Horizon drop with altitude and Foucault pendulum for rotation. Period.
No. That is not an argument. First of all, the Foucault pendulum has nothing to do with refraction, so it has
to do with the rotation of the Earth. Has to do with the rotation of the Earth.
The rotation of the Earth has nothing to do. Okay, the rotation of the Earth has nothing to do with my claim about mirage or refraction. So it has no place in this conversation. So you brought up both the rotation and satellites, which don't have anything to do with refraction. Second of all you did was talk about math, talk about predictions. You need to show your own work. Show your own work. Can you do that?
Done it plenty of times. I'm done doing it. I'm not going to do it for you.
Okay, if you've done it,
although I will do one thing for you. I do owe you the ship's observation. I mean, believe me, it'll be very complete and comprehensive. Hold on, stop fucking talking, asshole. I will do the observation for you. Because you fucking ran over me. Stop it. I will do the observation for you. I owe you that, and it will be very detailed and extremely comprehensive. So you will wait for that when it comes out later this summer, or later this summer. We'll have a little conversation. You're going to go, wow, okay, he did his homework. Yeah, I can see the mirage behind the ship. I can see the hull. Now I see the mast. I don't see any inversion. I don't see this line of delineation or disappearing line, whatever you call it. We're not seeing any of that. We see actual miraging behind an object that's being hidden by curvature, and it'll be very clear that that's the case.
So you're assuming that you're going to go out and get the exact same results with your image?
Of course. I've seen it many times there. I've been out there for years, since I was a kid. It's all we see. We watch the ships go from being fully in sight to seeing the hulls disappear and see the masts above them. No miraging. And then miraging way in the distance, 12 miles away.
Yeah.
Seen it all the time.
So what are you going to include with your data?
I'm going to show a map. Distances. We'll have pylons that are known distance that are near the airport because we have little rocks and things. We know how far they are from the. We can tell whether they're close enough to us. And we also have things that we actually know what size they are, so we can actually triangulate and figure out where they are via their size based on basic triangulation. We have motion of these objects going away from us. We'll know the size of the ship. And if I'm close, if I get lucky enough, I might recognize the ships that we're seeing and go to the actual docks and measure them in there too. See how high the dock is, the deck is above the water, how high the mast is, that kind of thing. I'll try to get as much information as possible.
How are you going to determine how far away the ship is from you?
Because there's known landmarks that'll either pass in front of or be behind them as it travels away from us.
What if those watermarks aren't visible?
They are visible.
Okay, so that's an assumption. Okay.
No, they're always visible. It's only 5 miles away.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. They're only 5 miles away, and you're telling me that I have the hull of sailboats and a barge on the Chesapeake Bay 5 miles away, straight down to the water.
Right. We're not talking about the object. We're talking about boats that'll be on the forward side, on the closer side, the foreground side of those buoys.
Okay, why did you use the term 5 miles? To what were you referring?
Because I know there's one 5 miles away from the airport runway is 5 miles away from my location. I can see it.
Okay, so you're saying I asked you about the distance to a boat.
And I can go out there and I can find out the measurement of that, and also just use that static mark, which is over the water between me and the buoy, or between me and the runway, the rocks, which are, you can see them and know how far they are away, and watch them disappear as I lower my camera, and that will never move. Like a boat will move, these will never. We can use that. I have so many things I can give you, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take as many things as possible that are all known. I'll provide a map, a Google map, even a regular map, even drive it myself and step it off if you want. We'll have all the things you want in this video, and it'll be all there, and you'll see it, and you'll be able to determine, wow, it is curvature. I'm fucking done. I've been fighting this for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, right,
I'm an idiot. I've been thinking everything's miraging. I don't understand miraging because everyone that understands miraging, they're wrong. I'm right. You're Dunning-Kruger personified, but I'm going to play the game with you for this one particular exercise. And so you can count on a lot of information when I get there. Trust me.
Hey, Zanuck, imagine if like everything you provide is not even close to how much evidence there should be. And then think about how ironic it is you're calling him Dunning-Kruger.
No, I actually have knowledge of most of this, and he doesn't. And he's making things up as he goes based on what he thinks he's seeing. That's a big difference.
The irony is still very thick.
Yeah.
Hey, new perspective. I posted this picture earlier. Just I know Brian's not here right now, but you were talking about his point with the angles of the light from the sun. I mean, SC's here too. He brings this up a lot. I just wanted to show you what those angles look like in actuality. One being the size of the sun from the Earth, half a degree, and one being the angles from the sun reaching the Earth over on the right side.
What you saying?
Yeah, I was just hearing his point. I wasn't really. I don't know if he provided something, but yeah, I don't know if this refutes it. Let somebody else reply because I wasn't really seeing what he was showing.
Yeah, don't worry, it's not an argument or anything. I just give it to you as a resource.
Yeah, I'll let Brian reply to that. I don't have time right now. I'm driving, so.
Also, everybody with the ellipsoid, geoid, water flowing uphill thing. I mean, as I said, I posted the picture again after I posted all those definitions I got from this link is actually it's pretty succinct. It's good, but the way it describes the ellipsoid, the way it describes the uses of the ellipsoid, and how GPS, for example, is going to give you its elevation based mostly off the ellipsoid. That being the case, if it's giving you that elevation, then as you can see with the models, there's places in the models where the ellipsoid is going uphill, as the GPS would tell you your elevation is increasing, and the geoid is telling you you're not going uphill, so you're going downhill. So water would flow that way. Since geoid is expressed as the mean sea level, as this says, it's like it could be expressed as mean sea level, or
this is absurd.
The only way you're going to get water to flow uphill is through some sort of capillary action. Period. Right? You're not going to get it to flow.
No, not right. Wrong.
On your own.
Wrong.
It is 100%, Zanik. You've got no idea what you're talking about, my friend. And if you do,
I've already posted it.
Get yourself a gutter. Get yourself a gutter. Get yourself a gutter. Oi, get yourself a gutter. Tilt it uphill. Put a lead ball on the end of it and prove it.
Yeah, but Bandsaw, the problem here is that what's being talked about is basically a technical issue. It's not a anomaly in physics or something like that, or we're saying it's like a contradiction of what actually the direction water actually flows. We're just stating that the way the elevation is generally given to you is based on the ellipsoid model, which does something different than what the geoid model, which is what water would be doing. Water is called the geoid model. So if you're getting something if you're describing reality and you're using both models at the same time, like if you're looking at water flow, which would be referencing the geoid model, and you're also using elevation change, which would be using the ellipsoid model, you're going to end up with these sort of actualities. But it's not like a contradiction or anything. It's just a fact of using these two models.
You are categorically saying, Kosho, and it's been repeated at least 24 times since I've been here, let alone how many times before I wasn't here, that water is running uphill.
Mm-hmm.
Uphill, not downhill, uphill. Now, you can get this phenomena through a capillary action, period. But you're not going to get...
not period. You can't.
You are not going to get this phenomena.
Yes, right? Goes uphill.
In a wide body of water, you ain't going to get it. It won't happen. It is impossible to happen. 100%. But you can get this phenomena in a capillary action. Definitely.
It's not capillary.
Yes, you can.
Nope. You can, but this is not what's happening in the river. The river's equipotential is such that it is going downhill equipotentially, like was mentioned 100 times already in this chat alone. And you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Trying to read.
Saying it's running uphill. Uphill is uphill. Uphill does not mean downhill.
Uphill with respect to the ellipsoid. What you see, what you can measure.
I'm trying to read the common understanding. Yeah. Yes, the ellipsoid. So when you're describing your elevation from 2 points on a river or 2 places on Earth, when you're getting elevation, who knows the method you're going to use? You might use your GPS though, and if you're using your GPS to give you your elevation, the GPS is referencing it based off of the ellipsoid. It's measuring the surface in reference to the ellipsoid. That's just how. Not the surface, the distance from the ellipsoid. But that's just how it does it. And because it does it that way, your elevation change, even though it's going upward according to that model, it at the same time actually would be flowing downhill in some cases, because that's where the
ellipsoid is a concept.
That's where the water actually is going.
The ellipsoid is just a concept. It's not real.
It's a concept, but it's a concept that's used to give you your elevation.
No, it's real. No, Kosho, you're wrong. It's actually measured. You can measure that.
Okay.
GPS can measure that.
So when you're talking about
lasers can measure this. Airplanes can measure this.
Talking about these measurements, you can't just say water flows uphill. You can't just say that.
We can measure it to do so.
I'm trying to speak very specifically on what.
Yeah.
I'm saying. That's why I'm not saying that on its own. I'm saying when you compare these two models, which you are doing if you're going to be observing water flowing and you're going to be looking at elevation change with GPS, you're going to be actually referencing two different models. And in doing that, you can have this thing that would seem like a contradiction, but it's really just a disagreement between these two models.
Yeah. So, Kosho, when let's say you were doing a measurement above a certain mountain range, what would be the way you would measure the ellipsoid in that area? Let's say it's a 5 square mile, right? And it's got mountains and valleys, ridges and things like that, and maybe even a plateau with a few big forked sheep. Okay, so how would you do the ellipsoid and how would you do the geoid? What's the difference?
Well, the GPS more or less gives you your distance from the ellipsoid, so you can use.
What
GPS
is that? Okay, I don't know what the ellipsoid is in reference to. That's what I'm asking you.
It's in reference to the Earth. The Earth being an oblate spheroid, the distance from the center of mass from the North Pole and from the equator, and these differences, it makes an ellipsoidal shape. So it's also smooth the way that it's
Okay, so then that's got nothing to do. Taking the ellipsoid measurements has nothing to do with elevation changes.
Actually, it does. It has. This is again what GPS uses for elevation.
So what's the geoid? There's three different things, right? There's the geoid, the geodesic or whatever. There's the elliptoid, and then there's the whatever the fuck Danik said earlier about the orthometric or whatever.
Ecopotential.
Okay.
Ecopotential is the same thing as a geoid.
Hey, Travis, real quick. I think you might be.
Man?
Hey, Travis, I think you might be missing an interesting. Can you hear us? You're kind of roboting.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can.
Okay, you're roboting a little bit, by the way. But I think that it's interesting that I think Zanuck and Kosho are disagreeing about this. Kosho, you seem to be saying that the technicality of it, as far as the readings go between the two models, would cause one to think that it's going uphill, but it's not actually going uphill. It's just the difference between the two models, right? But Zanuck seems to be thinking that it actually is going uphill.
No, I'm telling you,
it's actually going uphill.
Is that correct?
I'm telling you, the elevation is going up.
There you go.
According to the readings,
we are totally in agreement. Hey, we are totally in agreement. It is going uphill.
Well, I think that's
I'm telling you that when you're measuring elevation and you're measuring water flow, you're using two different models to do so. And so what happens is you get that disagreement between the two models, where water can flow downhill, but elevation is going upward.
Right, but you're not saying that it actually goes upward. You're saying
yes, elevation is going upward. He said that.
No, you're talking about the readings, aren't you? You're not, Kosho, you're not talking about it actually going uphill.
Actually,
you're just saying
going uphill, actually.
Hey, you don't have to answer for I want to hear Kosho answers. Don't answer for him.
I've used many words.
Shut up.
I've used many words to describe what I'm saying. So there shouldn't be any confusion on what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so are you agreeing
instead of trying to narrow it down
Zanuck?
to be something simpler than what I'm saying, I'm telling you exactly what I'm saying so that it's made clear, so it's not being confused with anything. And I agree with what Zanuck's saying. I think that Zanuck, though, however, is saying it in a very simplistic way, and obviously is leading to you guys disagreeing with it. But in actuality, I know that when there's places where the water is flowing downhill, which would be following the geopotential and the geoid model, and however it's moving further away from the center of an ellipsoid, and which is used to measure elevation. So you can have elevation increasing, and you can have water flowing downhill for this reason.
Right. So are you saying it actually goes uphill? Are you saying it actually goes uphill, or are you saying it's the difference between the readings of the two models that would make it seem as though it's going uphill?
I've said it as clearly as I can. I'm telling you, the elevation is going upward. Why can't you just answer my question? Whatever you think that means, elevation is going upward. The water is still flowing down towards the lower gravitational potential.
All right, let me just answer my plain and simple question, Kosho. Is it flowing uphill or not? Literally.
I've said the words the way that I'm going to say them, dude.
Now you're acting like a lawyer.
If you're still confused by it, that's one thing. But if you're trying to get me to say something I don't know.
Yes or no, Coach?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to say something.
But I mean,
Absolutely.
does somebody
You
not
definitely-
understand what I said?
Definitely won't.
Yeah, we all
Is
don't,
there
because
anybody
you're not
in here who
saying
doesn't
it
understand what I
correctly.
said?
He does not. No, come on, Dave. Come on, we've got to give him a break. He cannot say the actual words that water runs uphill.
No, I'm not saying that.
We
I
should
told
give him
you
a
that.
break.
I
Let's
told
try
you
to
before,
see
I'm
if
not
he's
gonna
actually
say- I'm not
saying
saying
that.
that.
I don't think we should give him a break. I was being a little bit facetious.
I know. I get it. He's walking around it like a lawyer.
I don't speak like I'm not going to say it like that for the purpose of not confusing what I'm saying. I'm saying it as clearly as it can be expressed because this is the way that this is what I mean when I say it. If you want me to say it in a simplistic way, just so somebody can be confused by what I'm saying, I don't know why you would do that. I'm saying
hold on.
He's
They're
wanting
redefining
you to get
elevation.
yourself.
They're redefining elevation with all these jacked up models.
Oh Lord!
Yeah, not redefining it though. This is how it's given to you when you use your GPS.
Because there's real elevation, and then there's this geoid fake model that has been calculated.
Exactly. And that's what he's walking around trying to act like, oh, yeah, it's just like Xanax said, except I'm not saying it so simple and making myself sound stupid. I'm making myself sound smart by not answering directly.
I'm telling you clearly, I'm not going to say it like that because you're purposely trying to confuse it. So I'll tell you.
No, I'm purposely trying to get your actual opinion.
Elevation going upwards due to the ellipsoid model. And the geoid model, which is going to dictate where water goes, it's going downhill, like it should be going. So that's it.
All models aside, is it literally going uphill? That's the only question I want to answer.
Is it literally going uphill? I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
No,
but
it's not.
Xanax is.
Oh.
But Xanax
But
is.
it's
So you're
also
not
not
in agreement,
no.
Xanax.
That's a no.
That's
It's also
a
not
no.
that simple.
Cool. Water's not running uphill. Thank.
Oh my God, that took forever.
Oh
Yeah, exactly.
man, I can sleep.
Sorry, Xanax. Guess you're not in full agreement.
Fucking double.
No, I agree
These
with
guys are
Xanax
double
completely.
speaking.
You guys.
Oh wait, is
talking
Xanax?
dishonest
Wait,
at
is
this
Xanax
point.
saying?
I'm
Is
saying
Xanax
clearly.
not?
I'm telling you
Xanax
clearly.
saying? Is Xanax also saying it doesn't literally go uphill? It's just about the model.
Yeah, you guys are
Is that what he's saying?
you guys are trying to confuse what's being said here so that you can make it look like we're disagreeing. I agree
No,
with
we're
what
trying to clarify.
I'll
not
say it again
confuse.
if you'd like. I'll say it again if you'd like.
Why don't you say it and say exactly literally what you mean rather than just about what the model readings make you think?
Okay. The Earth is measured two ways. Physically, with data from for its shape, what it physically looks like, no matter how you measure it, how you take a picture of it, how you measure the heights of every mountain, the oceans of the world, what the shape of the Earth actually looks like. And there's a measurement of its geodetic variations, its gravitational variations, its equipotential variations. And that is a completely different shape. That determines, by the way, what direction things will fall. Will they go straight down or go to the side? And the actual shape of the Earth geodetically is different, as we've always said. So in some cases, geodetically, objects will roll uphill on the ellipsoid model, but always go downhill on the geoid model. And that's exactly what Kosho is saying. He's not saying uphill because hold on. He's saying he's not going to give a definition of uphill because uphill on a geoid versus uphill on an ellipsoid is two different things. So he's not going to use the word uphill. I'm using uphill. I'm using because you are looking for uphill as being what we actually see. And yes, water will roll uphill if the geodetics dictate that the down is going up, skewed toward uphill. So
All right,
water
I'll
will
ask you the
flow
same
uphill.
question. Let me ask you the same question the way I asked Kosho. All models and readings aside, are you saying that it's literally flowing uphill?
Literally flowing uphill on the ellipsoid model. All I have to do is
no, I said all models aside. I said all models aside. Is it literally flowing uphill?
Well, you have to refer to a model, otherwise you have no reference for what uphill means.
Hey,
I'm asking you a literal question, not about models.
First of all, whoever this is, you're doing a great job, man. You're peeling back the layers. You're nailing them to the wall right now.
Perspective, Travis. It's new perspective.
So let me ask this.
I know.
So let me ask this: if you were to have an instrument on the bank, and you looked upriver, upstream, and you took an elevation reading of the water, the surface of the water, and then you you know, I don't know, however far you needed to look, and then you turn around and take another reading of the elevation of the water way downstream, how would that look?
This is just more Coriolis bullshit.
Wait,
It's
come
not
on, Zanuck.
actually
Well, you know, I want to
bending,
get
but
I
it's
want to press
actually
Zanuck to
bending.
answer the question. Zanuck, answer the question. Is it literally flowing uphill, or is it just about your model's contradiction?
It's literally flowing
relative.
uphill, as I defined uphill being something that's above your head, something above your eye line.
Oh Lord!
I'm talking about
He did.
literally, not about as you define it. I'm talking about literally, the one we all know about. Literally.
That is literal. That's
No,
literal.
it's not literal. If it's only according to your, if it's
No,
only
it's
according to your
literal.
interpretation,
Uphill.
or
Uphill
a
means
model's
uphill. Hey,
interpretation.
I got a point on the sphere. The sphere has objects, and some points are higher than others. The points that are higher than others on that sphere you'll be able to roll or have water flow uphill on the sphere if the geodetics dictate that. I can't be any more clearer than that.
Well, then you're clear enough to show that then you're disagreeing with Kosho because he said it's not literally going uphill.
I didn't say that actually.
No,
he didn't say that.
Let me
He
speak
did
for
not
myself
say
for a
that.
second here because this is starting to piss me off. Don't repeat back what I'm saying. When I'm purposely telling you what I'm saying in the words I'm using for the reason of I don't want you to confuse what I'm saying. I agree with Zanuck. I'm telling you what I mean when I say I agree with Zanuck. The same thing Zanuck just said, that with the two models don't agree with each other. And in one case, in one model, it's going downhill, and the other model, it's going uphill. Okay? However, I don't say it's going uphill because that would just be confusing. Okay? I'm telling you that the ellipsoid is increasing elevation. This is what's being meant by going uphill. And the geoid is going down towards the closer to the center of geopotential. Direction of the geopotential.
But all models aside, is it going uphill
that's what's
literally
meant by
or not?
what I'm saying. So there's no need to say anything else about what I'm saying.
You're confusing us. But you guys are both confusing us more so than clarifying, and you're accusing us of confusing it by asking direct questions. What we're asking is, all models aside, all interpretations aside, are you saying that the water literally flows uphill, the literal that we all know about, or are you just saying it's because of the interpretation of the models that it reads that way?
You can't put the models aside. The same way when we talk about reference frames, you can't say, all reference frames aside, what's it actually doing?
They're using the models to define what uphill is. They're using the models to define what uphill is. They're not defining it as actual elevation with real horizontal and vertical.
Right.
That's what I said before. It's a jacked up model that twists and turns everything to where now uphill has a different definition. Just like they have a different definition of level, different definition of curve.
Level,
exactly, Geo, exactly.
Yep.
Not at all.
It's an actual great contradiction we're finding, in that they're actually pointing out to us, but they're doing it in double talk, so that it seems like it just makes sense. But we're the ones confusing things by asking to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's sophistry. It's sophistry. They've been doing it this whole time.
Here we have SE. This is the definition of superposition. Two positions at the same time. We're seeing it very clearly.
You got it, brother.
A good example of that.
Also,
Somebody was unaware of all of this, of everything we have talked about. If somebody was unaware of everything that we're being talked about, and they wanted to know which way in their own world was uphill or downhill, and they did this by pouring water on the ground or putting water in a trough or something like that and seeing which way the water was going towards. If they were doing this and they were comparing one end of that to be uphill and the other end to be downhill in reference to what they've just measured, then they would be they would be utilizing the geoid model. This is not a model that's been invented or something. This is just a model for the for the equipotential of that force. So that's all. That's those two things aren't different. That's not a reinventing of anything or redefining of anything. Okay, so
and that's the flat Earth model, right? And so then the ellipsoid is a superimposed, fictitious manufactured model. The geoid model that shows the way water actually behaves. What?
Is it fictitious or do they actually measure it?
The ellipsoid. Okay, look, I've said it before. Let me try to say it real quick. I know that I can talk long sometimes. Okay, look. When you pour water on the ground and it flows to a lower point and accumulates, that's the way the world works. That's reality. If you want to call that the geoid model, whatever, that's fine. Okay? That's a higher elevation to a lower elevation. The ellipsoid after that, that's made up. That is a concept because it's believed that the Earth is a sphere, but not a perfect sphere. Why? Not because they measured any bulge, but because they understand the reality of centrifugal force. So they have to then apply what they know happens in reality, but you can't ever see or measure. And because they have never measured or seen the Earth to be a globe, they have to create a model. And then they overlay that model like acetate in a science book. And then on the, like, say for instance, you just had one page that had the layout of a certain plot of land. And they could show you, look, this is higher elevation, this is lower elevation, and that river is flowing down to that pond. That's what we can see. And then they lay over the ellipsoid model, and then they start fucking with people's concept because we can't see that, and it doesn't make sense to think of it that way. I'm done.
As I say to you, when you're measuring your elevation, and you use something like GPS to do that, to see what your elevation is, they are referencing the ellipsoid model. So it's not something that's just, made up or.
I don't give a shit because I don't need the ellipsoid model to get from point A to point B. The ellipsoid, or the thing that I need for, I suppose to a certain degree, GPS. I'm like, I don't even need elevation, right? I just need to know where to turn. So this whole bullshit that the GPS that I uses the ellipsoid model. What the fuck for? Why?
Because it's accurate.
It's just getting me from point A to point B. Fuck my GPS. I'll go back to the atlas that my grandpa had in 1972. Although there's new roads and shit. But you know what I mean? Like all that is from point A to point B, man. You don't need the world to be a globe. You don't need the world to be a globe to get from point A to point B.
Okay, the globe wasn't brought up, but when your grandpa's atlas, I'm sure
ellipsoid. What's an ellipsoid?
Your grandpa's atlas, I'm sure it had elevation, and
What's
I'm sure the elevation was in reference to local sea level. I'm almost certain of it. And the ellipsoid is also measured based on local sea level. It's just
local sea level. Local sea level is where the ocean kisses the sand. That's it. Who the fuck cares?
Okay, well then, how is elevation? How was that denoted in your grandpa's atlas? What was used to define the elevation in your grandpa's atlas?
It's been a while. It's been a while since I've looked at what was it used to be called Thomas Brothers or some kind of atlas or whatever. So it's been a while since I've looked at an atlas. Okay, but if I were looking at an atlas of Ventura County and I could see the ocean, and then I looked at Camarillo, it might say 260 feet, which means that its elevation from the ocean is 260 feet. That's it.
Right. That's how the ellipsoid is modeled. That's why it's not shaped like a perfect sphere, and why it's different distances from the center. It's based on the sea level. All right, Travis.
I don't need to know the shape of a sphere to get from fucking Camarillo to Calabasas.
Yeah, that wasn't brought up, the shape of a sphere. I'm just telling you that the ellipsoid model, the thing that you're saying was invented or whatever, and it was conceptual, it's actually based on the local sea level for different locations. That's what it's actually based on.
Howard.
Okay. Again, I don't give a shit if you call it an ellipsoid model or a geoid model or whatever the fuck. As long as I can get from point A to point B, and I don't even really fucking care if the elevation of Camarillo is 262 feet. It doesn't matter if you call it an ellipsoid model or not. You're just measuring distance and elevation. That's it. That doesn't give you a shape, gentlemen.
Yeah, but in this
doesn't give you a shape.
No one's describing a shape. We're just describing what the names of the models are called and what they represent. That's it. I told you how the geoid model, what that would represent. That would match exactly a person going around with different troughs and just pouring water in it and seeing which way the water went to, or they had different water levels or whatever else they were using. This would determine what the geoid model is representing. And the ellipsoid model is just representing
that's
a smoothed out surface based on the local sea levels from different locations, but smoothed around from those locations.
Okay, look, so what I hear you saying is, to a certain extent, that if you have a certain location that has an elevation of 260 feet, what it'll show you is a green line, not to scale, 260 feet below the topography in a circle, and say that's the actual like edge of the earth, and that mountain is just above it, right? Is that what you're saying? Like, so where the ocean, okay, hold on. So like where the ocean meets the land, if you were to put a string at that point and just keep the elevation the same as the ocean all the way around the earth, so that you come back and touch that same spot with that same piece of string because it's just really so big and it can actually stretch that far, that's what the ellipsoid is. The ellipsoid represents sea level to sea level throughout the topography, correct?
Well, no, not quite exactly like that, because like I said, the geoid is basically
that close enough.
If the Earth, well, no, if the Earth were perfectly all made out of water or whatever, it would look like the geoid would be representing what that's doing, and your string, if you left it on the surface of the water, it would be basically following the geoid. The ellipsoid is more of an estimated smoothed out shape.
Oh my God, whatever. You guys, I honestly, I say this all the time. I don't know why we let you guys back in here, because all you guys do is tell us about Santa Claus over and over and over again. I would much rather be talking to that guy Jamie from yesterday, because he was honestly asking questions and trying to learn shit.
But these guys are good. These guys know a lot more than that, dude. I think it's more interesting to talk to these guys too, in some ways, because they represent more of what the best baller response would be, and it makes us look even better. I mean, the new guy doesn't really know much, and it's interesting to teach him. But as far as like conversations go, these guys are all right. At least they're making the model seem impossible. They just walked around a question about literally going uphill, acting like the difference between two models will work like a perpetual motion machine, like that is some kind of reality. But it's not, and it proves that we're right about it not being that.
Let's give it one more crack. Howard, mate.
Hey.
You there?
Hey, man.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Howard. Does water run uphill?
See, that's like I said earlier. I would like to set an instrument on the bank and maybe put a boat out there in the water and take some readings of that elevation and see what it says.
But if the readings are based on the thing that makes this contradiction that they're walking around, the reason that we're having to talk about this for so long, then what would the readings really tell you if it's not literally going uphill? And it's just about the readings with the two different models contradicting each other.
The surface of the water would decrease in elevation as you go downstream.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just can't bring myself to say water flows uphill. I can't bring myself.
Well, yeah, exactly. Neither can they, but they do a good job of saying it without really saying it.
No, that's my point, though. Is it doesn't need to be said, because
it does need to be said, because that's what you're saying.
No, that's what Zanika said. That's what Zanika said.
Yeah, you guys were disagreeing. I remember.
It's because when he's saying it that simply, he's leaving out the important parts about it, which is that.
Yeah.
What's actually being said is that the geoid model, of course, it's always flowing downhill. This is the model that describes what water would be doing on the surface. So that's not being no one's disagreeing with that. However,
so you don't think that ellipsoid model thinks it's literally going uphill?
The ellipsoid model dictates where elevations are, and elevations can increase along the ellipsoid while they're decreasing on the geoid. And for this reason, what he's saying is it could be it could be going downhill in one model, like it does in reality, and going uphill in the ellipsoid model. which
is
is not
reality. Which is not
Yeah,
reality.
exactly.
So in reality, it goes
in
downhill.
which model do we put our feet in?
Yeah,
in
but
which model
that's
do
wrong.
we stand up, Kosho?
That's
In
wrong
which
to
one of
say
those
that.
models do we stand up? Do
That's
we put our
wrong to
feet
say that
in?
it's not doing that in reality, because I've showed you plenty of examples where in reality you can see that doing that.
Yeah, you made your point. You made your point clear. You don't agree with Zanuck. He was the one confusing everybody, and he's totally done agree with it. You're right.
Kosho said he does agree.
I'm telling you that I agree with him, dude. This is the river he's talking about. The river he's talking about all the way to the ocean is not only going downhill as far as elevation is concerned. Elevation will tell you that in some places it's going up. That's because it's referencing the ellipsoid model when it's doing that. And it
sounds like that's a good reason to set the models aside and talk about reality once in a while.
So which is reality, Kosho? Is it the downhill version of water flowing, or is it the uphill version of water flowing? Which is the reality?
Yeah, water's flowing downwards towards where the equal potential of the force is going.
Okay, so in reality, right, water flows downhill, but in fantasy, it runs uphill.
No, on the surface of the earth, however, where the elevation is concerned.
You're very clear. In reality, it runs
it's not
downhill.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are choosing not to use the words I'm using because you'd rather just use. I'm telling you that it's not true what you're saying. I'm telling you the answer is no.
It's very true that water runs downhill in reality, but in fantasy, it runs uphill.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not.
pretty much
Those are your words. Those aren't my words. The word I'm using is the elevation is increasing, which is what Zanuck's saying by it going uphill. If the elevation is increasing, it's fair for him to say that as long as he's being clear in what he's saying.
So in reality, water's running uphill.
Well, he didn't say it's going uphill. He's just using different verbiage. It's the same thing that he's saying.
Okay, let me jump in.
The elevation is going upwards, though. That's a fact.
So it's going uphill now. So water is going uphill.
No, you can't.
So it is
Okay,
going
wait.
Up with respect to
Let me
sea
jump.
level.
Okay, let me jump in just real quick. Okay, so okay, Kosho. Let's pretend that this is 3 years ago, and I'm a total newbie to the flat Earth. Like I'm just eating it up, going, yeah, fuck science, blah blah blah. The Earth's flat. Everybody, the Earth's flat. And you go, the Earth's not flat, Travis. And I said, oh yeah. Well, then in your model, water flows uphill. What would you say to that?
I would give him the same thing I've said for the past 2 hours. I'm not going to say it again. I'm just going to tell you to refer back to everything I've said in the past 2 hours and the images I've posted.
No. Let's pretend.
Let's pretend. No. Let's say it again for you guys to misrepresent.
Okay, look. Okay, so look. Right. So what Kosho should have said was, depending on what model, Travis, you're right. But when we were doing this 3 years ago, and we were saying that in your model, water would have to flow uphill, every single baller said, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But in this whole conversation, you guys have been affirming that, yes, in a certain model, it does. And you guys know that 3 years ago, that was your response. Rumpus said it. Everybody fucking said it. Water doesn't roll uphill. You guys are stupid. That's insane. Water doesn't do that. And now here you guys fucking are changing the script.
Okay. Out of these pictures I've just posted, which I did not make.
Yeah, just ignore it. Just ignore my point.
These pictures I've just posted. Which one of these pictures do you disagree with? Because they're all saying the same thing that me and Zanuck are saying. Okay? For some reason, it's ridiculous to you that anybody would be saying this. But it isn't just me and Zanuck saying this. It's how these things are expressed. This is just what's happening. And no one's saying that depends what model you're looking at. What I told you was it depends on if you're comparing two models. Because that statement is a disagreement between two models. That's all it is.
That's the same way of saying the same thing.
It's not a difficult thing to understand, especially when these pictures show you exactly that fact.
Yeah.
Hey, Travis.
Why do you always talk to everybody, dude?
Travis, let it go. They explained it. It's just the difference between the two models. That's why it's a contradiction. We don't need to keep pressing on it. It's obvious that water doesn't flow uphill. It's just that the models don't reflect reality, and it's just another point about that they've done for us. So.
Yeah, you asked me which of those images I disagree with. Every single one of them, Kosho.
It's just another example of reference frames and double speak. That's all.
Just get a gutter, fill it with water, get it off horizontal, pull that water uphill. Case closed. And we're all over it.
Oh, but from the geodesic, Banty, it's going uphill. It's fucking tard. It's full tard. They've gone full tard now.
I know.
And you never go full tard. You know that.
I did tune in on this conversation late, and I've come in and I was just going, wow.
They've gone full Brenda almost.
Wow. But yes.
Well, it's the same as saying that the apparent curved path in Coriolis is actual, and then saying based on a certain reference frame. Oh, it's actual, it's real, it's physically doing it based on a certain reference frame. It's just the same bullshit.
White, it's superpositioning. That's exactly what it is. Superpositioning.
It is. Yeah. Very much so.
We have.
If they claim it's both physically happening,
yeah.
You're right.
And now we have definitive proof of superposition. So we can't argue about that anymore. We have proof.
Definitive proof of the claim. I'll go that far.
Oh, Lord. Damn.
So, Bansal, we're going to try to get you to use some of your words that are, very clear to me. All models aside, do straight lines curve?
No.
Oh, okay. Is water level?
Yes. When static, definitely.
Is level water possible on a ball?
No.
Okay, that's all I want.
Thank you. Boom.
Please do come again.
For the audience, the views and opinions of some panel members here are not the views and opinions of this channel.
Not all members of this channel are reflecting the views of reality.
That's right. We do not endorse some panel members' views whatsoever. I want everyone now to go down to their local playground, take a bucket of water with them, right? Pour it on the end of a slide and watch that water flow up the slide. Okay?
That might prove something.
Well, if you had a 300-mile-an-hour backwind, you might be able to make the water go up the slide.
Yeah. You'll definitely get water to flow uphill through a capillary action or some other force. With
or a siphon.
Or some sort of pressure, but you are definitely not going to get it to do it on its own.
Actually is capillary action.
Exactly. Yep. And you can
get a little bit of a motive in the plant itself that helps it along once it starts.
And you definitely can get it in a narrow creek or something like that, this sort of phenomena. But it is in a very narrow environment where this will happen.
I wish the moon had liquid water on it.
Liquid water, moon water, lunar water.
Yeah, because we could look at the moon and see the water sticking to a spherical body.
Exactly. Well, maybe we should take a few bottles with us next time, Howard. Next time they go up there, take a couple of gallons, pour it over the moon, and we can see it. Happy days.
But that might cause a real problem with the rotting that'll happen because the moon's made of wood, right?
I thought it was green cheese.
Well, the moon rocks they brought back were actually petrified wood, so I guess it's made of wood.
I like my idea better. Cheese is delicious.
Wet cheese is gross, though.
We've got to be careful about when talking about these topics, and because Howard's driving a truck, and the laughter he must be going through at the moment will be very distracting, and it's hard for him to keep his eyes on. Yeah, hard to keep his eyes on the road. So please concentrate, Howard. Don't want you having an accident.
I got it.
Check. Yo, you guys, what, did I have a hot mic earlier?
No, you were right, mate. Yeah.
All right, my fault if I did.
No, you're right.
We didn't hear anything too embarrassing.
Well, nothing that's been taped anyway.
What was her number again?
No, it was his number, right?
I'm a male. I said her number.
What was the situation with that new flat Earth girl that went on Gems or something like that? Wasn't there some girl?
Oh, it was just
on Jaren's show.
Yeah.
I thought someone. Oh, okay. Maybe somebody misspelled the text this morning because it looked like they misspelled gem. So I thought she went on Gem Panda's server. Okay.
So where is it that these people are getting like this new flat Earth information that they don't know a lot of the people from like the circle? Because Jeremy kept mentioning people, and she was like, who's that? And I'm like, damn, how the fuck you don't know this person? Like, how the fuck you so informed in the flat Earth? And
TikTok.
It's crazy.
TikTok.
TikTok is that crazy?
Yeah, TikTok's got a lot of flat Earth stuff. Yeah, it's blowing up.
I think they're picking up information here and there and doing TikToks on it, but without actually being immersed, submerged into the conversation.
Yeah, bullshit. I think the people that are up in these conversations that never speak are probably the ones that are making the TikToks.
Well, actually, there's a lot of people in China that actually are flat earthers, and I think that's where a lot of it's starting to come from. Why TikTok? Because TikTok is based in China. Owned by China.
Funny thing. While China is doing that, right? While China is feminizing our country, they're masculinizing their fucking country. Now they're banning every fucking feminist thing, every fucking gold woman power shit. They're banning all that shit over there.
Good on them. Now they've got no men left, they're taking it away. Nice.
I'll say it again. We already won, you guys, and this is as good as it gets. If flat Earth ever becomes mainstream, that means we succeeded, but it's going to suck. Or it becomes mainstream because that's what they wanted. They're going to use it against us. So it's better we just have that small group of people that talking about the reality rather than the models. And if they try to make the flat Earth model a mainstream thing, it's probably going to be the way they want the model to be, and it's probably wrong on purpose or whatever.
I'm going to be a little controversial, right? I think flat Earth is already mainstream amongst the people. I've already heard people speaking about this casually in public, bro, more than once.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it isn't mainstream in the news yet because we know that it's controlled and owned by certain peoples, right? But already the people's already talking. It's already
right. But I don't mean mainstream in that people are aware of it. Yes, it's a mainstream thing already. People know, and a lot of people have actually researched it to figure out that it's not a ball. But I'm talking about if it becomes mainstream and that they're actually accepting it and using it in the accepted way that the mainstream fake news tries to do, it'll be fake flat Earth. Then what? Then all of us that are actually researching things and looking into the details will be like countering the people that are accepting what we've been saying this whole time.
Well, I know that you speculate. I know that you speculate that can happen, but the thing is that their entire fake empire is built on the globe. So if the globe goes, their entire fake empire goes. The only thing they can do is maybe try to create some alternative fake empire, but they can't just replace it. The whole thing is built on it.
I know. Maybe that'd be a good thing then, no matter what. If they did try to go shift the paradigm, then they would lose out to some degree, no matter what, because they'd have to like change too many things. But yeah, they could augment it, or that could be what they mean by a reset. If it's like a hard reset, maybe they have like another generation of Illuminati kids coming up that have got their own ideas, and they want to have their own psyops that are based on this new old flat Earth paradigm that has outer ponder invasions and stuff like that. I don't know. I just see the potential for them to be using it. The only reason I bring that up is not to say I think that we should not be trying to find the truth because they might use it, but because I think that they may have no choice but to use it. We should be careful that we're not allowing them to just define it and I don't know. We can't do anything about that. I guess we can't stop whatever they say. But if they say it's just like a dome and there's only the continents we know of and that's what it is, the AE map's right and all the things that aren't right necessarily, then what, right? So I'm just saying we got it good right now. This is the sweet spot because where otherwise flat Earth wouldn't be as cool, in a way, or it may not be as authentic. Is what I'm saying.
I don't think flat Earth is cool in anyone's mind, in all honesty.
Well, I don't mean flat Earth in that. Yeah, it's a journey, exactly. I don't mean like a cool club. I just mean like authentic in that cool kind of way. Like people are actually trying to figure out there's real people here trying to actually talk about reality rather than just accept a belief of somebody else's or someone's claims about things. Once they start claiming things about flat Earth without proof, then we have problems. Another whole set of problems, right? Just the opposite.
Or if they bring out a textbook and start teaching in the schools that it's flat and here's the flat model, then we'll know definitely that that's not the real model as well yet.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So It's like, what's the goal? What's the goal? Are we trying to get everybody to figure it out? But I don't know if that's going to help necessarily because then they'll just use it and try to redefine it and make it their own still. So it's like we've already won. This is the sweet spot where people are actually being real. Most of us, at least, and and we'll probably figure out a lot of shit. It's just the starting point, flat Earth, right? There's been some great conversations the past couple of days. Some of the stuff about the astrology and stuff. Really, I mean, it's nothing better, man. People are missing out. I can't even believe people are watching Netflix still.
I think we need to convince more people just to not comply with things in general, just because they're being asked to do it or told to do it. Because then you actually start to think about things.
Right. Actually, Whites, I was going to ask you about this water that I found from a guy at a party I was talking to that is selling these devices that put the water through an electrolysis process that supposedly makes the molecules smaller, and it's called Kangen water, K-N-G-E-N. And then I happened to mention in another chat, it's Temzi's brother, I Am Yo, I think it was called. He's called, I think that's his name, his screen name, but he's selling a different device that does even better and actually takes out more of the fluoride. Or takes out fluoride, the other one doesn't. The machines are about $3,000, but I just wondered if you've ever heard of it, of the idea of like more absorption through electrolysis of the water.
Not through electrolysis, no. I mean, structuring certainly helps. If there's a claim that what
That's
they're
what it
doing
does.
structures the water, then yeah, but they need to show that that's actually happening. You know, apparently swirling a stick in a cup of water structures it as well. So where's the science, people?
Well, I'll send you the links about the machines and stuff.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
like $3,000 for the machine. The Kangen's $5,000, and there's like 8 different types of water you can make with the one he was talking about. You know, some of them you'd put on plants like to kill the pesticides, so it's not the kind of water you'd want to drink. But that same type of water you could actually drink if you had like a stomach sickness of some sort, and then you would just purge it. And then there's the science part of it he was talking about is everyone's about a negative 15 as far as our body's ionic potential goes, and primal health he said was negative 25, and a lot of people are at 0 because all the water we're drinking, according to this theory, is positive ions, and it's not good for you at all in general unless you're actually drinking negative ion water. And they can't sell it like that. They're selling it as like alkaline water because the powers that be actually might try to shut them down if they're making it too available and too. I mean, the idea is that these famous people are drinking it and they're not allowed to promote it, that kind of thing. I don't know if that's part of their pitch or if that's true, but I guess he was saying that
Sounds like it should run 100 miles from that sort of marketing, mate.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like that. But then there's actually science supposedly backing it, and that these countries are considering this water actually, or the device is a medical device, and that the water is actually used to kill all kinds of things like gout and malaria and all kinds of like actual medical applications. So I just wanted to run it by your bullshit meter. I'll send you some links.
No worries. Does sound interesting, but also, it's triggering the bullshit meter if celebrities are promoting it. I mean, they're telling people to line up for this fucking juice too, so.
Well, the celebrities, he was saying the celebrities aren't allowed to promote it. They drink it for longevity and for their health, but they're not allowed to tell people about it. That's what he was saying.
They're not allowed to.
Yeah, they're told not to.
It means they don't
That sounds
understand
like
what electrolysis is.
Okay, is this Jace? Who is this?
No. I mean, that's what it means.
Well, it's a machine. I don't know if it's electrolysis necessarily, but it's it makes negative ions in the water, and it has to do with gas. Like it makes a gas, like H2. Let's see. There's like
yeah. Electrolysis splits the hydrogen and oxygen into gas, so you can like capture it. But so the ionization and stuff, that's another story, I guess. I think you're just saying electrolysis, but I don't see how that would benefit.
I didn't mean electrolysis. I meant that whatever they're talking about, the negative ionic potential or whatever they're. I thought Gio might have something to say about this too. Have you heard about it? I don't know. We were talking about water the other night with tap water and how bad that is.
The best water you can get is metabolic water from fat oxidation. So if you're, fat adapted and utilizing your fat stores as energy, that's the purest water you can make from that process, and that's deuterium free, and that's what your mitochondria are looking for, as opposed to deuterium-laden fucking juices and waters that are found around us. So the best structured water you make within your body if you're healthy.
The only time I've heard about like ionization and health benefits is when we're talking about like crystals and Reiki magic, like having a geoid or whatever in your bathroom.
Right.
Bandsaw,
Well,
you see your tag in the chat, Bandsaw.
I think there's possible benefits to crystals. I don't know. I think it's also been used as just like astrology or anything else, they muddy the waters, maybe intentionally or just people capitalizing on the idea of it working and just trying to make it gimmicky rather than what.
Yeah. Scammers, god damn it, they ruin it for everyone.
Yeah.
Like you put this crystal in your house, it takes away the negative ion.
Oh yeah. So, Whites, what's your take on negative ions in general? Because I've heard not only about the water, but just negative ions are healthy for us. Is that just like a blanket statement? It needs more detail, or what do you think?
Well, look, it's not a blanket statement, but you know, like the natural environment produces lots of it, and so it is. It's cleansing the air. It's sterilizing to a certain extent. You know, like a waterfall. You know, landing produces it. Same as hydrogen peroxide. There's lots of things that are produced in nature that are beneficial to us, but you can't go concentrating that stuff and then thinking you can, you know, expose yourself to it and it's having the same effect. Like everything has to be how it's meant to be, if you get that.
I do, yeah. This is kind of like I was telling you about my friend who uses the Hulda Clark zapper, and he keeps it on like 24/7. And you're like, no, that's not a good idea. Everything in moderation, you know. And I know you have Bob Beck's zapper you made. And yeah, unless you're actually trying to kill the parasite, you don't necessarily need to use it, right?
That's it. Or bacteria or something, yeah.
But with the negative, this guy was saying about the body being the body's blood, the healthiest state is a negative 25 ionic potential or something. Does that make any sense? Because you do blood work, I know.
Yeah, look, our red blood cells should have a negative charge around the outside of them. I'm not sure of the ultimate value, but basically they should all be repelling each other. I'm not sure how you would actually measure that value, to be honest.
Okay.
There might be some tool that someone's claimed measures it, but you can just look at it and see. Because, you know, just grounding sorts that out, though. So just earthing yourself, like immediately fixes that for a few hours.
Ah, okay. Could the water you drink actually have an effect on your blood to that degree?
Yeah, without a doubt. If your blood's not in a good state and you have some structured water that's appropriately structured, then yeah, you'll see the effects of that within several minutes.
There you go. Okay, so there's potential to this. Isn't just all a gimmick. I'll send.
Yeah, but
you
like,
get the links for
again, you're addressing like a symptom with like a Band-Aid. You're not fixing why you don't have structured water internally yourself already. So what's the point of buying this $5,000 machine if you're now hooked up to it for the rest of your life? Like, just change your diet, fix the metabolic water within, and you don't need the fucking machine. They're all Band-Aids.
But is negative ionic water possibly the most healthy water to drink in general, given that the positive ionic water might have a negative effect on us?
Well, I wouldn't use the term negative ionic water for a start. That's a bad term.
Extra
however you want to say.
Charged. Yeah, like waterfall water and rushing water would be better than stagnant water.
How about fluoridated water? With fluoride.
Sure.
That's
what's your
good,
take
right?
on what's your take on the magnetically structured water? You looked into that at all, Whites?
Well, I mean, you can structure water in a number of ways, can't you? Well, what's the result? I mean, the technique isn't really important, but what's the result? And is it absorbable? You know, there's lots of different claims of these things. I've never seen any good science, though, mate.
They say that pure H2O is actually deadly. Have you guys heard that before? That just getting pure H2O, no other molecule, just.
Yeah, it's like if you only drank what's that called? What's it? Distilled water?
Distilled water.
It leaches out all the nutrients from your body. Yeah.
I've heard that's also a bullshit myth that they put out there, and that actually you should be drinking distilled water more than anything. and you can get your minerals from your food. It's not going to leach your minerals to kill you.
Well, it's not that it's.
Well, you can try it.
It's not that it doesn't. You won't get minerals. It's just that it will strip you of minerals.
That's the theory, at least, but I've heard the opposite.
No, it definitely will. It's an acid. It definitely will strip you, but you should be replacing them on a daily basis. Yeah, I wouldn't drink too much distilled water.
As for
I know some
magnetic
people that have gone overboard. It's all they drink is distilled water.
Every
Yeah,
water
we'll keep an eye on their teeth. It's an acid.
It says 100% ultra pure water is not good for our health because water, H2O, purely comprised of hydrogen and oxygen, does not provide our body with natural electrolytes and salts that we need to survive.
Yeah, it strips our body of those things.
Also, it tastes really bad, yeah. Or it tastes not like what you're used to.
It's kind of tasteless.
Yeah, the minerals definitely give the flavor, yeah.
This guy did also say that getting spring water, like real spring water, like Gio was saying he gets, is actually the best way to go, regardless of the machine. So,
yeah, that's good advice.
Hey, what's up, my bros? And Xanic.
Jay, Jace, I'd like to hear your opinion about those links too, if you have any real opinion of looking at the ones I put in the live stream, rather than assumptions. If you want to check them out.
Is there anything with regards to studies, like referencing any studies that have been done with regards to the water in the links you've provided?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I'll link them straight to you.
All right. That's where the meat is. Definitely.
I need to get some negative ion generators out here. Starting to read into this.
Follow the non-pseudoscience, my friend.
Yeah, the oxidation of water was another big thing that they were pushing for a little while there. This guy was saying that supposedly they outlawed it. I don't know why, but
They outlawed oxidizing water? What do you mean?
Yeah, I thought there was oxidation of water machines as well that you could buy now, but he was saying that's not the medical grade kind that they outlawed or whatever. Anyway.
So what's the best type of water? Like what's... Is tap water not good?
Are you addressing someone or what's?
Someone asked me if tap water is not good.
It was good
80
years ago, maybe.
Look, if you've got no other water to drink and you're about to die, drink tap water. It will save your life. But other than that, stay away.
So you guys you buy bottled water? That's what you all do?
Well, I'm on rainwater only, so.
That's
definitely
crazy.
have to filter that.
I hear horror stories like that of America where they have to buy bottled water, like Michigan or whatever.
Or because of lead contamination or some
Flint,
shit.
Michigan had an incident.
Yeah.
An incident.
I mean, some of them say it nonchalantly, like, "Oh, you drink tap water? What the hell? Like, what's wrong with you?" Like, they're surprised. You know, they say it like you should never drink tap water, and I'm like,
absolutely, of course, tap water is severely toxic. Thousands and thousands of toxins, pharmaceuticals, fluorine, chloride, chlorine. It's endless. The
I drink tap water and I never had any problems.
Depends where you live.
I've never had any problems. I love that. How old are you? Coming.
Kosho said it depends on where you live and in which city, how close you are.
A spring. You have a spring in your town or city.
I would venture to say there's not
water directly from the spring.
I would venture to say there's not one city water, tap water in the world that's safe to drink.
You're right about that too. Like, I'm drinking fluoride water. I know they are putting chemicals and stuff in there. However, like, the horror stories I'm hearing is just like, you know, someone in the States that actually has to drink bottled water every day. And I've never heard of that.
Yeah, but if they declared fluoride a full neurotoxin, you would have to drink bottled water every day, wouldn't you? They just haven't declared it. Doesn't make it isn't a full neurotoxin. That's the problem.
Well, you can get a
turn a
reverse.
blind eye all you like.
I mean, if you have to, you can get reverse osmosis for $150, $200. If you want it installed under your sink, so there's a tap for it, it's a little bit more. But you can also get countertop reverse osmosis now, and then there's also countertop distillers. So those
It's
are
weird how people. Weird how people say that if you just drink distilled water, it causes health problems and all of that. But I mean, for I don't know, 17 years now, I've only been drinking distilled water. I mean, I eat foods that are mineral rich, so I don't need to add minerals to the water. So there's
there you go.
Yeah, if you just drink water, you'll die. You have to eat food, you know. And if you're getting all your minerals from the water, then you probably aren't eating properly. Just saying.
No, exactly. You're exactly right. And a lot of people are already deprived or deficient, and then they start on the distilled water and they try and keep the same diet. And so it actually strips them even more. Like, you know, but you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you can't eat McDonald's all the time and then just drink distilled water. You know, it's
exactly.
but it kind of depends on. I mean, distilled water is very aggressive and very caustic, so it will pull things out of your body. So even if you're eating great food, if it minerals, if it's then stripping those minerals from your body, then you have two things.
Man, it's not like paint thinner. It's not like paint thinner. It's, it's not. I'm for 15 years
very caustic. At least. I find it to be very caustic and aggressive, and I find it to strip my body. I haven't drunk it in years. I'm really not a fan of distilled water.
So what type of water do you like to drink?
That's all I drink, man. I won't ever drink any other water as long as I can help it.
Yeah, everyone's definitely unique and finds what works for them. Do you add anything to it? Like, do you try to add minerals to it, or do you just drink it right out of the distillery?
No. Normally, the minerals that are in water are not bioavailable anyway. What they add to the water to make you feel like you've been given something nutrient-full, it's some salts or something from a, hydrofluorosilicic acid or whatever they want to give you. Usually it's not bioavailable anyway, like all the iron in the Wheaties and all the, you know what I mean? These things, it's not something your body's even using. So it doesn't allow the water to do its job and take out the toxins because it's already, full. The sponge is full. So if I look at distilled water like a sponge that draws on toxins and other minerals that just aren't bioavailable. If they're bioavailable, then they're already going to be absorbed, right?
Yeah, I remember from when I was an EMT that drinking distilled water did something with your sodium potassium balance, which has to do with your muscle contraction. primarily the cardiac muscles in your heart. And yeah, drinking distilled water and nothing else for a period of time can kill you, is what I remember about that. I don't know.
Right, if you don't like eat a
Yeah, I
lot of
remember
salt.
reading that too.
It'll
You
pull
know,
the sodium from your cells
And
because
electrolytes too, right?
or it'll pull the water from your cells because wherever sodium is, water will flow towards it. Then you get
pull minerals and
hypertonic,
sodium.
and you end up with hyponatremia, which is a very serious medical
low
condition.
sodium. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but only if you're not putting it in. Like, it's
exactly.
Come
It's
on.
that's if I listen to what all the doctors say and don't eat any salt and don't eat any butter and don't eat any of this stuff that you're supposed to eat, and don't eat eggs because it's got lots of cholesterol in it, even though that's your like best source of vitamin D.
You'd have to eat
It's
a
all
lot of
backwards, man. It really is.
You'd have to eat a lot of different meats and fish and chicken in order to replenish those micronutrients. Like you can't just replenish at the same rate distilled water if you're drinking it every day.
Well, we have lamb, fish, steak, and pork.
What if he's drinking
at
juices
my
like
house
orange
every week.
juice and like milk? Can he get that from other?
I think red meat and well, what I'm just basing this on nothing really is the micronutrients that they graze on. They that's why you need meat and protein. So you have to get all those micronutrients back.
Manganese.
Yeah, that's what he says he does. He eats it all, so he can afford to actually just drink distilled water. It's not a concern for him.
Yeah,
I think there's a certain reserve. I'm not sure, in your spinal column or somewhere, right? And if you're not replenished, if you're drinking distilled water, it could you might be missing some of these micronutrients with your diet. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I find that distilled water.
Where does the water go when you drink it?
If I was a vegetarian, drinking distilled water could kill me. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah.
I'm not. I think it's being a vegetarian is what's harmful to people in a lot of cases. Not everybody's the same, but I do know that watching my kids grow up around these little vegetarian kids with the dark rings around their eyes and always sick, and then going to the doctor, and something's always wrong with them, man. I don't know what the hell's going on, but
yeah,
and their parents look like they're highly offended when you're like, and their kids they're over there, they're at the pool, they're hanging out, jumping on the trampoline and shit with your kids at your house, and you're cooking for your kids, and their kids want some too because it smells great and they've never had it.
But I mean, there's a way of being
giving them everything they want, man. I don't give a shit. Here, you want a sausage? You want fucking?
Just don't tell mum. It's our little secret. You're not supposed to do that with kids, but this is our little meat secret. That sounds so dodgy.
It does bad, man. But I just pretend like you never told me. I don't know nothing, man. I'm just people. And they're like, "Hey, my kid meat and everything." I was like, "Well, yeah." I'm always gonna give a kid food.
If you're a vegetarian kid a grilled hamburger, holy shit, you've ruined them.
Oh yeah, ate the whole thing.
It'd be a problem to develop as a vegetarian. But if you're like a regular omnivore for your entire life and then you want to take a few months and be a vegetarian, it's like really beneficial because you already have those micronutrients storage, But the longer you stay
I'm sure you could become a long-term vegetarian, and if you're doing it correctly, like getting all the supplements and vitamins from, like doing it correctly. You could probably get away with it, but
Is that correctly though? Do you define that as doing vegetarianism correctly if you've got to supplement and do all that sort of stuff, do you? With animal products?
no, perhaps they're just eating like certain, veggies and not like other types of veggies where you'd have to like get other type of nutrients.
Fair enough.
I still think there would be some lacking there. Like even if you went to a really nice vitamin store, you got all the multivitamins and things. I think you'd still overall be depleting some reserve, and within a year or so of being this vegetarian, you might have these weird ailments and whatnot come up, and you wouldn't have any idea what your whoops. Someone went on cam.
Sorry, man.
Continue.
My push to talk like disappeared when.
Yeah, I think Grim went on cam for like a split second.
Right.
But
yeah, my fat finger. Sorry about
developing as a vegetarian is an issue, I think, and that's why we get these twink like kids these days. Just
well,
twins.
You got your neurological development. I think would be healthy wise would be dependent on animal fats for development of neurons and myelin sheath and all that.
Yeah.
It's important right through your bloody life, not just fucking through development, although it's critical there. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right through. I don't often like to impose regulations on people, especially with regards to like parenting and stuff, but you shouldn't be allowed to have vegetarian children or vegan children, personally.
Yeah,
it's akin to neglect.
I see it as neglect. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to even go more like a sort of bigger picture on that, is it still someone else's responsibility to impose some rule on the way someone else wants to raise their kid, even if it is that way?
I know. I know. It's a fucking it's a difficult one, but no child should be left to suffer because someone doesn't want to fucking look into things enough to understand what they should be doing. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, if it's malnourishment, then that is...
Yeah, that's just what we need. Meat police. We need more and more laws. Who else thinks we need more fucking laws to fucking...
No, I don't want more laws, man. I'm just saying it's...
What are you talking about?
One.
Fucking be against the law for vegetarian? Dude, both of my nieces are vegetarians by choice, man. But they've been. Like, one niece never ate meat in her life that she knows of, anyway.
Yeah, my friend who had thyroid cancer, and then he became a vegetarian.
Laws, really,
guys,
in my
people are all
opinion,
talking at the same
there's
time.
already laws on the books that deal with neglect. It's just being able to recognize that this is neglect is the new step. I think the laws already exist that you're not allowed to neglect the children. So we're not asking for any new laws, but it is time to start recognizing that is neglect. Especially when you can actually prove that it's neglect. You know what I mean?
How do you think they make new laws though? Is for people worrying about other fucking people and how they do what with their lives and with their families.
These are the same laws, though.
That's how you get the dumbass laws. I understand the important ones.
Yeah, but Brian,
I'm on side. Don't let people kill people and steal their shit and things like that. But the dumbass shit, man, it's like, man, live and let live.
All right, so Brian, you would
leave that family alone. We don't need all these. You got to admit, there's a lot of dumb fucking laws, man. Shit, people should be able to sort out.
Right, but this is the particular subject that we're talking about and it's just like it's like when we grow and we develop in knowledge and we learn certain things about health and everything, then we start we can start telling people like, hey, you can seriously see that the children are underdeveloped. There's it's absolutely, it's not an intentional neglect for anybody who's already been doing it, but now that we can see it causes health problems, you need to not harm your children, right? And you could just...
You're calling underdeveloped, though.
There's a long way to go.
Meat and fucking cow and hormones and fucking... And little girls starting puberty at age fucking 11, 12 and shit. That's normal now, I guess, to you.
I know, Chad, right?
That's not normal, man. Them girls ain't underdeveloped. They're fucking healthy, man. They're thin.
No, that's not what he was talking about, Brian.
Jesus Christ.
Bags under their eyes. He said bags under their eyes and underdeveloped. My nieces ain't like that, dude. That's crazy talk, dude.
Your nieces are vegans? Or vegetarians?
One of my nieces never, ever ate meat. Ever. like by choice. It disgusts her, you know. But
Do they eat eggs?
man,
Do
she's
they eat milk? Do they have
no,
cheese?
dude, she's a fucking like went to college for like vegan chef or whatever you call that shit. She's real big into it. Always has been, man. To my knowledge and to her knowledge, she ain't never ate meat. You know, maybe when she was a baby and couldn't talk. But anyway, she just, man. But my other niece ain't that big into it. You know, like she'll probably eat like dairy products and stuff like that, but she won't eat meat like as a serving. You know, actual
All right,
meat.
so I've been trying to say something for like 10 minutes. I don't know if my mic, you guys can hear me or what, but
Oh, you're good. Yeah, Gio.
No, they're both healthy, man.
We
They're
can
both
hear you.
healthy.
All
They
right,
got-
thanks,
they got
Brian.
bags
There you
on.
go,
It's
Brian.
Brian,
crazy.
all right, thanks, Brian. All right, I was going to say before, about 10 minutes ago, when I got interrupted 7 times, I was just going to say that, Grim, it's a far way. We're a far distance in terms of like the FDA and all that coming to a conclusion about veganism and vegetarianism, because as it is today, they claim that a vegan diet is fully sufficient for all stages of life. So they're pushing it.
Yep.
I know.
There ain't no way I could quit eating meat, man. I'm addicted to meat, dude. There's no way I could quit.
Let them eat cake.
I personally don't think I could quit. I'd live a miserable life if I had to quit.
I can get that in.
I'm just saying, like, you know, let's just go from the perspective that meat is essential. Let's just say that for a moment, that it's absolutely essential for proper growth, et cetera, et cetera. And that means that feeding a child, especially from birth, a vegan or vegetarian diet is malnourishment. I mean, is it abuse? That's a whole nother level, but it's definitely malnourishment and could cause lifelong problems, developmental problems. But I'm just saying, like, even let's just say that's the truth. The government, the way it's set up right now, it seems like far, far, far from them coming to that conclusion.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I agree with you on that. You know, they got the Codex Alimentarius, you know, shit where, you know, the vitamins are becoming illegal and the, you know, like aspartame and shit like that are being called natural. I mean, in a sense, I guess it's natural, but I mean, really, so is like, you know, electrocuted by a light bolt. That's natural too. When do we? Hold on, I got a phone call.
You know, if you only fed your kids ramen and McDonald's, that's not illegal. It sucks, but I don't think it should be illegal. I don't think it should be illegal for them to tell you like what your kids can watch on TV or what watch with you on TV or anything like that. As long as it's not porn, of course. But yeah, I mean, it's just it may not be good or whatever, but it's still a personal choice, you know.
Is it a personal thing? Yeah. What comes first? Does the vegan diet come first, and then you get the skinny, shitty body, or does the skinny, shitty body come first, and then you become a vegan?
Actually, I knew a really fat guy he was like a fat guy. He's a drummer. He's a cool dude. We were buddies for a while, and then like later on, when I was still on Facebook, he was one of those dudes that became like an aggressive vegan. Like he lost all his weight, became like, you know, a little muscular, and every post he made was about being a vegan, like slapping meat out of people's hands at the grocery store and stuff like that. But,
yeah,
I bet you take protein. Yeah, I bet you take protein to bulk up, like whey protein, probably.
That's
Like
not
these vitamins will make you very angry.
Well, the thing about veganism, which the one part that in a way I agree with, is just that there is a huge amount of animal abuse in today's world. All the factory farms and all the way that they're slaughtered, the way that they're treated, the chemicals that they're given, the confinement and all that stuff. So in that sense, I can sort of understand the spirit of veganism in terms of, you know, hey, we got to stop doing this to all the animals. So, but that doesn't mean that the answer is just to cut out essential nutrients. But at least that part is understandable to me.
Yeah, animal welfare has never been a thing that, I mean, everyone's concerned for animal welfare. And there's criminals running criminal enterprise everywhere in all industries. So yeah, crack down on that for sure. Can certainly be done regeneratively. You know that.
If you start introducing laws in regards to malnutrition of kids and whatnot, like they can't be vegan, they can't be vegetarian, this sort of thing, they've got to have some sort of meat. Then what's the next step? Is it what sort of meat do they have? Do they have to have hormone injected meat? Do they have to have meat that has been fed purely on nothing but genetically modified
It's
grain?
a slippery slope, Bandy, without a doubt.
Exactly.
Mate.
Yeah.
I got.
It's like
2
the whole
points.
smacking thing, you know. Open hand, closed hand. You know,
Yeah.
they define
Yeah.
one's good, one's not. Crazy.
Exactly. You know,
I got 2 points I want to make. Is like
Yes.
powdered form vitamins and supplements. Just like eating an orange is way better because you get the pulp and the fiber, and that's how you get the vitamin C into your digestive system properly, right? So the powdered form, we only digest, I don't know, a certain amount. It's the technology has come so far, and it's allowed for vegan and vegetarian diets. Like this supplements, it is a more expensive lifestyle, so it is showing up more and more. It's more prevalent. And my second point is I've done protein, and I've eaten a lot of beef jerky, and I've eaten a lot of beef. And after a workout, I gotta say, like, eating a steak is so much more. I don't know if it's all placebo, but I feel more energized. I feel my muscles are actually filling up rather than a fake sort of. There's a certain amount of gains you get with protein, and you only keep a certain percentage if you don't keep at it. But when you're eating beef and proper meat, I feel like the fibers of your muscles aren't just inflating fictitiously, Anywho, that's my personal opinion on fake supplements and powdered form.
Yo, these pictures are of these guys in the chat are definitely not natty.
They like steroids are definitely legal. Like, it's only illegal to take steroids if you're working, or if you're freaking an NHL player or an NBA player. But you can become jacked and a vegetarian. Like, it's so simple.
The guy on the far right could be natural. The guy doing the leg ups.
They all could be.
They all could be.
You could be jacked.
They can all be.
Not take steroids. Yeah.
They all could be.
The only ones that can be natural
You can't just
are
look.
the guy on the right doing that leg up or whatever he's doing.
Yeah, with the
and
ab.
in the previous picture, the guy in the top right.
Yeah, I mean, like, coming from the perspective, let's say, just for the discussion that like meat is essential, then that would mean that stopping eating it is sort of like going down the highway with your car and you kind of start running out of gas, and then you put it in neutral and you try to coast as long as you can. So it's like some people can coast for longer than others. So some guys are like, oh, I'm a vegan bodybuilder. Yeah, how long have you been vegan? Probably a year, 2 years, some short amount of time. And before that, they were eating lots of animal foods. So it's like, just because their car is still coasting down the road being malnourished doesn't mean that they're actually getting sufficient nutrition.
Hey, Gio, man, I accidentally had you muted, Gio. If I interrupted you, I'm very sorry. I had you muted, bro.
Oh, yeah, that was happening earlier. I was wondering what was going on, but okay, yeah.
I agree with that as well. But like, if you were like I was saying, if you're a omnivore,
People will think you go inside out until they see the pockets.
Yo, you're hot making.
My bad.
It's okay. If you're a regular omnivore and then you go on a vegan diet for a while, it's really beneficial temporarily. Like you said, you can coast until your reserves start to deplete. Yeah.
Why is it beneficial to starve yourself?
Well, it's really beneficial to like detoxify. If you're a meat eater and you go on a water diet or something for a couple of days, like, it's super beneficial. It's just you definitely have to start eating again, right? Or else so just like that. You can go on any kind of diet.
Not a chance. I can't skip one meal.
Yeah, I mean, there's different perspectives on that. I mean, the thing is, like, the sulfuric amino acids that come from animal foods are the core nutrients that are needed for detoxification. So the idea of trying to detoxify by starving the body of the essential things that it needs to detoxify seems a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, your body will start to. I mean, that's why fasting is beneficial. It's been around forever. If your body starts to get used to fasting, it does detoxify itself, and it is super beneficial. I can't go into the science. Maybe Jace could, you know? It's just very...
I mean, from my standpoint, the reason is as soon as you've got anything in your gut, in your intestinal tract, your body prioritizes digestion. It takes a lot of energy. So other things are regulated down to do that. Most people don't rest their bowels, don't rest their digestion. So fasting rests that. And then if you are quite commonly not resting it, then you've downregulated lots of other metabolic processes throughout your body, including detoxification, just to do digestion, right? And especially if you're eating late at night, the processes that are supposed to happen overnight that you're downregulating with food in your gut are terrible. So yeah, fasting, resting the bowels is very beneficial purely because it allows all these other processes to upregulate and do what they've been missing out on.
Yeah, I think it was Hippocrates that said, you know, when you feed when you're ill, you're basically feeding the illness.
Yeah, like giving it sugar or whatever for cancer. And also your gut flora, like your gut biome, the thing that digests in the final stages is like, that's really beneficial. Like I've heard of people swapping shit. Have you seen that where they put like someone else's gut biome into their intestine?
Didn't they used to do that before for like weight loss? They used to think that transplanting the shit from somebody that's skinny to somebody that's fat would make him lose weight.
Yeah, there's fecal transplant. Someone said it. That's definitely a thing. I would do it if it wasn't so gay and gross. A fecal transplant to get that, you know. So if you were to go on an all cabbage diet and just ate cabbage for a week and water, your biome and the bacteria in your gut would get accustomed or multiply. The ones that eat cabbage and digest cabbage would multiply. The ones that eat sugar and blah 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 would die, and therefore your intestine would be full of this good gut biome that digests cabbage. It's a simple way to put it. How'd we get on this health and nutrition vegan stuff?
Whoa. There's nothing healthy about being a vegan.
Yeah, well, you know, lack of health and nutrition vegan stuff.
I don't. I just.
Structure of water. Oh yeah, and the ions.
Well, that got started because we were talking about children being vegan or vegetarian. Is that child abuse kind of thing?
Oh
yeah. And just general putting positive or negative ions into food and water. Yeah.
There was a medical like research that they did like 100 years ago about kids that don't get breastfed or don't have access to raw milk, and they documented like how people are short, they have weak bones, they have weak jaw structures, their teeth decay, like all these fucking things. They're more prone to diseases because they didn't get like the colostrum from their mother. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
There's things about C-sections as well, where if you're a C-section baby, you don't get the enzymes and all the membranes and stuff on the way out. So that's really important for your immune system.
Me and my buddy were just talking about that.
I mean, this is shit like we all heard on Joe Rogan. You know, it's something we all have in common as dudes. I mean, not all of us, but you know, that's kind of where we get it.
Well, I don't watch Joe Rogan.
Whatever. I was making a stupid point.
Well, I think I know what you meant, though.
Yeah.
We seek out alternative to the mainstream narratives, which is basically truth. You know, anything that the government is saying, it's just reverse it, flip it on its head. You know, the media is coming out and they're saying little boys could be girls. Well, just flip that on its head, right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think those thoughts get put out there at a certain time, and then people like Joe Rogan, just since we're talking about him, he'll talk about it, and then I'll hear someone else talk about it in a voice chat, and it's like it's no question we all got it from the same source, like from a year ago. This is all a domino effect from that original source. So it's like what we just said probably came from like Neil deGrasse Tyson on some interview, and then now it's just in the ether kind of thing. It's in the cloud. Anywho.
Who is
Jank? Joe Rogan's being paid way too much money to actually speak any real truth. He used to have a very strong stance about moon landing being hoax, and then he totally reversed it. And like as damage control, he brought on fucking Eddie Bravo onto his show, and he on the shows with Alex Jones. But look, I'm still cool. I'm still conspiratorial, and it's just I'm not fucking buying it.
He backtracked on that. I didn't know. I don't really watch him too much. I've seen before, like his interviews.
Well, he used to be a strong voice for the moon landing hoax, like back years ago. I mean, when I was looking at it, many years ago, before he was as popular now. But yeah, he used to be calling out the bullshit, pretty strongly. And then he basically seemed to get some big money deals and whatnot. And then after that, he just completely backed down on it and started saying, well, I'm not smart enough to know. And then he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show a bunch of times. So it's pretty much a complete reversal.
No, he said, this is what he said, NASA, if you're listening or whoever, he said, whatever powers that be, he said, I will lie to my mother, dude, if y'all just show me like disclosure on whatever, man. He pretty much said he'd sell out for money or information and shit. And like right after that, dude, he had a interview with Neil Tyson like a couple weeks later. And he just totally fucking switched his whole entire story. Like, dude, like he got bought like a mug,
Yeah.
He signed an NDA and he can't talk about it anymore, maybe. And he got to see what he asked for. That'd be cool.
I doubt they even showed him. They probably just showed up with a fucking offer he couldn't refuse, or just stop talking about the moon landing. That would be proof enough for me, even. If seriously powerful people told me to stop talking about something, I'd be like, okay, so it's true? Obviously, like, they're the fucking dead giveaway.
Well, perhaps it could have hurt him too, though. Like in his career, he would have gained as many followers. Perhaps he would have lost some.
I don't know.
Who knows, too.
Well,
that would be crazy if that happened. Like if people came up to him and were like, look, you got to stop doing this, or we're going to give you, 100 million.
And he stopped years and years ago before his podcast was that popular. Right? I do remember that's the reason why I listened to Joe Rogan podcast in the beginning, was like conspiracies and the moon landing stuff. That's why he gained a lot of audience from like the coast to coast kind of audience and the Art Bell people.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's like a whole new brand of what you would call people who are conspiratorial, and they listen to like Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, George Norrie, and I don't know. It feels very topical. Like they're not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, George Norrie, I agree. Like I was one of those guys for a while. Like I loved Joe Rogan for a while, even after he stopped talking about moon landing shit. And same like George Norrie when he replaced Art Bell. I know that George Norrie doesn't ask any hardball questions, and he also doesn't have the same guests on. He wouldn't have like proper, UFOologists or flat earthers or whatever you want to say. Like he has ghost people on every day, So
I know.
I do see what you're saying, but who cares? Who cares about those people? You can't just be like, oh yeah, there's this group of people, scattered around North America that don't know each other, that coincidentally all happen to listen to, A, B, and C. who cares about those people? They're all scattered around. They're not actually a group of,
Yeah, but those ideas spread, and then they start spreading.
I get you, like, and I'm subscribed to the same kind of people. Like, once you get into that loop of people, like say Trump, for example, you'll follow all the same people. You'll have like, the Project Veritas guys. You'll have like the same guys followed on Twitter, whatever. I get what you're saying.
People will start what I meant to say. Also, they didn't get to finish. Is people will start repeating too what was said, right? And then it becomes like an echo chamber of like anything, right? It could be whatever.
Like the Dan Crenshaw group of Trump supporters, but I think they do split off. They split off, and anyone who's observant and smart enough does see the change. They'll see the change in quality of the show, like when it becomes more mainstream, or if Art Bell it gets replaced by George Norrie. They see the quality of the show go down, but you're right, though. There's groups of freaking people that follow these people. And then one will have a guest on, and it'll be that person, and then they'll all go follow that person.
I'm even really just skeptical of any one voice being able to speak loud enough and fast enough about whatever needs to be exposed, because we've had so many obvious false flags, like Sandy Hook, the Las Vegas shooting. I don't know if that was a false flag, but something fucking crazy happened there. And 9/11, 20 years later, and it's still like 9/11 is in the same category as chemtrails, which are like admitted to. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be really hard to get anybody's attention. And I mean, I don't know. No offense to any Zoomers in here, but if anyone's talked with Zoomers recently, they seem pretty apathetic towards the future. They're like, whatever, as long as I can just buy some shit on Amazon. I don't. My faith isn't in this generation. I'll say that.
Yeah, there's a lot of unconscious people, especially the newer generation.
Yeah, it's like they're raised on TikTok.
On the Instagram, taking selfies, just unaware of things.
I don't know how they're going to replace us at work. They suck. They all expect so much, and they have nothing to offer.
I know. It's like, oh, you did online schooling for pretty much your whole life after COVID and just expected everything to get handed to you? Okay.
Yeah.
I have a sibling who just graduated from high school, and she's in for such a rude fucking awakening. Her school was like she went down to like some fucking country and helped the locals like start their own Bitcoin mining machine, and this is like right before the crash. She was like in the paper and everything. Everybody was blowing smoke up her ass. I don't know. It kind of reminded me of like.
Well, United States is about to have a recession. It's on the borderline of a recession.
Yeah, I mean,
like no joke, it really is.
It is in Canada. Everything's fucked right now. Yeah, it's planned.
Dude, at this point, all you can really hope for is a good death.
They're saying unemployment is going to maintain low. Yeah, right. When companies start not making as much money, they're going to start laying off people even more. That jobs are going to start hurting in the future.
Well, dude, I heard some really like crazy conspiratorial stuff. Is that all this recession shit that's going down and all these labor shortages are because they're still hiding COVID deaths. And like people are just dropping off like flies, and they're like no one's noticing, which is super fucking
Well, I've kind of just thought about that for sure.
But then we would see that in the death statistics, right?
Oh, they're working from home. They're working from home. They're not dead. They're working from home.
Well, a lot of places have already, like in a lot of tech also that was working from home. They're now back to the offices. So
yeah, well, we're
somewhere
at 1/5 capacity. So, and we're every one of our tenants is encouraging their employees to come in and work not from home, and they're having trouble.
Dude, nobody wants to go back to work. Even the normies know that they're slaves, but they feel special about it or something. I don't know. There's something that's keeping, because if I had a job where I was able to work from home, I know how I would get. Like, okay, back in.
We own the company I work for owns like 45 buildings, and we're at 1/5 capacity, and it's all high tech businesses. 1/5 capacity. So 10,000 cars is now 2,000.
Where did they go?
They're all quote unquote working from home and or sudden death syndrome. What was the SIDS? SADS? Sudden adult death syndrome. Yeah.
Right. That's
all
sad.
these friggin' funny things. Justin Bieber syndrome. Anyway, I'm gonna get off this subject.
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't think we'll ever really know until some sort of like post-death awakening, like you die and the all spirit is there, or God, or whatever you believe in. He's like, so what would you like to know about?
In other Discord chats, I always say like, where all my buddies are dead, like I'm like, where is everybody? They're all dead.
Well, I hope you guys are wrong on that, because holy fuck, it'd be really bad.
Well, hey. Yeah, it would be a big I told you so, but I don't think there's a lot of
already a big I told you so. Like
yeah,
I'm unvaccinated. I'm not wearing a mask, and I'm not getting vaccinated. And like, you talk to people that were vaccinated, and you're like, oh, so did you need to get that mystery injection? Because everyone's, the world's still here. It's fucking ridiculous.
It was crazy that I thought it was like certain countries, they would get like very few cases, like Australia, and they would just lock down completely, and like
I think Australia just lifted
just
the mask
detrimental to the economy, and questionable, especially like a year or two after the fact that.
I love being part of the Great Reset. The new normal is fantastic.
Yeah, Klaus Schwab and the gang at the World Economic Forum. They're definitely planning the next thing. It's not monkeypox and this and that. It's gonna hit hard. Whatever it is, it's just gonna be, oh shit, here it is, COVID-22. Whatever it is, it won't be some, will I, won't I get it? Is this a transmitted through anal sex thing or not? It'll be a pandemic for real, like Bill Gates keeps crying about and warning us about.
Well, I think it'll be a
Or it
case
could
of
just be like a
mass.
famine.
Yeah, that won't help the situation. Fucking no way. Mass starvation is coming. But the immunodeficiency that's coming, I think, will be the new endemic disease. Every country is going to have a certain percentage of people that are just fucking really struggling in life, and yet still lining up for their next mRNA tech. We got a new one for you.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is, yeah, they'll still think that they're making the right decisions and following the right science, and we'll be fucking pulling our hair out. Actually, eventually we'll all just we'll be like, whatever, go, go. I don't care. Go to the clinic, line up at the local gymnasium. Let
Go eat your Beyond Meat. Go whole food, plant based. Go line up for your thing. Yeah, do all the things they're telling you. Off
Go
you go,
get
95% of you, please.
your Beyond Burger or whatever. Ugh, it's so crazy though. It's intruding on my life. It's soon I can't go and get a real burger. I'm gonna have to get a shitty vegetarian burger.
Cricket burgers are coming.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my bad. I said vegetarian burger, but I meant just soylent green.
Sick fucking burgers, yum.
I mean, all know
it's good enough for the dogs. If the dogs and cats can have, we can have it too, can't we?
It can be crushed
I'm pretty
into
sure they
food.
like it.
Yeah, it's space food.
Space food. Mate, if there is a fucking international space station and they're up there, they've got fucking grade 5 Wagyu beef. They're not fucking having crickets, man. I can guarantee you, they've probably got a chef on board cooking up a storm.
Come on. There is nothing better than a bacon and an egg burger. Come on.
Bacon and egg. Shit. I love it. I bet you looks the part. I bet you looks really fucking good, that bacon and egg.
Yeah. Bacon and egg.
It's one thing that's different between like people that love meat based and like the vegetarian alternative. In the vegetarian world, you've got people that are trying to make, burgers out of carrot or fucking broccoli, and they're trying to make steaks and bacon out of soy and all this shit.
Yeah.
I've never seen one carnivore or one animal-based person trying to make fucking like a protein-based carrot or fucking a meat broccoli or some shit.
Yeah. You don't get a piece of steak and carve it up to look like a carrot, so you can think that you're eating a carrot, do you? Like
it's so funny.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, we have to make it look like the thing.
One side thinks they're smarter than God, and then the other side is just doing what God intended, eating both.
Oh, yeah.
I think
anything with a face on it.
What's that?
Anything with a face.
And two cute little eyes.
Crickets crickets have cute little eyes, and they have a face. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute little cricket face.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't choose them over a steak.
Oh no. Have you tried that bug flour white? The flour they make out of bugs, probably ground up cockroaches, whatever it is.
That's what we're talking about. The cricket meal shit they're going to put in everything coming up. No, I'll never touch that shit. No.
I had some about 8 months ago. And anyway.
And that has a zip to it, huh?
It's a very earthy flavour, I must say. A very earthy flavour. But the whole psychological process to be able to get that slice of cake and actually eat it, it was a process, because all you imagine is little cockroach feet just running around on the inside of your mouth, pretty much, even though it's in the form of flour. But still, you got these images of cockroaches and crickets, and I think they use crickets actually. That's how they make it. So still, it wasn't a very like it was edible. It was edible. Like in an apocalypse where all the plants and all the wildlife have been killed out, and there's only crickets or cockroaches left. Yeah, I could do it. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Until then, not a chance. I've done it
I would
once.
always.
Everyone around me first. Look out,
Yeah.
man.
Is if they replaced the sawdust and the filler crap with cricket powder, I'd be like, okay, they replaced the sawdust and the but that's not what's gonna happen, right? They're not gonna replace the sawdust. They're they're gonna increase or keep the sawdust level the same, and they're gonna implement this in another way.
Well, it is a good thickening agent, sawdust, and bulking agent.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The chitin that makes up the exoskeleton of crickets, and the chitosan that makes up the exoskeleton of shellfish, is very detrimental for us to consume because we have naturally occurring within us, it's ubiquitous, a type of mold, a type of fungus that is able to use those polysaccharides in the chitin and chitosan to dimorph into quite nasty forms. So it's going to be another thing that we're going to see on big mass scale is people getting sick with all sorts of fresh illnesses from this particular fungus going crazy within people after they start to consume this fucking shit en masse. They plan this stuff. They know all about it.
And what you say, this is in shellfish.
So the exoskeleton of of most insects and shellfish, there's chitin in insects and chitosan in shellfish, and the particular polysaccharides they're made up of. There's a fungus within us, mucorracinosis, which is able to use those particular polysaccharides to dimorph, and that just means it can change form into like a mycelium form and actually like form stalks. And if you can imagine like stalks forming within your blood, it's very fucking detrimental. Yeah.
So do you have to actually eat the exoskeleton to get this, or is it transformed into the flesh of these things? Like I love prawns, I love crayfish, I love these sorts of things. So if I'm eating just the flesh,
It's only in the shellfish, like only in the casing, like the hard shell or the soft shell, even in soft shell crab. But see, with crickets, they just blend them up, Bandy.
Yeah. Oh,
right? So that the exoskeleton's included in all this flour and all the fucking stuff they're going to sell to people and the burgers and whatever. So people will be ingesting that. They won't have a choice.
Damn. Oh.
And you can't get rid of this fungus in you. It's part of us, without a doubt. There's two particular fungus within us, and they're very much symbiotic. They're part of us. They do good things for us, and we do good things for them. They've been part of us for a long time. And we're just not meant to fucking eat bugs. Don't do it, people.
Well, not deliberately anyway. Occasionally you'll swallow a fly or a spider.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah,
Apparently 10 a year, isn't it? 10 spiders a year or some shit.
I was going to say 8. I thought I heard 8, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's why I don't
Pretty
sleep
crazy.
with my mouth open. So
I got bitten by a bloody white tip when I was, I think 10 or 11, maybe a little bit older, 12, somewhere around there. Anyway, in my sleep, I woke up to, I'd whacked myself in the face fucking hardcore. Like just a big slap in the face. And I'd woken up and fucking I was like, oh, Jesus, what the fuck? And I stumbled into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and half my face was swollen, my eye was closing over. I'm just like, shit. Anyway, yeah, down to the bloody doctors, and there was this big bloody pit in the middle, right next to my nose. Fucking, yeah, apparently it was all from a white tip. So I obviously whacked my face after it bit me or something, but I've still got scar tissue there to this day that I
I
can
was going to
feel
say,
inside my face.
yeah, I had an old neighbour that got bit on just above the wrist, actually. Just in the garden, just trimming the rose bushes or something, and got bit by a whitetail. Anyway, cut a long story short, to this day, she has a scar that would be the diameter of a tennis ball, thereabouts, but it is a distinct crater where it just ate all her flesh out, and she has this
crazy.
like a distinct crater. Because apparently they're a very dirty spider. It's not their venom per se; it's the bacteria that they have on them. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, supposedly, yeah, and that's why they're a bit varied too. Hit and miss when they bite you.
Yeah,
Depends what they're loaded with.
So,
thankfully, that wasn't my face.
The only spider that I've been bitten by that I know of was a redback, and that bloody well hurt on the back of the hand when I was replacing some of the shocks on an old car.
Other than hurt, did you suffer anything else?
No. Well, when I got bit and I saw what sort of spider it was, I had like a red angry mark on it. So I went down to the doctor. All they did was they got a texter and they just drew, traced the circumference of the red mark. And the only thing they said to me, if it doubles in size, just come back and we'll look into it again. But apart from that, you'll have nothing to worry about. But when I very first got bit, it was like two red hot pokers going into my skin. Like it did hurt. Getting bit by the bloody thing, but yeah, any effect after it, I had like this red welt for 2 or 3 days, but then it just disappeared after. Nothing.
Wow. I always expected a little bit more from a redback, but I suppose maybe there's a difference between male and female, and etc. etc. There's a funny story I learned. I got told by someone going back about 5 years ago from Japan, how redbacks just fucking are absolutely prolific over there, because they come across, I don't know, however many years ago in some wood chips, like they were importing wood chips from us, red gum or whatever. And so obviously, you can't check every fucking wood chip container, can you? Lo and behold, a couple of redbacks have got in, and they've just gone gangbusters. You know how the cane toads have just thrived here in certain areas? They've just gone. Yeah, they've taken on that environment and gone nuts. So they apparently have to really watch out for them over there. Yeah, it's a funny thought, isn't it?
Isn't it funny or crazy or however you want to look at it, when you take a particular species, cane toad, redback or whatever, and you introduce them to somewhere else where they don't have like a natural predator, they just go gangbusters, as you said, just get out of control.
Yeah, back to this mucoracinosis. That's what'll happen if it's able to change form within us. Our environment becomes that much more preferential to it, and off it goes.
Yep.
So yeah, the right environment, burn.
Insane. Oh, here we go. The man of the hour. Nate, how you going, buddy? How you going? We have a very important. Hey, buddy, how you going? Hope all is well. Hope you're getting plenty of clean water into your system and flushing.
I am.
Yep.
I mean, New York is the best tap water in the whole world. So
apparently
I'm
so. And seeing as we are on the topic of water, tell me, Nate. Right, clear this up. Does water run uphill?
Normally, no.
Huh?
99% of the time.
Caveat. 99.
99% of the time. So what's the 1% where it runs uphill?
Well, that 1% is dependent on your definition of water running uphill.
Oh, uphill. My definition of uphill, Nate, should be the same definition of your definition of uphill. It should be exactly the same.
Unfortunately, it's not.
As in the opposite to downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is you guys don't think Earth is a sphere, so
No.
we do tend to define uphill and downhill different.
No, we don't. No, we don't,
We
Nate.
don't.
We don't define
don't.
uphill and downhill differently. Uphill is uphill,
That's true.
downhill is downhill.
But that's not a definition. How do you define uphill and downhill?
From a lower elevation to a higher elevation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah. Uphill.
The elevation is based off of level. Could be
Yeah.
either straight level or curved level.
Yes.
Make a difference.
So now, Nate, does water run
Oh.
and flow uphill?
All right. If you agree with percentage, then we're on the same page. I don't know if you agreed with what percentage said.
Oh, I'm going from a lower elevation to a higher
Yeah, but
elevation.
Basil, do you agree with what percentage said?
I'm agreeing with what uphill is, a lower elevation to a higher.
It's the same on
But
both.
do you
Yeah.
agree with
No.
what percentage said?
Yeah.
Basil?
I-
Do you?
Do you agree with what I said from a lower elevation to a higher elevation?
I only agree with what you said if you agree with what percentage said, because I totally agree with everything percentage
Do
said.
you want me to repeat what I said, Vandy?
Go on, percent. Go on.
I said basically elevation is determined from level. Whether it's a curved level on a globe or a straight level on a flat Earth makes no difference.
Yes.
So uphill
Do you agree with that, Basil?
higher in elevation.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, exactly right. So if level is from
Okay,
a lower
okay.
elevation to a higher elevation, 100%. I agree with that.
Even if it's like curved level on a sphere. That's the key thing that percentage said. That matters.
Elevation is elevation. Define the same on both.
Exactly right. It is defined by.
Do you see this percentage?
I'm on that.
I don't see the problem yet.
I don't see the problem either.
Okay, no, but it's fine.
clear.
If you guys agree that level can be on a curved line, then it's fine. We have no issue.
Okay then.
Then
so,
yeah, we agree. Uphill and downhill is the same for us, man. So.
Okay then.
Yeah.
So now my question still remains unanswered. Does water flow uphill?
I did answer that question.
Yeah. And what did you say? No.
I said 99% of the time.
Okay.
It
So
does.
what percent of the time does it flow uphill?
Does it not flow uphill?
I'm asking you. You said 99%.
There
So
there are these weird situations where you can have water flowing up.
exactly. Yes, and I will agree
Depending,
with you. Yep, I'll agree.
depending on the forces the water is subjected to, it could be made to flow uphill.
It is.
What forces?
They are small situations where this happens. All sorts of forces,
Yeah.
Where is that?
What about gravity?
So
water flow uphill.
Since we're using the word uphill,
Gravity?
that means there's a hill involved. So where are you? Where there's a hill, which a hill means a higher elevation. So where is there a hill with
That's
higher
not-
elevation
we-
that the water is trickling uphill?
Gee, we don't mean an actual hill. It's how Banso said differences in elevation. So moving from a lower to a higher elevation. That could be a line that it looks straight, but it just has a small gradient going upwards. It doesn't need to be a steep hill, Gio. It's not. We don't mean an actual hill. Yeah, that was a bit of a
It seems
strong.
like you just double spoke like 4 times in a row. Like it doesn't
I
have to be a
did
hill,
double
but it is a
speak.
hill.
I
It
think
doesn't have to trickle uphill.
everybody
but it does trickle uphill.
understood. I think everyone understood that we don't mean an actual hill. Even Banson White understood that, Gio. That was a poor stroke.
No, lower elevation to higher elevation is a fucking hill.
But that
How else
doesn't
do you
mean
define
a
it?
hill. that could be a slight gradient. It doesn't need to be an actual
A slight
steep hill.
hill.
It could be a slight gradient.
A slight hill.
That's not a hill. A slight hill is not a hill. You know, a slight gradient, like the pavement going up slightly, that's not a hill.
This is not a hill to die on. This is not a hill to die on, Nate.
Okay. All right. Nate, right? The definition of uphill, right, means sloping upwards, an upward slope. Okay, then.
An
So
upward slope. Yeah. So we agree. So that could be a very slight slope. That could be the pavement sloping upwards. It doesn't need to be an actual hill band. So I think you and I both. I know Gio's joking. I know he's teasing, but there might be people that thinks he's serious. So I'm just trying to clarify that we don't mean an actual hill, just for the audience. But I know Gio's joking. I know he's.
It is an actual hill. 100% mean uphill when I say uphill, right? That's what I mean.
So you mean an actual hill that we need to climb?
I mean uphill, an upward slope, sloping upwards in any way.
Yeah, but an upward slope. All right, and that could be the pavement sloping upwards, right, Benson? It doesn't need to be an actual physical.
That would be uphill. Yep, that would be uphill.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Then we're on the same page, Ben. So I was just clarifying that Gio was joking about, I don't get what all the pushback's about.
So
calm your form.
All right, so you're going to say that water does flow uphill. Well, how does it flow uphill? Give me the.
If it's subjected to forces that make it go uphill, Ben, so it will.
How? Which ones?
What force?
All sorts of forces.
Which one?
All sorts of forces can do this. Electromagnetic, the electromagnetic force could do it.
No, can gravity? Can gravity do it?
Can gravity do it?
The force of weight, the force of weight could do it. Lots of forces could do it. Yeah.
Can gravity do it?
All sorts of forces do.
Can
the centrifugal force could do it. The weight of force could do it. The electromagnetic force could do it. The centrifugal force.
Right, yeah.
The centrifugal force could do it. A lot of forces could do it.
Can gravity do it?
Why are you pressing me, bro?
Can gravity do it?
Why? Why do you want to know if gravity can do it? Why do you want to know if gravity can do it?
Because all your mates say it can.
Yeah. Can gravity make water flow uphill?
Do you think it can?
I know which way water flows, and I know the circumstances in which it can be made to flow uphill. But that is a very.
So then, what's the issue?
Situation. Well,
then we agree, Benso, that water can flow uphill. Not most of the time. 99% of the time, it flows downhill.
Yes.
But there are certain situations where water can be made to flow uphill. Then we agree, and I think we should talk about something else. Because
no.
I don't want to talk about something we both agree on.
Oh no!
Nate's getting a little shook.
No.
You ain't getting out of this that easy, my friend. So do you think a major river could flow uphill?
Not in its entirety, not along its entire route. There might be certain sections along its path where it's going uphill.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know of rivers where along its entire route it was flowing uphill.
Okay.
I've heard of the Nile and the Mississippi maybe being contenders, but I haven't looked into that enough to comment on.
They're gonna hit you with the St. Lawrence Seaway here. Watch.
So can gravity make water flow uphill, Nate?
Fucking.
Yeah, why not? I don't see why it wouldn't.
So now gravity.
Nate, can we clarify? Just quickly, we don't mean by like gravity, moving water downhill with such a force that it can then climb a hill because of that force and momentum that it had, and then trickle over that hill down again. We don't mean that. We mean like a stationary body of water in a low point, a low elevation, somehow defying gravity by all of a sudden just going up over a fucking small incline, which is a higher elevation, to then flow down to zero elevation. That's what we mean.
Yep.
Can gravity do that?
Can gravity do this?
Sorry, White. Can gravity do it? Sorry, I was distracted.
Lordy Lord. I don't blame you for being distracted. Very simple.
If you could repeat what you asked.
All right, White, repeat what you said.
Can gravity take water from being a stationary body at a lower elevation up an incline, albeit small, but a higher elevation than where the stationary body of water was, to then go over that incline and down again?
I don't know. I don't know if gravity can or can't do that.
Could you think of a possible situation where gravity may be able to do that?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of one now. But just because I can't think of one doesn't mean it isn't possible. Like, it's just something I would need to think about. I've never thought about that, to be honest.
No worries. Do you think
Yeah,
it
but
involves
I do know there are situations where water does flow uphill. I don't know if those situations are due to gravity. From what I've heard, it's due to something called capillary action. I think it's the same way plants take water up their roots. It's like the same idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if it
Capillary.
has anything to do with gravity.
Yeah, the capillary action, and this can be done depending on certain soils and rocks and all that sort of stuff. But it's generally a very narrow causeway where this sort of phenomena happens. It won't happen in a big in a big river. It just won't happen.
Okay.
But yes, the capillary
Yeah,
action.
but what was the point of all this questioning?
Well, I don't know. Your crew.
I mean, it seems we agree on everything.
Yeah. Well, your
all your buddies.
Yeah, tend to think that gravity makes water flow uphill, right, to a higher elevation.
What do they say?
Right?
How do they say that's possible?
Through gravity, right? So
but how?
Really?
It'll pull water up a mountain and then form a waterfall on the other side, kind of thing.
Double speak was their only offering of a description as to how. Pure double speak.
It'll pull the water up a mountain, and then there'll be a waterfall on the other side.
They didn't
Through double speak.
Yeah, they didn't exactly say that, but I'm just cutting.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like what they would say.
No, I'm just summarizing it. I'm summarizing it, Nate, right?
All right, Peyton, that's the show.
In the St. Lawrence Seaway, gravity pulls it up 7 feet higher over 400 and 7.5 kilometers over 450 kilometers, because the gravitational potential. Because the gravitational potential is different. So it actually, according to these guys, it's flowing uphill, but slowing down gravity. So it feels the downward force, but it's actually flowing upwards. 7 kilometers over 490 kilometers or something. So, I mean, it's a really, really shallow grade.
Wait, did he say 7 feet over 400 kilometers?
Friendly calculatable.
I posted the graph. I'm an American, so no, it's meters over kilometers.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Yeah, but that makes sense, you know.
So it's
if you compare that,
which is what, 450,000 meters. So over those 450,000
that's probably just head.
Meters, it raises 7 kilometers.
Yeah, that's
probably just head of water.
Yeah, that's nothing, over. Man. That's nothing. That's almost a straight line, you know. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
And they only discovered this by the satellites that don't exist. So they're using these guys are using data by the satellites that don't exist, according to them.
What the hell
that's not the point.
Satellites got to do with gravity pulling water uphill? It's got absolutely nothing to do with the topic, NASA. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, all of Ruhig's balloon data.
This is all based on satellite data. There's some more. It was back a few hours ago. I can find some others.
I'll be right back, guys.
Satellite.
But Benzo, stop straw manning, man. Stop straw
straw
manning,
manning.
Benzo.
Waterfalls on
Apparently,
the top of mountains.
gravity pulls
Gravity,
waterfalls,
right?
but really. Ugh. I'll be right back.
That's pretty much what you're saying, in a nutshell.
Yep. And apparently a shallow hill is not a hill, which is really weird.
Yeah. Uphill isn't a hill.
Oh, for fuck's sake, if you saw 7 kilometers over 450 kilometers, you would say that it's flat. Or, excuse me, 7 meters over 450,000 meters, 450 kilometers, you would say that is flat.
Right.
And you're saying this is a direct result of gravity pulling the water up a hill.
Well, apparently the gravitational pull in the lowlands is lower than it is in the highlands. Here's the
Yeah. So what you're saying is this stretch of water is basically so flat you can't even notice it with the human eye, but yet gravity in the same breath, but yet gravity is pulling this thing up this grade.
That's correct. Very
I know.
Very
I
slight
know.
grade.
Oh lordy lord.
Very, very, very
Lord,
slight.
Yeah, I mean this
Which could just be mistaken for head.
I would not call this
of
thing
water.
a hill under any stretch of imagination.
Not even a slight baby hill.
No, this would not even be a baby hill. This would be flat for Kansas. This would be flat for where's another flat place? The Bonneville Salt Flats flat.
It's just
okay. Let's just say the rest of everything was completely planar, and all there was in reality was this tiny little incline you've got. Would you then class it as a hill, or still just a tiny little incline?
Listen, I live in Colorado. Okay, enough.
The Rocky Mountains.
Not a hill. Okay?
It'll be a fucking okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Lordy Lord. I honestly,
you guys,
I could not believe when I tuned in this morning what I was listening to. It was one of those dropping moments, I must say. You hear some crazy stuff, absolutely.
I think, yeah, you do. I think that was due to the fact that when you come in, it was almost being spooked as like a perpetual motion infinity power device that Jeremy had going, where the water goes up and downhill free of charge.
The water, but the water thinks it's flowing downhill. To the water, it feels a gravity difference, and it's flowing to what it thinks is down gravity, if you will, downhill.
Well, what you
of course
just
it has
need
to
do, yeah, you just need to make like a big oval river, right? All in one, big oval. Put some water in it, and it'll continually go round and round.
Make the infinity loop. Don't just do a plain old oval. Do the infinity.
I mean, there is an infinity loop already going on. I mean, the water goes, the ocean gets evaporated up in the sky and falls back on land. So there's that loop going on, if that's what you're talking about.
Well,
I don't think you could get work out of this. I don't think you get any work out of this.
Oh no, we definitely agree with that.
What are you talking about? What's hydropower, mate? That is work from that direct cycle.
Well, I mean, from your oval river thing that you're proposing. You're right. To get hydropower out of that, get a lot of that.
Ooh. I really thought I had to check myself into a 12-step program there for a minute, right? What I was hearing. Because we did hear the pure definition of superposition, being able to live on 2 models at the same time. Right?
That's not superposition.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is too.
So when you observe one, the other one collapses or something?
Pretty much.
So when you observe the globe, the flat Earth collapses. Gotcha.
No. You've got 2 globe models that you live on simultaneously.
What's the second one?
Oh, One was, I don't know, was one the ellipsoid and no, what was?
Well, they're the same.
And one was the spheroid and one was the ellipsoid or whatever the case
They're
may
the
be. I
same.
can't remember.
They're just
No,
different
they're
ways of
two.
measuring different properties of the globe.
They're two different models all
Well,
combined
they're
into
different.
one.
They're models of something else. Yeah, I mean they're different. They're
Yeah,
graphing different
that's right.
quantities.
That's
It's
right.
like
Yeah.
saying one's measuring, I don't know, one's measuring cows and one's measuring horses, and there's a difference in the graphs.
Exactly. Superposition.
Well, no,
Superposition.
actually, it's
No, Ben.
You're on
Well,
both
I
at
mean,
the same time.
it's like trying to compare. It's like
Apples
trying
and
to
oranges,
compare
no
your skeletal model and your nervous system model.
Oh Lord.
Skeletal, is that skeletal in American English?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's okay.
Yeah, skeletal, skeletal. Isn't it skeletal? Isn't that how people say it? Skeletal. Yeah. So trying to compare, like, those two models. Like, would you say it's I don't know, man. Would you then say it's different bodies?
It's actually not a bad.
Would you say so?
That's not a bad analogy.
I would say that you guys are stuck in a superposition, and you just don't know if you're after them after.
But even a flat Earth would have these different type of models. One model looking at surface elevation, one model looking at mean sea level.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at relative density over the.
No. You have one model. It's all the same. It's all the same. What the hell?
Yeah, but you would need to have different models to express different features on the same one main model. So if I wanted to talk about elevation, differences, and if I wanted to talk about mean sea level, whatnot, I would model those differently on the same flat Earth model, wouldn't I?
No, you wouldn't. You model them exactly
yeah,
the
it's the
same.
same.
You know the model you guys like to show where the Earth looks like a dried up grape, and they're measuring like the gravitational differences, and then they exaggerate it by about 10 gazillion times.
Yeah, I know the one. All right.
Yeah, that's a model,
Yeah,
that's
well,
all
we
it is,
don't.
Ben. So it's a model to
don't
look
need-
at certain features of the Earth.
Yeah, well, don't project your need to live on two different models at the same time onto us. All right.
Okay, Ben. So if you want to be silly,
I'm not
about
buying
it.
this two different models the same thing, Patty. Not for a second.
It is.
Yeah. You're in a very jokey mood this evening, Ben. So
I'm in a jokey mood. You guys, it was comedy hour listening to water runs uphill because of gravity. Like, it wasn't me. Like, this was like
Water runs
going down
uphill.
to Comedy Central listening to some of this stuff and then doubling down on it.
Yeah, I know. Doubling down on the fact it goes up 7 meters over 450 kilometers. That's a hill. But according to Bandy, that's a hill. Is Australia really that flat?
that's a hill. Yeah, that's super steep, isn't it, Ben?
It's
Is Australia really that flat?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
but
that's
then
so
you
steep
guys,
it's gonna pull waterfalls.
yeah, but you guys, yeah, exactly. Right, you're making waterfalls on top of mountains with your gravity that's pulling water up hills, right?
Yeah, Ben,
And
so-
you want to equate some other reason, whether that's head pressure, capillary action, or whatever, right? And hijack those things and insert gravity.
Hijack. What?
Yeah, you guys are like
Head pressure, the one.
tonight.
You
Yeah, was head
guys are
pressure
like,
what you call like the pressure of the water behind it, pushing it?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
You're full of jokes tonight, Ben. So.
Come on, you guys are dirty, rotten scoundrels. At the end of
Yeah,
the
I'm
day,
not
mate.
going to entertain this.
You're not going to
If you want to
entertain
show
it.
control, Ben. Yeah, if you want to show control, go ahead. I came here for real scientific discussions. Yeah, everything's just a joke to you, Dan. So I swear.
To me, oh come on,
To you.
I am very, very serious. You know, I take everything seriously, right, that you bring to the table, and we go through it, and we debunk it strategically, right? Every single time. And then you have to walk out with your tail between your legs and look for something else to bring to the table. But anyway, it is what
So
it
bad
is.
social.
Oh,
So what you guys been arguing about today? Has it been this whole water moving uphill thing?
gravity pulling water uphill and making waterfalls. Yep, that's what we've been arguing. Yep. Oh, discussing. Not arguing.
So you think it is possible? It's just gravity can't do it.
Oh, gravity ain't doing it. It's due to other reasons, head pressure or a capillary action. That's the only way. It can, or wind. Wind could actually be a factor too and push water uphill.
And why can't
But
gravity
pressure.
do it?
But pressure, you can only move because things can only move, Nate, as we know, as a direct result of the application of pressure. You can't move things unless you apply pressure.
Where's pressure?
Period. Huh?
NASA. Yeah, when he says pressure, he means forces. You know, he just doesn't want to call it forces.
Not.
Pressure is just a force per square area.
Yeah.
Yep, and you
He
will
just
not.
likes to be silly and call it forces.
I have not. It's pressure.
Pressure, sorry.
Now you can call it whatever force that you want to, right? But yeah.
In the end, it's a pressure differential.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you can't get it, NASA, without applying pressure. You won't move anything.
The gravity can't apply this pressure because.
Well, you say, right? You say that gravity is a pulling force. All right, so now all of a sudden, now gravity is a pushing force and pushing water uphill as well. It's pulling it, or it's working in the opposite way, right? Because as the water gets further away, right, from the center of mass, which has less and less gravity, right, this gravity is apparently been able to pull it up and away and over a mountain and create a waterfall.
Why can't gravity do that then? So?
It should be very easily demonstrated, Nate. You should be able to get a length of gutter. Right? This is what you should do in your big scientific labs. Like next time you go down and shoot a laser beam, wherever you do, right? Go to the hardware, buy a piece of guttering, right? Get it horizontal, right? In the middle, right? I'll accept it being horizontal from the middle, so it's on a tangent for your globe, right? Then slightly tilt it, right? Now, put some water in it, right? And then get a lead ball, put it on the other end and see if you can pull the water up over and create a little mini lab size waterfall.
Why can't gravity do this, man? So, like,
Have you ever seen?
What stops gravity doing this?
What do you mean? What stops it? What gravity? Right.
What do you mean, what gravity? Like, you haven't answered the question, Benzo. Well, what prevents gravity from doing this?
What prevents it? Well, firstly, gravity is a very real thing. Gravitas, the weight of things, but it's definitely not a force that pulls and attracts. Like it doesn't do that, right? Because if it did do that, you would be able to get a lead ball. You'd actually be able to get a lead ball suspended over a bucket of water, and you should be able to lift that water out of the bucket.
But because how gravity works, the water would be attracted more to Earth than to that lead ball, right? If gravity worked the way we say it works, I'm out here trying to say it's a real thing, but let's just say it worked the exact way we say it works. This lead bucket idea yours wouldn't work, right?
Oh, of course, right? It's because if you have a constant force under this water, right, of the Earth, Right? So you've got a constant. So that is constant all the time. If you got a bucket, okay, a bucket of water, and if you got a big lead ball and suspended it over that bucket, you should be able to create a tide, right, in that bucket, because you now have put more mass above it, and that mass is attracting the water like the moon, and you should be able to create. I've just given you the perfect experiment.
But Benso, if gravity works the exact way we say it works, this experiment of yours wouldn't work.
100% it would
Yeah.
work. 100% it would work.
How?
Because
Well, not in accordance with our gravity. Maybe your gravity. Maybe a different gravity. But gravity, the way we understand it, it wouldn't work, man. So.
No, of course it would.
And you still haven't answered why gravity wouldn't be able to do what you say it won't be able to do.
No, we can demonstrate it, Nate, because we can get mass attracting mass, and if we put a greater mass over another mass, where the mass is constant on Earth, right? So the mass is constant. We have the Earth, we have the bucket there, so all the masses are equalized. It's in its equilibrium. It's not being disturbed. And now if we get another mass,
that's not how gravity works.
Oh, most definitely, that's how gravity works.
That's not how our gravity works. We don't use words like the mass is constant and when the mass equalizes. Our gravity does not work like that at all, Ben. So you talking about someone else's gravity?
No, I'm talking about your gravity. Your gravity, not mine. Your gravity.
Our gravity don't work like that. This bucket and lead ball test would not do anything for our gravity. I'm sorry, Ben.
You should be able to show me a tide in a bucket with a lead ball quite easily.
No, I shouldn't. You should be able to tell me why our gravity can't do what you say it can't do.
What gravity? What gravity have you got?
Ben, so you've been saying for the last 20 minutes that gravity can't do what you say it can do, and it hijacked capillary reaction and all of these other things. Now you need to explain to me why gravity can't do what you say it can't do. If you don't have an answer, it's fine. I'll stop pressing.
Hold on.
I mean, no. Claim on the table.
You can press. I was just distracted in chat.
Okay.
Thereabouts.
Okay.
Why can't it do it? Well, mass doesn't attract mass for starters. No, never seen it. We've never seen it at all. Never.
Actually, mass does attract mass, and that's what the Cavendish experiment shows.
Okay, then. So if the Cavendish shows that, we should be able to get a bucket of water, right? Put a lead ball over it, and we should be able to create a tide in a bucket.
Yeah, if you got a really, really big lead ball, yeah, maybe.
No.
The
bucket.
Yeah, the problem is the gravitational. See, I forwarded you a video. Go to minute 6. It's similar to the experiment you did, but the amount of force that this generates is so small compared to the mass of the Earth, because the mass of the Earth is huge. Just get a mass big enough to do what you want it to do, you'd have to get like some sort of black hole stuff,
But even still, that mass would have to be stationary in reference to the Earth's rotation. You can't just have something just sitting up there, expecting tides to happen.
I'm trying to tell Ben, so that's not how our gravity works. This experiment would do nothing. It would prove nothing, Ben. So you talk about someone else's gravity.
It would prove a tide in a bucket, thus gravity, mass attracting mass.
That's someone else's gravity, Ben. So
that's your
electrostatic forces, Andy.
Man, you're talking
electrostatic forces, my friend.
Yeah, I saw some nerds arguing about the mass of Thor's hammer if it was built from the heart of a neutron star, and basically it's like half the mass of the Earth. You need something like that to do this.
We need Thor's
fake
hammer.
thing being built by a fake thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you need some. Like I said, at the video I gave you at a minute 6, they start doing an experiment similar to that, and they got a very, very small difference, like in the order of hundredths of a gram, thousandths of a gram.
Exactly.
So in order to lift up water over a bucket, you would need something really, really massive.
Yeah. See, Boulder is right. All right, he is right. Rolling my boulder. Right. Any size mass over the water would create a tide. See, this guy is smart. Right? He
Who
is
said
smart. rolling my boulder. He's one of your crew. He's one of your crew.
This isn't know how
Archimedes
size effect
Well, the problem is that
apparently, Ansel just doesn't know how to calculate the size of the effect. Or he does know, and that's why he keeps asking you to do the experiment.
you know,
He knows how tiny the
anything
effect is.
anything other than something huge, you would probably get it in a bucket. You would get a result so small that you'd not be able to measure it.
Yes, but you know the good thing about it, like you could do it on a full moon as well. So if you did it on a full moon, right, as well as the lead ball, you get a bigger tide.
You would. You get from like 1 nanometer to what, 1.1 nanometer or something.
What do you think percent? A tide in a bucket? We should be able to demonstrate this, shouldn't we?
Sounds doable.
But I think
it sounds doable. Right, it sounds doable. Exactly.
I think that the meniscus of the bucket would be orders of magnitude higher than the tides.
If we can measure things down to 1 millionth of a millimeter, we'll be able to measure a tide in a bucket very, very easily.
Tide in a bucket.
You're almost like Daymok now, where you want us to go into a lab and prove something orbiting.
Show me a tide in a bucket in a lab.
Show me a tide in a bucket, you.
Show me a globe physics.
Little physics.
Right? The globe physics we don't have in a lab. Come on.
In a lab. Show me gravity. Show me something in orbit around something in a lab.
Yo, you guys should have heard Damak the other day. It was hilarious. He was because they were talking about looking through stars through telescopes, and then he was like, "Show me your stars through your toilet paper rolls." He was just calling them toilet paper rolls. Like, it was hilarious, man. That dude was funny.
I could see that.
Yeah. Show me your stars through your toilet paper rolls. You fucking toilet paper rolls. It's like,
the guy's the man.
I've seen some really crude telescopes made from toilet paper rolls and magnifying glasses and stuff.
Yeah, that has been done.
I mean, basically, Galileo is something while he was using toilet paper rolls, but.
Hold on, let's see. Let's Google this. Tide in a bucket. Let's see if we're going to.
Are you actually Googling that?
Yeah, I'm going to see what comes up.
You're going to get some detergent, Tide laundry detergent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, we've got Tide. Hold on. I should write Tide in a bucket physics. Just
That'll help.
Yeah.
I think
exactly.
I think something new, something related to Newton might come up. This bucket experiment.
Let's see. Tide. Nothing.
Yeah.
We could be the first, Nate, to create.
Yeah, go for it, Ansel.
Right.
Go for it. It could be the first science experiment you ever do. You should definitely go for it.
This is what Daymok wants us to. This is what Daymok wants us to do right here. I'm going to post it. He wants this done for real.
Come on, in a lab.
In a lab, yes, for real. Not just that's just CGI.
In a vacuum.
And then it had to be the moon orbiting it, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, well, because you can't do it. But I can do.
I like how the airplane flies upside down over Australia.
Cool.
Well, apparently it does.
It does.
It has to.
Yeah, if the Earth were the size of a tennis ball, which is this thing's a tennis ball. Look, you can see the lines.
Yeah, maybe so, but that's exactly what the plane,
the tennis ball of the rivers,
the boat. Look, we have water flowing uphill.
Yeah,
there you go. Oh, I don't need any more.
Well, uphill is relative on this, of course, but
it's relative. Lordy Lord.
Are you thinking that uphill is a? Yeah, the plane is exactly. Yeah, it's not the scale, Roland. That's for sure. I mean, but this is what and those windmills. I mean, those windmills are like way up there.
Yeah. I don't know, Ben. So I feel like Pete Mastershield and I laid the smackdown on you tonight.
Smackdown.
Yeah.
You guys.
I don't smack Bandy. Bandy's one of the few flat earthers I could actually have a beer with, I think.
You guys actually
no,
think
Benzo's cool.
you can create a tide in a bucket and a waterfall.
I mean, this is your idea.
Yeah. But this is coming. This is coming
How
from
about
your
if I do my
physics.
How about if I do my Tide in a beer mug and not have to win
Hey.
beers from other people? Hey, look, I got a Tide in my beer mug. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll buy you a beer if you can make a.
Yeah. 100%.
Or a pitcher, maybe. How about a pitcher? Maybe a pitcher will work better.
100%. On a merry-go-round. Exactly right, Roland. Exactly right. But I'm just using your globe physics because you hijacked normal physics and turned them into globe physics. So I'm just using your physics is all.
You're not using it correctly. That's the problem.
Well, obviously I am because you think gravity can pull water uphill over a mountain and create waterfalls. So you should be able to create a tide in a bucket.
Jesus, man. So over mountains, like the straw man continues.
Yeah. Well, it's basically what you're saying, not in so many words. I know you won't commit yourself to a waterfall, and I do acknowledge your hesitation in actually doing so. But
Hey, Pete Mastershield posted, a graph of exactly what it is we see.
yeah.
So I mean, to keep saying waterfalls and mountains and whatnot, I don't know, Ben. So this isn't a good look. This is not a good look.
It's not a good look that you won't say it's due to head pressure and capillary action. That's what's not a good look.
Mm-hmm. No one said that.
Ah, really? So the water flowing
I
uphill
did bring up capillary action. I did bring that up.
Well, actually, I did.
Oh no, I did. You just expounded on it, but I was
No.
when you and White were asking me,
You weren't here for the conversation.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't here for that. I'm talking about now, Ben.
So, but the fact that you want to hijack capillary action, head pressure, and replace it with gravity, look, that's entirely on you. Like, you're the one that has to sleep at night, with these scandalous, scurrilous ways of yours.
I sleep good, man.
Yeah, I agree. Bandsaw did bring up capillary action earlier.
Yeah. Thank you, Kosho.
Yeah, but I wasn't here when that happened.
Sorry,
I was making in this recent conversation.
I apologize.
Running away.
I got a little bit short with you for Kosho, so I apologize.
Well,
what happened?
You did deserve it, Kosho, I must say, but I do.
Whoa! What did Kosho do, Benson? What did Kosho do?
If you don't mind, Banshaw, I'll tell Nate what happened. Zanuck had said a claim which sounds, at first, it sounds a bit unbelievable. He says he has examples of water flowing uphill, but he said that alone on its own, he explained it, but he's not explaining it in a way that people are trying, like he's trying to get it across to people. So he just said that, and so people are thinking it's unbelievable. And I expressed what he meant by what he was saying as clearly as I possibly could, so that people understood that I was agreeing with him, and that what he was saying was true. And Bandsaw brought up capillary reaction, but all that Zanuck was saying when he said water can flow uphill is that elevation change is due to the elevation change is based on the ellipsoid model, which is an ellipsoid, around the Earth, and the geoid model is a gravitational potential based on where the water would be if the world was completely made out of water. Where what the surface would look like. And so there's some places where you can see, like I pointed out in the picture I made, The ellipsoid is getting further from the center. The elevation is increasing. However, the geoid is going closer to the center. And so you have a disagreement between the two models, and you can see make the claim that water is flowing uphill. Although it comes with the caveat, like I said, it's just because you're comparing two different models.
Yeah, superposition.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why Banso went off on you, man.
Because I asked Kosho a very direct question and he seemed to skirt around the edges. I asked him,
what was the question?
Does water flow uphill due to gravity? And he refused to actually commit himself and say that water does flow uphill.
Wow.
So actually what happened was instead of being
that's what happened. That's the truth.
Instead of being restricted by, even though I just explained it the way I just explained it, and so anybody who understood what I just said understood what I'm saying, they feel the need to still ask that question in order to frame what I'm saying as absurd. When I said clearly, I don't say things like that. I understand Xanax saying that, and I agree with what Xanax saying, but it's kind of like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the Earth is shaped like a pear when he just means an oblate spheroid. Yeah, he's not wrong what he's saying, but he's saying maybe that's going to make people
maybe Kosho, maybe they felt like there's a disconnect between you answering what he's asking. If he's asking why is it caused by gravity, and then you say it's just a disagreement between two models.
He didn't. They weren't asking that.
So felt like
they weren't asking any complicated questions. They were simply asking.
But says that.
Yeah.
No, they were taking the fucking the geoid model.
Banso's question is why does water flow uphill due to gravity?
No, this is what happened when they applied. This is what happened when he showed the graph. This is what happened when you applied the gravity model to the fucking geoid, and it showed a fucking that on the geoid with the same information showed the water flowing uphill. Orthometric, which is something that's more realistic, something we would measure in real life, but not add the we wouldn't add the fucking the angles to it, but it's gravity based, basically plumb bob based. So real life measurements, orthometric, showed regular flow, but when applied to the geoid, it showed water flowing uphill for hundreds of miles.
It depends on how you define uphill. If you define the beginning point where the water starts flowing to the end point and draw a straight line to those 2 points, then water would have to flow uphill over the ball. Say you're at one side of the ball at the equator, and then it flows all the way from one side of the equator to the other side of the equator. There's a straight line connecting those 2 points, and based off of that baseline, that level, water would have to flow uphill over the curvature of the earth to go from one side to the other, say. So at that point, water would have to flow uphill over the ball if you make the level the straight line connecting 2 points through the ball.
Yeah, that's furthest from the point, but what Brian said was also not the point, because orthographic is the same. Orthometric is the same thing as the geoid model, and both that is and that would go downhill on both those models. The only discrepancy is that model versus what the ellipsoid model would be showing, which is where we get our elevation from. And like I said, this is stated clearly.
Oh, it's the same elevations, Kosho, applied to different models, man.
Said this clearly, but what's being asked is water flowing uphill? And like I said, but
it's the same data, bro. It's the same data, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Why would you think they graphed it like that, okay? And orthometric, it shows it fucking flowing downhill, okay? And Xanax don't know shit, man, I'm telling you. He did actually agree with that, with that 1 point. But this is the same, it's the same data, but when applied to the geoid, okay, they got different models. It's not just a geoid. They've been updating, and they're all based on old ass shit that they don't even know where it came from. Most of them claim. I'll show you. I'll show you the quote. The guy, one of the main guys, right? In 2018, he's going to different conventions. He's asking where did these base fucking elevation surveys come from, and every freaking convention he went to, nobody knew.
It's all old information that they're applying and updating and shit, you know, but it's all, they don't even know where it even came from. It's so old.
Okay, the orthometric height is the height above the geoid. When you say the orthometrically or the geoid model, these are talking about the same thing. Those two things are referring to the same exact thing, and they're both.
But one of them has the water flowing uphill, and one of them doesn't. Okay.
I couldn't hear what you're saying, man.
I said one of them has the water flowing uphill, which is wrong, and the other one doesn't.
Neither of them have the water flowing uphill, man.
Yeah, they. What do you mean? Neither one of them have water flowing uphill.
They're the same
It
thing.
most certainly does.
Two different things. The geoid model and the orthometric model, the orthometric height or anything like that. That's referring to the same thing. I think you're thinking of the ellipsoid model.
It's the same data, bro. It's the same data, different fucking applications.
It's not the same data.
What do you mean it's not the same data? What do you think they're out there with competing surveys, competing local elevation fucking maps?
The ellipsoid model is the green one. The geoid model is the black one. And they're not the same model. And the orthometric would be describing what's happening in the geoid, and the ellipsoid is something else.
Do you think it's time to do the ellipsoid model?
Your elevation from.
You think when it was time to do the ellipsoid model, they said, okay, let's start from scratch and do an ellipsoid. Let's measure an ellipsoid. Okay, you know what? Let's start from scratch again and measure a geoid. All right, let's start from scratch and do orthometric. No, bro. These elevation fucking profiles are they're not done from scratch, man.
No one says they're done from scratch. They're just referencing two different things. One's referencing
right. It's the same data.
No, the geoid model is referencing the gravitational potential. So wherever the like I said, it'd be like if the Earth were made completely out of water, the water level. I'm sorry, the water at all locations would be where the surface would look like where the water was, basically. Like the water level at all locations would be like what the geoid would look like. But the ellipsoid model is not defined the same way. It's more like the sea level, the local sea level at different places. If you were to connect them using like a smooth, making a smooth ellipsoid, you get the ellipsoid model.
So you think they have separate markers all along the river? You think they have all these separate markers that show different elevations, Kosho?
The elevations are based on the ellipsoid model, as I just said.
Okay, and so what happens if we apply the ellipsoid model? What if we apply the elevation data to the geoid model?
Say that one more time. Sorry, my phone was ringing.
What happens if we apply the elevation data to the geoid model?
Well, then, like I said, you get anomalies like the one Zanuck was describing.
Right. That's exactly what I was saying. It's the same fucking data, though, man.
It's not the same data.
Model. Bro, oh my God, man.
I'm showing you a picture right here, which is showing you a description of how they're not the same model.
Okay, it's not the same model, dude, but it's the same fucking data. It's the same. They're starting from, similar places. They're going off local elevations, man. Local elevation maps and shit, man. I'm gonna make a video and show you. I don't know why you're arguing with me on this. It's just not even making a crucial point or nothing.
Okay,
I'm just telling you, they don't have a bunch of different fucking surveys laid out. Like if you see the most updated stake in the ground or pin in the ground, that's going to be applied to whatever model they're applying it to, man. That's going to be the current fucking elevation data that they can apply to whatever model, bro. I don't understand what you're why you're arguing with that.
Why does every image show them as two different descriptions, showing them that their locations are not?
Man, it's a different model, bro.
The heights for each location are not the same. They only intersect in a few places.
It's relative. It's a different model.
Exactly. So why are you saying that they would be the same thing?
Oh, you could call the river. You could call the river whatever you want, bro. The river is the river. The height of the river is the height of the river, and the top and the bottom are what they are. Okay, you can call them whatever you fucking want, bro. But they're what is there. That's what it is. You can model it differently. Okay, and you're gonna get different shit. It's the same fucking data. It's the height of the river right there at the fucking mouth and at the fucking end and however many times in the middle. It is what it is. They know how much it's rising and lowering. They know it's not going uphill. Zanuck, I don't know why he was saying that. And then he didn't want to suffer the consequences of the water going uphill for that many miles. Jeremy was right. We could make a perpetual motion machine if you had 100 miles of uphill flowing water. We could absolutely would be able to, but that's not, I think.
Yeah, however, that's not how it works, man. There's only one model that refers to the, to the gravitational potential, the equal potential, right? And that would be the model where you would have, if that was flowing uphill for some reason, you could have your perpetual machine, but that's not happening in the geoid model.
Why wouldn't they all be based on equipotential, Kosho?
Say what?
Why wouldn't they all be based on your gravitational equipotential?
Then they'd all be the same thing, but they're not the same thing.
No, they wouldn't. They're different shapes, bro. If you got a
exactly.
sphere,
They're not describing the same thing.
ellipsoid, the motherfuckers from France who went and did the damn survey down in South America originally and spent all that time. They went two different places. They one of them did the northern hemisphere. Like I think it was, man, I forgot the exact coordinates, but they did a big section and it took them like 9 years. The people who did the same exact thing in the south, better weather and everything, and toward the equator in South America, it took them 20 years, and they thought that the Earth was like panned out at the like at the poles, like a football almost, with the poles being the tips of the ball. And Newton was saying that it was flattened out like at the equator, like a ellipsoid and shit. And then they say, well, after they put all the data together, then they figured out Newton was right and shit. And they've been updating. Bro, I got a lot of information I need to put in a video, like consolidate it and show you. There's some interesting shit in there, man. But dude, it's not like the elevation data was done locally. You don't go geodetically fucking measuring elevations and shit. That shit's done fucking locally and put together. I mean, they do some, but like basically, man, they map all the. I ain't even gonna say no more, man, because I'm gonna get twisted and I'm gonna say something wrong. But I'm just make a video and put some of this information, some key information together, so we quit arguing about dumb shit. I think maybe it might have been the Spanish actually that went down to South America, but it might have been the French. I forgot, man. I'm gonna go back through this shit, make a cool video, man, so we can at least pinpoint the arguments, at least consolidate what we're even arguing about, man. It's weird how they like if you're mapping longitudes and latitudes and shit, but if you're mapping like a circular sun protruding from the North Pole, you would expect, if you're following that model rationally for your latitudes, then you would expect spherical excess. I mean, you would expect triangular excess, not spherical excess, but you'd expect that if the latitude lines are getting bigger from the center. I mean, I feel like they misapplied the whole fucking thing, man. I almost feel like starting from scratch, man, and remaking a whole model from scratch would probably take fucking forever. But all the shit they've had to do to update it over the years, like they changed it from the fucking sphere to a fucking geoid. Then we got mistakes there now. It's a ellipsoid and now it's bigger in the fucking south and fucking water's running uphill here and there. Man, they don't fucking know. They're doing the best they can is all they're fucking doing. But the best they can mapping that shit on a sphere.
A lot of Google Earthers out there. Unverified other than whatever Google says the model is, the calculations.
What was that?
No, I just said there's a lot of Google Earthers. People just Googling information and then just going off of that.
So by the time they get to the equator, and they're giving it all this extra fucking, this extra height, that's pretty much, to me, that's the height that they've fudged fucking because it's flat. So it winds up being like 87 feet per mile if you worked it all the way around or something. I mean, dude, it's, they try to describe it. I got that one little short video of the fucking Department of Defense calling it a pear-shaped, the Navy satellites fucking calling it a pear-shaped, Neil deGrasse Tyson calling it pear-shaped. They're saying, the old documentary saying, well, one thing we discovered when we put the satellites up is that the southern hemisphere was bigger. We found out the south of the equator is bigger than the north. And we found out that it's actually, the Earth is actually pear-shaped. They showed the shape of the Earth. It literally looks like a fucking pear. And it's not a joke either. But then when we're arguing with these guys, they'll argue it out to where it's the roundest thing fucking in the universe. It's rounder than a fucking cue ball. Like, dude, don't tell me something's an ellipsoid, or show me fucking maps or show me anything that's a geoid or an ellipsoid when it's a fucking one of the best spheres known to fucking man. You know, it's horseshit, dude. It's a bunch of fucking contradictions we get from these guys and what we get from the information we look up. Just look up ellipsoids, man. Look up Newton's ellipsoid. I mean, when they show you actual fucking ellipsoids. And with the latitudes, longitudes, and shit, they don't show a perfect fucking sphere, damn near. Why'd you describe a shape smoother than a cue ball as pear-shaped? How retarded do we gotta be? I mean, why are they telling us this shit? That's not the information we're getting from the mainstream. You know, just these anti-flat earthers. Oh no. Well, they're saying ellipsoid and geoid, they're in spheroid, but no, it's a fucking damn near perfect sphere, really. You know, they're saying it's pear-shaped, but you know, pear-shaped like not pear-shaped. You know the pear-shaped, not pear-shaped. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I mean, their whole construct, like you were saying, Brian, with the ellipsoid models, the whole thing is based upon people not verifying it. They're doing what a lot of these guys will do, which is go on Google and see this information and then just sort of repeat it and believe it. But they're not out there verifying any of it. And the people in power know that most people are not going to, and or don't have the time or money or resources, especially when you're being kept in the making money and, you know, the whole rat race. People are not going to go verify it. So they can make up all these models and give a GPS system that gives certain timings and information about the received signals, and then people go with it.
Yeah, they think that that this ellipsoid shit's all fucking like they're measuring that shit, dude. They're not, man. I got it. I've got it like 3 different times in the video I'm about to make. where it says, you know, that they fucking calculate, they fucking plug it into the model, they plug in the data, and how they update the models, and update their calculations. You know, nothing about I mean, they explicitly say, I don't know, you know, it's a model. You know, it's freaking. I don't know why the people we debate with insist on saying that the sphericity is measured. You know, you could make that argument with that old ass old ass triangles and shit, that 100-year-old thing from MC Toon, that data. But that data, you know, that's going in with an assumption, in my opinion. They're going in with the assumption. Everything they do, it goes in with the assumption that, well, we know Earth's a sphere. So, you know, here, but I think they're going to get the same result with even without the assumption, with protruding latitudes and shit. They think these fucking surveyors out there are magical or something. When the spots that they do the straight lines and shit, like where they've done actual straight lines and measured them with their poles and shit, the things that came after the chains, they freaking, man, they like cut through a house and shit, like in a couple places, and freaking, it's like a nightmare to try and lay out a long straight line. You know, it's damn near impossible. I mean, it's easier nowadays, man. They're just building off. They just keep building off older and older stuff. You know, I mean, newer and newer stuff. They were just building off of it. Like I said, the main guy in charge, the president of the geodetic thing, or whatever his title is, he's a bigwig, and he was trying to find out where this original data come from. So, because now he's in charge, so he's going around to all the conventions and in different places and shit in all around the country to find out where this original data came from, and nobody fucking knows. Like, this is the guy in charge. That really surprised me. Like, where this original elevation data come from, they don't even fucking know where it originated. I'm sure he found out where, but crazy that they're just accepting this old information and running with it. But it's almost, how would you say it? Not alive, but it's like organic almost. Their fucking surveying it's constantly changing, constantly updating, constantly. I don't know. Gio, did you hear me earlier talking about, or did you get a chance to check out my video about the Coriolis effect with the you know, as compared to a cylinder, and the consequence of their atmosphere moving with their ground?
I don't think I saw the video, but I did hear you talking about it on the cylinder, but I don't know if I've quite heard it yet.
Does it make sense to you, or you want me to refresh?
Yeah, I don't think I've really heard it yet. I just heard you talk about Coriolis on a cylinder, but
Yeah, so here it is. So you know, they'll all agree that the Coriolis, there's no Coriolis on a cylinder, the way they describe it. Okay, and I'm strictly going off their model here. Remember that. So the way they describe Coriolis, there is no Coriolis on a cylinder going from the equator. If on cylinder Earth going from the equator toward the north, there's no Coriolis because the ground is equidistant from the rotation, the center of rotation, right? So my point is is so having said that, there's consequences. So in other words, so that cylinder represents a tangent from the equator. So any bullet or projectile fired level with that tangent or above it, if you fire a bullet higher than the tangent, which the tangent represents the surface of the cylinder, like a straight line from the equator toward the North Pole, like, and I give an example of like building half the Earth up into a cylinder, like from the equator to the north, building it up like a cylinder, and shooting a bullet from the equator north, and the second you shoot it, all the dirt just erodes away. Okay, the fact that there doesn't matter if it's dirt or water or air. The fact of the matter is, in their model, the atmosphere rotates with the Earth. So if you fire a projectile from the equator north, and it's like a 2-mile shot, and it's above 32 inches, then it's above the angle steeper, then you're actually entering the bullet or the projectiles entering an area where the rotational speed is literally faster than what it left. So if it was following the curvature, on the ground, it would be, the way they describe it. But like if it's a sniper, say it's a sniper making got a crazy gun, a super gun, and he's making a shot, and he's in a little tunnel that they dug. So his muzzle's on the ground, and he's shooting a target, whatever. He's got a fucking launcher or something. He's shooting a target 3 miles away, and it's or 2 miles away, and it's 12 foot tall. His target's 12 foot in the air. So the firing table is going to give him exact opposite information than what their model is dictating, because, like I said, it's a steeper angle than the cylinder. So as long as you're going higher than Earth curve, so like over 3 miles, the drop is 6 foot. So if you're firing an angle above 6 foot, you're entering area of faster rotation. So like if it's a 5 mile shot, you just pretty much, if it's above the Earth curve, just for math simplicity. But so I'm just basing it on if we had a rod through cylinder Earth and a rod through globe Earth. So the consequence of their atmosphere, once again, spinning with their ground, and everything spinning together, so I was telling them, don't even worry about doing the math till you get the concept, because just firing in a perfect tangent. So in other words, if you're laying on the ground at the equator and you fire something 3 miles in a tangent, the target is 6 foot high, and you fire in a perfect straight line, then you're firing perpendicular to Earth curve, and you're entering a space spinning at the exact same rate as what it left. So from the position where the bullet or the projectile was fired and where it hit 6 feet high, 3 miles away, that's the same exact speed, because that's basically representing the cylinder, that tangent straight line. So their tables are horse shit. Their firing tables are horse shit, because you'd need to know every little angle down to the minute, and you'd literally have reverse Coriolis if you're firing, like at one of the competitions, if they're shooting a mile but they're shooting up, like a lot of these ranges are like on hills, like on the side of hills to stop the bullets and shit. So some of the targets are up a few feet. So if it's a mile, if your muzzle's on the ground, or just for simplicity's explanation's sake, if your muzzle's on the ground and your target is 8 inches above ground level, then that would be a perfect wash, no Coriolis. It's the same exact speed as what it left. But if it's above 8 inches and you're laying on the ground or whatever, firing, if you're firing and the target's 6 foot in the air and you're shooting a mile, then it's going to be reverse Coriolis, because the bullet, once again, is entering a faster, not slower, just because the ground underneath it doesn't matter. We're talking about an atmosphere that moves with their Earth, and the bullet is entering a area of faster rotation. So instead of going to the right, firing north, shooting upwards, the bullet would have to go to the left in their world. So I think I've disproven their bullshit firing tables that I don't think they're using anyway.
No, there's a distinct difference in tangential speeds, Brian, which I don't know whether I'm seeing it wrong or what, but on a ball Earth, every meter you move or whatever, every centimeter, millimeter, inch you want to discuss, that speed does change, whereas a cylinder, it doesn't.
I agree, but it also changes the higher you get. You see, so the cylinder is just a reference point to reference the height above the center of rotation. That's all the cylinder is for, is just to give us a reference point of zero change in rotational speed, because the atmosphere moves with the Earth in your world, and the higher you get, the faster the rotation. So it works in tandem. So the further you get from the equator, it's fine. It slows down. I mean, it's slowing down, but then the lower you get, it's slowing down. So if you are firing from a rotational speed of 1,000 miles an hour, and your ground is slowing down underneath, but if you're firing up or level, it's moving faster. It's moving, and like I said, on a tangent, it's moving at identical speed. Once again, the cylinder is just a zero baseline reference point of equidistant from the center of rotation. Unless you want to say there's a Coriolis on a cylinder.
No, like I get what you're saying. So the column of air that, like on a tangent, that column of air that it's going through is all at the same speed if it's on a tangent. So there cannot be any Coriolis within that column of air. But every column of air underneath it, all the way down to the ground, are moving at different speeds. And Coriolis, remember, Brian, is only an apparent effect viewed from a separate reference frame. So it's not actually happening.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in their model, in the globe model. In the globe model, your head is spinning faster than your feet. And
yep.
I know it's barely anything, but firing 1 mile from the equator north is barely anything either. It literally cancels itself out. And I'm just I'm entering their world, begging the question, and there's consequences to their claims. They can't just make claims and not fucking go through the all the consequences. This is true with a lot of other subjects.
Well, given that their whole world pretty much is entirely derived in the realm of mathematics, right? I would put to you that, because the only way they can prove that what you're saying is likely to even happen on the globe, and the globe's even spinning, is in the realm of maths. So maybe in that maths realm, like you've tried before or have done with other things, point out that the maths is fucked if you include the fact that you stay at a tangent to it, that it negates itself and you wouldn't see anything.
Yeah. So every artillery shell, they need to it's pointed up, and then drops down in the distance. So until it drops down beneath that baseline, it's going to be reverse Coriolis. It's going to be entering faster airspeed, and then when it hits that tangent and starts dropping below it, then it'll be Coriolis the way they described it. In a lot of cases, it'll equal out somewhat, but that shit, it needs to be figured in every fucking shot, the reverse Coriolis, because in a lot of cases, it's going to be exactly opposite of what the firing table says. And I don't think they thought that through. They didn't think about the atmosphere moving with the Earth when they made them tables. They're just thinking about the ground speed, and they're doing the fucking math for the for the fucking ground speed. They ain't thinking of the consequences down the road of every detail. You know, the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and somebody thinking of that shit. They thinking they're doing right. I don't think it was intentional deception. It could have been on some people's parts, but I think this is what you would expect on a globe, but just didn't think it all the way through. You know.
What they didn't think about is a tide in a bucket. That's what they didn't think about, Brian. I assure you of that.
At the butt.
So I would say to that, you've got the issue where they say it takes that, like there's an experiment that they apparently do where there's a plum that they hang, which apparently deviates not plum because of a large mountain. Right, and that's a fucking large mountain, man, like a huge, huge mountain. And so I would like to see the size of the ball that you're theorizing is required to have a tide in a bucket.
Well, well, technically speaking, White, we should be able to get a bucket of water, place it next to that mountain, right? And one side of that bucket should be at a higher elevation than the other side.
Oh, so slightly, but I bet you we've got nothing to detect that with. Like calculations will have it so small.
No, we do, because how you calculate it, you line it up with the stars. You use the stars to calculate it, right? Because this is how they calculated the plum not being plum. They lined it up with the stars. Yeah. So all we have to do is line up the water with the stars, and we'll be able to work out that one side of that bucket is at a higher elevation than the other side of the bucket. Pretty simple,
Yeah,
really.
if you use a celestial sphere, they'll do the same thing they do with everything else. They'll fucking use a celestial sphere and fucking curve the ground with it. You know.
Yeah, they'll invoke uselessness on our behalf if we went and did it and got flat Earth. Yes, uselessness. And then if they did it, of course, it'd be precise and they'd get exactly the ball measurements.
Like they literally say you can't do anything on the Earth because of Earth's gravity. Well, let's use your gravity. Let's get a bucket of water, put a ball on top of it, and create a tide. Simple.
Yeah, get Mount Shasta on top of the ball.
Yep.
Sorry, on top of the bucket.
Yeah.
We'll vary it. We'll just manipulate it around, so we'll watch the tide like move in the bucket.
Yeah.
That would be ultimate.
Yeah, just had lunch with my wife, and I told her we're about to create a tide in a bucket. She goes, "Huh? What are you talking about?"
Yeah,
I said, "Well,
she poured some Tide detergent. She's picturing Tide detergent in a bucket.
Yeah. She goes, "What are you talking about?" I go, "Babe, apparently water flows uphill. So water flows uphill and creates a waterfall on the other side." And she goes, "It does not." I go, "Water flows uphill, babe, because of gravity." She goes, "No, it doesn't. It doesn't flow uphill. Water flows downhill." I said, "No." I said, "They have been talking about this for 12 hours. Water flows uphill because of gravity."
Yeah, my wife was saying the same shit, dude. She said, "Oh my God, who is that idiot?"
Exactly.
And she just walked in the room and heard that for 1 second and said, "Who's that idiot?" She don't never listen to this shit. Every now and then she'll hear something talking through, and it was hard to listen to, man. It was hard to listen to. But that's what happens if you put certain data in and apply it to plug it in certain shape. You know, you're gonna get fucking
contradictions,
anomalies.
Yeah.
Contradiction.
I'll give it to them in their model. That is a possibility if gravity works the way it does, and etc. etc. But to call it flowing uphill, I think it'd be actually a different term, because there's actually a force involved to actually push it up the hill. There's actually a force involved there, and it's the reduction in gravity.
Couldn't be a pseudo force.
Yeah, so it's not just flowing uphill at all. Personally, I think there's that you got to call it something different. That's a play on words. And then there's also like even atmospheric pressure, Bandy. Like if a river's so long, you could go from a tropical environment to or not a desert, but a drier environment where the pressures are different. And surely that would have to have an effect on the level of water, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But what you need there, White, is a differential in pressure. Right? So you need a pressure applied in whatever form,
You could have
you need a pressure applied.
You could have
to
the
it.
salinity. You could have the combination of things. Maybe the pressure dropping in a certain spot in a region, and the salinity, maybe dropping at the same time.
But for it to go from lower elevation to a higher elevation, that pressure would have to be huge.
Yeah. I ain't buying that. Maybe in a small little region there might be some shit like that, like Gravity Hill, and maybe the side of a hill. But as far as like hundreds of miles or even tens of miles, I'm calling bullshit.
Is that Gravity Hill? Is that Gravity Hill you're talking about? That's like the place where things roll uphill, like that weird anomaly place.
Yeah,
that's just an optical thing.
You may
get it.
I
don't know, man. What you all put a level on the ground and showed a little bit of float and showed the fucking car when he let it off, when he took the parking brake off. It was starting. It was barely, but it was I mean, it looked to be. He might have fooled me or something, but it looked to be pretty legitimate. Just a little area, and there's some shit in the like iron deposits or something in the hill where they're at or something. Maybe it was optical, man. But it seemed to be a little bit fucking.
Yeah, it could be, but it was a magnetic anomaly of some sort, like through some kind of ore or whatever. Yeah, you're saying that makes it more likely. I mean, it's obviously not gravity, so whatever's causing any kind of anomalies, it's not this gravity ball turning thing. That's all we know, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not an anomaly. See, it's based on that whole car thing rolling up the hill. That's a reference thing. You go down into an area where you feel as though you're in a certain reference frame, right? But you're actually on a slight, whether it's down or up, I can't remember your personal reference frame. But then the car in the backdrop appears as though it's rolling uphill. It looks, it's an optical thing.
All the trees are growing up a certain angle on the side of hills to make it look like it's fucking like it's downhill when really it's not, or making it look uphill when really it's not. But I don't know. I could have swore I remember, it was a long time ago, but I could have swore I remember seeing him put a level down. But I think it was Nathan Thompson. So I don't know. It is a long time ago, man. I don't know how much I trust that. I don't even know if I trust my memory on that. It's so fucking long ago.
It's an optical illusion. That's all it is.
Delusion.
It's when I looked it up, it says many of these sites have no specific name and are often just called Gravity Hill, Magnetic Hill, Magic Road, or something similar. And there's listed as Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, California, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, tons of places.
Yeah, there's one in Woodend in Victoria.
I could have swore he was in Texas, man, the one I seen. But maybe I'm wrong on that too. I swear there's some spots around here where I live where it's different, man. You feel it different. It feels shitty when you like in the middle of summer, you feel like you're, if you've looked at the house between the footage and you see like a hot spot on the sun, like the actual hot spot, whatever that might be. There's spots here in Jacksonville, man, that are and nothing will grow. It's sand. Like they'll be done came and put soil on top of the sand, and it's like almost like a long time ago I used to think it was like a hole in the freaking in the ozone or something, man, because you could feel the radiation, man. You could literally feel it, and I mean it was just hotter. And there's a couple areas around town that are but the one in specific that I'm talking about, and it's just hotter than everywhere else, always, and nothing will hardly grow. And you know, give it a few years and their lawn will turn right back into sand. And it's just like, I feel like it's like a focal point, a direct focal point or something. And it already feels like that here in Florida anyway. It gets so damn hot. But man, when you're directly in the sun's hot spot, like it's crazy. You can work for about a few minutes. You running for the shade for a minute. Like you literally feel like a minnow in a bucket. Like if you ever been fishing when it's hot, you see how the minnows will start slowing down, you know, as the water gets hotter, and then they get to where they're just barely moving at all, you know. And before they die, if you don't cool them off, even if with a pump, man, they're in that direct sun, it just gets too damn hot. And that's how I describe feeling sometimes on jobs in them areas. You're like a minnow in a damn bucket, man. You're running for the shade, man. You're in slow motion out there trying to work. You know, remember one of my guys, I'm looking at him laughing. We're trying to drive a stake, dude. You swing the sledgehammer like 3 times and couldn't swing it again, dude. And we're laughing, dude. And I'm passing it like, dude, normally we could just go all day long, just running rows of these things. And it's so hot, dude. We're just in slow motion and can't hardly do shit, dude. It's crazy.
You should take some meters out there and figure out if there's some anomalies going on. Some kind of weird.
I did. We took some thermometers, man. But not in that particular area. But and it was a summer that was real hot, man. It was the last drought. It probably. Let me see. I think it was about.
I mean, like an EMF type reading.
Yeah, I might. But look, we brought. Well, actually, my brother brought the thermometer out there, but it was so hot this summer. This one particular summer, I think it was. Let me see. I'm gonna say it was. It was probably like 96 or something. Let me think. Wait. Yeah, probably like it might have been 96 or 95 or 97, somewhere right in that area. The summer was so hot, and it's never been like that since that I remember. And we're doing these house slabs. We're doing a neighborhood. He took he brought a thermometer because it was so hot. It was just unbelievable. And he put it in a shade. He raised it up off the ground, right? And because the news was saying like, heat advisory that's going to reach like 101. And we're like, there's no way. It's got to be hotter than that. There's no way. It's no way. It's only 101. So he brings the thermometer out. He gets it off the ground, because the dirt's even hotter. So he puts it off the ground. There's pipes that for these 2-story houses that are like 4 or 5 inch pipes that run to the second story, and they're coming from the ground, and they have little pipes next to them and shit. So he put it in the shade, but only in the shade of the pipe. So it was pretty much out in exposed sunlight area, but it wasn't in direct sunlight because it had the shade of the pipe. It was up off the ground, and I swear, man, the temperature was hitting 120 to 122, like 120, 121, 122 for the period of a few days when he put the thermometer out there. It's crazy. And they'll say, well, it feels like 120 because of humidity, but literally the thermometer was reading up over 120, I swear. And it ain't been like that since, man. But this was a long time ago, man. Long time ago, man. I was a lot younger. So I was out there working. But that spot that I'm talking about, man, it would get like that. But nowhere else in town, It's almost like, I don't know if would you think it would be the sand creating the heat or the heat creating the sand?
I don't think heat creates sand. It may dry things out, but it wouldn't create sand.
What do you think makes all the sand like the deserts, man? What do you think's doing that?
Well, there's lots of theories. Could have been ocean water there at one point. Could have been that there were trees, silica trees, and it's like wood like dust, basically. from silica trees being pulverized. That's another theory. But it takes pressure and time to create sand, right?
Yeah, I guess, man. I guess it'd be hard to really pinpoint it, man. So I didn't know if they had a definite explanation in their world or not. But I was
It
just
almost
wondering.
seems like there would have to have been an ocean there at one point.
Well, the spot I'm talking about is like one of the highest spots in this city, man. It's unlikely that that it was ocean because it literally is.
Dirt? Is it dirt or is it sand?
It's like sand with dirt over it because people have, they've colonized, like made neighborhoods out of the shit. And this one particular house is on the very highest point of the hill, and they brought in soil, put it over the dirt, but you could see where the houses that are just been there, built a few years back, you see the sand start to come through the freaking dirt, man. It's like it's digesting it's weird, man.
Got to be careful of sand. It is a precious resource. And those pirates are not.
Yeah. Changing the ocean beds.
Yep, definitely they are. They definitely are.
Dude, I seen documentaries where they're talking about, and it shows these parrotfish eating the coral and shitting out sand. They literally shit out sand. And I've seen some of the like one of the National Geographics or one of them type of shows a long time ago, and claiming for certain that it's where all the sands came from over the millions of years, the hundreds of millions of years that these parrotfish have been around and eating on reef and shitting out sand. That's where all the sand and the ocean bottom came from, is fucking parrotfish.
That's
I thought,
pretty wild
fucking
claim. That's a wild claim. Yeah.
Back before I was really woke, I'm even then just like, yeah, right, dude. What the fuck? What kind of bullshit claim is that?
Isn't it crazy how they can just make a claim like that, put it on mainstream, and then just people just gobble it up like it's fact? They'll be at a dinner party one night. You go, "Hey, fun fact for you. Did you know coral fish are responsible for all the sand in the ocean?"
Yeah, do you know that all the sand in the ocean comes from parrotfish shitting out corals?
Exactly.
Dude, I don't, I think people necessarily all believe all that shit. Some of them claims are a little bit outrageous, but I think for the most part, man, yeah, there might be fun facts and shit said like that, but I think for the most part, man, it's just fucking ignored. Like, you sit here and listen.
All you have to do is say it was Discovery Channel, and they go, oh, that makes it true.
I listen to physicists, man. Look at old videos, and they're saying, how, you see how this Earth here is like, the picture is perfectly round, but really the Earth is not shaped like that, and talking about that, and it's like, but they're not even considering the fact that the pictures are fake. It's just they're literally saying, the Earth ain't quite shaped like that, but they're really not even showing one inkling of awakeness where they're acknowledging.
Oh, we got ballers like Kosho in here saying, "Oh, that's actually a picture of it. It's just it's elliptical to a certain degree. You can't tell." Yeah. They'll say that boldface, like that's what it actually looks like, except it's elliptical. It's just you can't. You have to do the calculations to see that.
You can't tell, but we have to live on a model within a model, right? With superposition, we can't really make up our minds one that it's going to be at any particular time. But for the argument, we'll use this model, and for the other argument, we'll use the other model.
So do they claim that Mars and some of these other planets or whatever, these moons and stuff, are they supposed to be ellipsoids too?
Oh.
Or are they actually real ball, like actual spheres, like perfect spheres, like just like they look?
Well, I don't know. We'd have to get we'd have to send old Larry GPS to Mars and get him to do some geodetic surveying to work it out for us.
Yeah, make sure you give him. Make sure we give him a wonder parachute that catches air that ain't there. So he has a nice soft landing. Like, dude, they didn't think some of that shit through. They just really just didn't think it through. They didn't think anybody questioned him. And so they showed shit landing with a fucking, and that was funny with the helicopter shit. The helicopter, and then dude, Cody's lab or whatever his name is, showing the equivalents of the Martian atmosphere with a fucking fan right in front of a feather, and didn't even move the feather even a little bit, dude. And they're talking about a helicopter working in an atmosphere within a fan don't even move a feather.
Did you see, Brian, how they apparently landed these things on Mars? Like they drop them off whatever they drop them out of, and they go plummeting down to Mars, and then at the last minute, these airbags come out in all directions and blow up and give them a really soft set landing, and they go bouncing all over the place with these airbags surrounding them, so they don't get damaged. It was the funniest thing. The funniest
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. But they slow them down initially with parachutes and shit, and then and then the
shameless animation. Shameless animation. That most people they know are taking it as real.
Yeah,
dude. I need to look.
People think that's what really happened, and then they, oh no, well if you look, they'll say it's animation. No, they do not clearly say it. They know people think that's what it really is.
I need to look up that guy and see whatever happened with that lawsuit. I'm pretty sure he dropped it, but you know, the geologist division of the fucking Mars rover, the guy who, you know, he thought for sure he was going to be like Nobel Prize. He discovered fucking, you know, the mushrooms on Mars, and he showed the fucking mushrooms, and he's showing his people, and they're not acknowledging it, you know, and he's like showing him, he's freaking out. Just think, if you really think there's a fucking rover on Mars, you're going to be excited as shit about these mushrooms, but you're.
I've never heard about that. So he took one of their Mars pictures and found mushrooms. He found mushrooms.
There's no mushrooms.
Yeah.
They haven't found any life on Mars.
Listen though, so your superiors are going to know that it's bullshit, because only the superiors are going to know that the fucking, you know, that it's not not on Mars, it's fucking here on Earth. So they come up. Oh my God, the excuse is so stupid. Like they said that the tire might have spun up some white pebbles or some stupid shit. But so he fucking filed a lawsuit, dude. This guy, you know, he's thinking Nobel Prize and shit. So. And he's like, can't believe that they're fucking brushing it off. He's fucking discovered fucking mushrooms. He's pointing out circle and shit. He sues NASA, man, and for fucking I forgot what it was, but he was you know, I don't know whatever came of that shit, but that guy. I felt sorry for him, dude. I felt really sorry for him, man. That's his whole life is trying to look at this stuff at Mars and locate some growths or something, you know. And he's just, you know, he's spending all these hours, dude, with a magnifying glass and a fine-tooth comb going through these shots and all that, and he finds fucking mushrooms right under the rover that weren't there the day before. They weren't there. They grew overnight, and fucking he thinks that there's a rover on Mars, and I feel sorry for him, dude. Hopefully that guy now is gonna hear this.
Sorry for him too.
Yeah, there's a photo from NASA. From NASA, mushrooms on Mars. Mars, right there.
You have to imagine that they just went through this like deliberation. If there was ever anything like that was a threat, like that you know, it's obvious that they're mushrooms, and this guy thinks that we're actually on Mars, so we're gonna have to like, you know, like either like have him sign an NDA and like pay him to stop talking about it, or, you know, are we going to crush this guy, you know, his belief in the whole thing, or what are we going to do? You know, that would be interesting to hear that talk that they'd have to have.
What did they say that they are? What does NASA say about this image?
That image there.
Yeah. They're pebbles. They're when the rover.
The evidence.
Once they go again, it spun up pebbles.
Some experts left lane. Some experts say they are fungus-like objects growing on Mars, but other experts are skeptical of the claims.
Okay.
So some are saying they are, and some are saying they aren't.
Okay.
That's briefly what it says. So they're not fully committed to it, but they're kind of open to it, by the sounds of things. They definitely haven't definitively come out and said there are mushrooms on Mars.
So what was he suing for, Brian? Was he suing because they weren't taking him seriously, or they weren't giving any acknowledgement to
they probably scrubbed this ad. I'm looking for it right now. So give me a minute.
But I mean, the thing is, does he think that he has something coming because he saw an image that he thinks are mushroom that nobody else saw, or I mean,
well, I think he
if
wants
the
the
image,
mushroom. Yeah, I think Left Lane, he wants the mushroom named after himself, and they won't give him credit. Probably.
maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
We should all reminisce back when they had us fooled into thinking that there was a face on Mars. Remember that? They had us
Yeah, I've
all
never
thinking,
heard of
oh,
it.
there's a face. There's a face. Oh, nope. They put that out there on purpose. They put that out there to get people talking about it. Oh, it must be a face. Must be aliens. No, it's just pareidolia. You know, all these little things. They probably did this on purpose too. That guy probably isn't a real guy even. It's just to like get people interested in the bullshit story so they can bullshit around it and then have people point the fingers at them and then other people say, oh, you're crazy. They're not faking it.
That was this one, I'm pretty sure. I remember that one, Dave.
The Mars face, yeah.
Yeah.
And they even had like a really good top secret looking meeting where they were like talking about it and acting like they were hiding it.
It's that one, isn't it? From memory, the one I just
It's
posted.
all a game.
Oh, look, it's an astrobiologist, man, suing, filed the lawsuit. Let me read into it, but I posted the headline. You know, not the hilarious man, but the astrobiologist suing NASA, man. I'll look into it again. It's been a long time. I've already read this shit. No, the dude was deadly serious. I forgot what he was suing for, like recognition or whatever. But, you know, that's his job. He fucking, like I said, he probably thought he was going to win a Nobel Prize, and they're just brushing it over. And he's the fucking expert. So if he's the expert, look at me. He's the astrobiologist, and he's telling them, look, this is mushrooms, and they're not, you know, and people who aren't experts are fucking brushing it off. Like, look, I'm the fucking expert here. I'm the astrobiologist. You know, maybe that's what he's thinking he's got the grounds to sue. I don't know.
Astrobiology is a pseudoscience. So there's a pseudoscientist trying to sue NASA. NASA are just laughing. Good on you, mate.
I'm just saying, if you think that Mars is a place where mushrooms can grow, and you think there's a rover there, whatever the case, you see that overnight these mushrooms grew, and you discovered it by zooming in. Of course, and looking at the shit.
But NASA are laughing.
Stop being so flippant.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience.
And why would he get a Nobel Prize just for seeing something in a picture?
Yeah.
He's our man.
Was Pseudo Echo a real band, Bandy?
No, you've been Mandelaed.
Are they fucking an apparent band or fucking a fake band?
No, it's called Mandoozled.
Yeah,
You've been Mandoozled.
Mandoozled. Yeah.
That's what IPS calls it.
Yeah. Old funky
Yeah.
town.
IPS like basically destroyed Mandela for a lot of people. You guys heard us. Each and every one of them. Now, there's a whole thing about the Mandela effect that Miles Mathis talks about, and I think I've mentioned it on here before. But yeah, his take is that they are actually, the powers that be are actually contributing to this. Like Dolly's braces, there are copies or scenes where you can see she has braces and there's white out on the like over her braces. And in the article, he's like, am I saying that the powers that be are actually making VHS copies with the whiteout teeth and having them sold at garage sales? Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're actually changing these things to feed the PSYOP.
So this guy filed a magnanimous he's suing NASA. His fucking dereliction of duty or dereliction of duty, like ignoring their fucking their responsibilities or whatever, man, from his find.
Yeah, but they're laughing at him because he's performing pseudoscience. How did he verify this mushroom?
I feel sorry for the guy. Hopefully he's heard us.
He's claiming something that he couldn't have possibly verified.
Yeah, but
he's
back
performing
then,
pseudoscience.
Back then, he's putting on. Dude, I actually went through all the fucking. I got locked in, and I just got hooked on the schematics and all the shit from the Mars rover mission. I don't know what had led me there, but I just started going over all the details and all the claims. It's just a fucking program, dude. I mean, if you read into it enough, you'll see that they don't even. I mean, in the planning for it and all this stuff, and it's like you got the animation team and all this shit. It's and how they all have to coordinate before they put out any articles that these certain divisions have to get together and vote and make sure all that they're it's even saying in the mission that all the information they don't want to put out contradictory information. And I mean, it's just like obvious if you read the details and the plans and the mission plans. It's like even in the planning of it, it's pages and pages long, and all the details. Even the details are bullshitty. Like you can tell it's not actual
on
fucking.
purpose. On purpose, I'd say.
No, it's just it's the actual
done
mission. It's
just
the actual
right.
mission. I mean, if you
Yeah, but
read it
you can
with
see that
woke
they're not
eyes,
even
you
lying
see
in
it's
it, right?
actual. It is literally the actual project, and it took some work to put together. And none of them, hardly any of them, would have to know that it's fake. Really, if you read it, you'd realize that hardly any of the people in all these different teams would need to know that it's fake, or would even know. You know.
The emperor wears no clothes.
You got teams of motherfuckers, dude, that wouldn't know and literally working on this shit. And there only have to be a couple fuckers, a couple of sly bastards who put it together and put the program.
Yeah. We got people like Chronic in here that's studying, the stars, and there's readings he gets that are real readings. He totally believes it, right? Whatever readings he's getting, it's good enough.
Do they have uphill rivers flowing on Mars? Oh man. Literally, this is going to be a topic for months. I can see it now. At least it's something new to get your teeth sunk into.
Yeah, it's something you're gonna misunderstand for months
Misunderstanding.
Until you get tired of it and move on to the next little derp.
Hey, Pete, that's the show. Do rivers actually flow up Mars, or is it just
Mars.
no? On Mars, do rivers actually flow uphill on Earth?
It would appear so, according to this thing I saw about the St. Lawrence Seaway. If you think the St. Lawrence Seaway is, if you think the St. Lawrence Seaway is actually a river, by the way, that's another issue.
Well,
okay, whatever.
The thing about
does water flow up uphill, literally, or is it just about the interpretation of it?
It would appear from the data that I saw that it actually does flow in a manner of speaking uphill.
And how is that possible?
Because the gravity variation is different.
Oh, that's the reason they're giving, huh? Okay. You have to post what I haven't read into it.
You didn't see the graphs?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, the graphs could show whatever. I'm just saying if that's data readings. Earlier, Kosho was kind of saying that it was the difference between two different interpretations of a model, and the different interpretations of a model, of two different models of looking at the terrain or the sea level.
We're gonna make another expert.
Yeah, we don't want to go into it. We don't want to go into it. But it doesn't seem like anyone really wants to admit that they think it literally happens. It's more about just according to the readings. According to the readings, that would seem to be the case.
Yeah, I
but
know.
that's because
It flows way uphill. I mean, we're talking 7 meters over 450,000 meters. So, I mean, it's pretty damn flat. But
pretty damn flat.
Yeah, I mean, divide 7 by 450,000 and figure out the angle of that.
We got to add that to the soundboard next to Rumpus saying, the Earth is very flat. We got to add that's a shill saying, it's very flat.
It's very flat. So,
this river is, like I say, you figure out you do trigonometry, you figure you got 7, you've got 7 meters of height gain over 450,000 meters. What's the angle?
Sounds like flat. Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Just say it.
Actually, no, but let's try.
It's flat. Exactly right. It's flat.
So how long are you gonna beat this dead horse? Just gonna be like
I don't know. It depends on how long you guys want to live in a superposition. That water
it's
actually
not a
flows
superposition,
uphill.
you moron. Stop with the superposition.
But here's the question. Here's the question.
fuck's
What
sake.
makes water flow downhill?
Ah, there you go. Right. There you go.
Elevation,
The hill.
density,
No.
density, elevation.
No.
Slope.
No.
Disequilibrium.
No.
It couldn't be a pseudo force.
Disequilibrium.
Actually, well, pseudo. You see, the
Couldn't
problem
be
with
some
you-
kind of pseudo force that doesn't really exist. You
Actually,
know.
it does exist, but that's another issue.
Oh, really? Oh, prove it.
It's a really simple answer. I mean, we
right now.
Entropy.
Yeah, we could
entropy,
complicate it.
Not
You
entropy.
can make it as
stop it.
complicated as you would like, but it's a very simple answer.
No, it ain't. No, it's not a simple answer. If you say it's something pulling to the center of a ball, that's not simple at all.
No,
Actually,
it
it's
is simple.
It's that simple.
No, it's not, dude. Something
is.
falling at 9.8 meters per second does not mean it's
Yeah.
falling toward the center of a ball.
Actually, it does.
It
but
makes
that's
water
another issue.
flow. It makes water flow downhill.
What is
The
it? What are
steeper
you
the
saying?
hill,
Wait,
the steeper the hill.
Obviously not downhill all the time. You guys are just claiming that it goes uphill. So now what are we talking?
You're saying
because
he's
the
saying
gravity
it makes water
it
flow.
really,
at the bottom. It
it's
is
really,
the top.
to be honest with this situation, if I had discovered that or read about it, I would not talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
I don't know.
By the way, you know how they discovered this,
Your
don't
question
you?
though, what is it? So
know
what
how they
is it
discovered
that's claiming? You're saying gravity causes the so are you saying that it's gravity that causes the water to seek equilibrium?
Yeah.
Flow downhill.
Are you saying is it the acceleration? So is gravity the cause of the hold on? Is gravity the cause of the acceleration, or is it the
No, the
acceleration? I don't because it depends on what y'all are arguing, right? Okay, so the acceleration is gravity. Okay,
Brian, you got to let me finish. The acceleration is gravity.
And force equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's
Okay,
easy.
so the acceleration is gravity. Okay, so the acceleration. So what causes the acceleration?
Mass attracting
mass.
What do you call that?
Nope. Mass attracting mass.
Wait! I'm asking what they call that. What are you calling the cause?
That's called gravitational.
Goddamn.
Do you hear what they're saying, though, guys? They're saying that gravity causes gravity.
What?
I got to drop.
If you're calling the acceleration gravity, and you're saying that, and I'm asking you what causes that, you're saying mass attracting mass or space-time bending. So wait, which one is gravity? Is it the acceleration or is it what causes the acceleration? It can't be both.
What do you mean it can't be both? It's not.
If you say that gravity is the downward acceleration,
gravity is the downward acceleration.
what causes that gravity?
Big hunks of mass bending space-time.
Okay, so what do you call that?
Big hunks of mass, gravity, and space-time.
Yeah,
Curvature.
which is called what?
Space-time curvature.
Yeah, which is called what? I mean, you don't want to answer, but that's called gravity, right? So you can't have gravity causing gravity. So I'm asking you what the acceleration is. You're saying the acceleration is gravity. I'm asking you what causes that gravity or acceleration.
Once again, you can't wrap your head around a simple concept.
No, once again, you're double speaking, bro, and insulting now.
You're double speaking.
That's all you want to do is throw out insults, bro.
Yeah, you got to stop with the ad homs, dude. I don't know how many times.
I didn't ad hom anything.
It's a complete ad hom. You know what an ad hom is? It's when you don't respond to the argument and you just attack the person. That's literally all. That's what you do every day, every time you speak.
I'm not
So
attacking.
try to do it try not to do it like once a day, and then on day two, try not to do it twice a day. Just give it a try.
He's insulting ballers, saying that we're double speaking. I mean, because you say we're double speaking doesn't mean we're double speaking.
Y'all get me going, and then I fire back harder. And if y'all didn't start it in the first place, I probably wouldn't ever do that. But look, Jose kicked Peyton Shield off permanently.
No, he didn't kick me off. I left.
Yeah, whatever, man. But look, my point is this:
he's going to be left only to be able to go to space.
He just tried to claim that double speaking is an ad hom.
Hold on. So listen. So listen. If they're claiming that the bending of space time that's the definition of gravity. So gravity.
No. The bending
Gravity's
of
not
space-time
the disproportionate
causes
mass.
gravity. The bending of space-time causes the force we call gravity.
Well, your definition of gravity is the disequal, the
No.
the
Gravity is the
the
acceleration.
unequal distribution of mass bending space-time. That's the definition of gravity, bro.
That's what causes gravity. Gravity is the acceleration, 9.81 meters per second per second.
So you don't acknowledge your current definition of gravity in your model.
I just told you.
Can you cite, or you know what? Just let me cite. Does anybody here disagree that that the unequal distribution of mass is the definition of gravity?
That's what causes gravity.
See, nobody disagrees with that because that's y'all's definition.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
That's the cause.
Gravity is the unequal distribution of mass bending space-time.
That's what causes.
That's the definition of gravity, bro. Are you really arguing your definition of gravity? Once again, you don't know your own model, bro. From the sounds of it.
You don't know the model. You're trying to double speak your way out of this one.
Am I really?
Gravity
or is that the current definition of gravity?
Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center. That's NASA for kids. Okay, can you understand that?
Yeah,
one?
yeah,
a little higher.
Exactly. Give me the current definition of gravity. He won't read it. He's looking at it.
Gravity is a fundamental interaction which causes a mutual attraction between all things with mass or energy.
So, is it what causes it, like they just defined, or is it it? Because even by the definition you just gave, it's what causes the acceleration, but you're saying the acceleration. So gravity causes gravity, according to Peyton S. Schill. Gravity causes gravity.
That's painful, Brian. Painful.
He didn't even give the proper definition, and that's
I'm
still
not arguing
backed up
with you anymore. If you're gonna play this stupid definition
No, I'm
game,
just trying to get you to acknowledge, bro. That,
it's a definition game. I should know better.
You're speaking out of both sides of your cheek. I'm trying to get. If I point it out enough, maybe you'll eventually realize it.
No, again, it's you.
Look what this says here. The first thing I looked up in Google, it says universal gravity is a theory, not a fact, regarding the natural law of attraction. This material should be approached with an open mind, studied carefully, and critically considered. The universal theory of gravity is often taught in schools as a fact, when in fact it is not even a good theory.
What website is that?
I don't know. It's just something I got off Google. I posted it and doesn't even say, I don't think. There's something underneath it. Let me see.
Let me Google that.com. Oh no, it's Paid NASA Show. That's funny. That's a pretty I don't know, it's a pretty limited understanding of what gravity is. Because all I mean, there's no fact. There's first of all, theories are based on facts, so I don't know why the statement doesn't make much sense. But anyways, Brian, I made this for you based on what New Perspective was saying about something you were saying. But you were talking about sunlight, sun rays, or something like that. Maybe. Maybe not. But if you were, Brian, yeah, I was just giving you a
it was Brian. He was talking about 1 degree angles or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went to Jose's and nobody disagreed that we can measure the sun angles with shadow length. And Blue Marble and Chaiki, they're pretty good at math. They know that we're going to have a further discussion about it. But I just introduced what I wanted to talk about next time. And I was at least able to get past the fact that if the sun's like 1.5 degrees over the horizon, that it's going to cause a specific size shadow on the ground, and it's going to maintain that angle all the way to the moon. Much less the clouds.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't get that out of Zanuck or Paid NASA Shill or Howard. None of them agreed that they all agreed that if I took that angle,
my problem is where you're measuring the angle
1.5 degrees up in the clouds, it wouldn't be the same angle. You literally said it wouldn't be the same angle.
My problem is where you, because you pick such a low angle, where you're measuring the angle from is the question I always had, but you never did answer.
I answered it over and over and over, and I told you measuring the shadow from a 1 meter stick over and over and over. I said measuring the shadow from a 1 meter stick. You said that it would not be the same angle. You said the shadow on that stick, if I stretch it up to the clouds, it wouldn't be. You said it would change angles. You literally said it would change angles up in the clouds.
Depends where you met. You haven't told me where you're measuring the angle to and from.
I'm measuring the angle from a 1 meter stick on a flat surface right by my feet. Said it over and over and over, and I just said it again.
Why'd
So
you
if
pick
we use
a low angle?
if we use 1.5 degree shadow,
why are you picking?
You're going to have about a 46 meter length. So you do agree that we can take the baseline of the shadow and do the trig and get the angle of the sun, right?
Why did you pick such a low angle? That's my.
Doesn't matter. We could never even get past that. So my point is this.
Low angle?
So do you now agree we can take the length of the shadow and the height of the 1 meter stick and triangulate the angle to the sun? Do you now agree with that?
I never said you couldn't. My problem is I don't know how you're measuring the angle. Because you pick such a low angle, so you're measuring above the horizon. So when you get a really tall stick, because the angle is almost down, your angle to the horizon will change. The top
won't matter no matter where I'm at on Earth. If we're talking about the sun, if we're using a shadow on a flat patch of ground right near my feet, my feet can be 10 miles up in the air. And my 1 meter stick could be up. We could be on a platform 10 miles up in the air. It's not going to change the angle. So it doesn't matter where I'm at. All I'm doing is getting the angle to the sun with a flat patch of ground that I'm standing on and a 1 meter tall stick and measuring the shadow length.
You said you're 10 miles up in the air now.
I said it would make no difference in your model.
My problem is I don't understand where you're measuring the angles from. It really, and I can't get this across to you. Why did you pick
Your
such a
other
low
problem is you
angle?
don't understand your model, brother.
I understand my model quite well. The
No,
light
you
rays are
don't.
parallel. The light rays are parallel. Is that what you're trying to prove? That light rays are parallel?
Earlier you said the angle would change. Are you
Well,
you
where are you
retracting
measuring
that
it
now?
to? I know. Where are you measuring the angle from? Where are you measuring the angle to? You're 1 degree above the horizon. If you have a really tall stick, if you go up there, the sun will be higher than it is at the bottom of the stick. Do you understand that?
Will the angle change though? Will the angle change?
To from what to what is the question?
My stick.
To the what? To the sun above the horizon? Yes, the sun will be further above the
No,
horizon.
no, the horizon has got nothing to do with this. You're
Why
desperate
did
in
you
bringing
pick
in
such
the
a low
horizon.
angle?
I'm not going to let you squirm out of this one, bud. I'm not going to give you a
Why did you
position.
pick such a low fucking angle? That's my problem. You picked such a low angle. So you're
As
just
soon as
barely
you agree
above
that
the
no matter how
horizon.
high I go, the angle will stay the same.
Hold on, Brian. 1 degree angle. From what? What are you talking about? This angle, the measurement from the horizon to the sun. You see,
The
you keep saying
measurement
this
of
stick.
the shadow, Howard. The shadow on the ground. I'm measuring the length of the shadow by my feet. I got a flat patch
What's that
of
got to do with the
ground,
stick?
and I got a
What's that
1
got to
meter
do with the
stick,
angle on the
bro.
stick?
It doesn't matter where I'm at
Where are you getting your angle?
from measuring the
saying this.
shadow.
I don't understand how you're getting an angle for measuring the
Look,
shadow.
all you got to do is a trigonometry. You get the length of the shadow, and you put that as your baseline, right? Your 1 meter stick is your opposite side, and then that will give you the angle. Knowing that the stick is 90 degrees, that will triangulate the angle to the sun. Okay.
Which is in this case is 1 degree above the horizon.
No, 1.5 degrees. We're
1.5
going
degrees above the horizon. Ooh, okay.
I think it's a 46-foot shadow.
So now I have a nice big tall stick, and the angle
Yeah,
above the horizon
the
is going to
horizon
be higher.
doesn't matter.
Yes,
the horizon
it does.
could be anywhere, bro. The horizon could be it could be over a valley. It could be, it could be peeking over a hill. The horizon is irrelevant.
Brian, can I speak to you a second? Because what you're talking about, what I think maybe clears it up, you're talking about the elevation angle of the sun. And right? Am I wrong? The elevation angle of the sun being 1 degree is what you're claiming to measure. But the elevation angle of the sun is in reference to the, if I'm not mistaken, the celestial horizon.
Careful.
Was it careful? What are you talking about?
You don't want to step on any your other arguments like your celestial navigation and all that. So just careful what you claim. Your elevation angle.
This is not stepping on any other arguments. I'm just trying to make sense of what you're saying.
You're the only one. You're the only one besides Blue Marble Science and Chikey who's agreed that the angle won't change no matter how high I go.
No, I didn't say that though. I did not say that.
Oh, so you don't agree with that now? So no parallel.
I'm not saying that. I'm trying to make sense of what you're asking. What you're saying.
I'm not going to argue this with people who don't understand their model. I'm not going to get to the point.
Are you taking cell nav
people who don't
fixes?
understand their own model?
Are you taking cell nav fixes? You're measuring the angle above the horizon. Is that how you're measuring your angle?
No, I am measuring my angle by measuring my shadow length.
Which gives you the angle above the horizon.
You see how it gets me off? You see how it gets me? He keeps asking me the same question over and over. He's
keep saying the same
damn
answer over and over again.
It doesn't make sense, Brian. It doesn't make
You're
sense.
defensively doing celestial navigation. You're taking the angle.
I've got a 46-foot long shadow.
Nobody
I've got a 46.
understands. So try somebody else. Does anybody else understand what he's saying? Maybe somebody else can explain it.
I think him and Peyton Asher are like I'm just trying to get him to trying to confirm that he's saying he's taking the elevation angle of the sun with this 1 degree angle, correct, Brian?
With measuring my shadow. I've got a 1 meter stick. I measure a 46-meter baseline shadow. Okay, I do the math. I get a sun angle. Okay, I don't care how the fucking horizon is at this point. All I know is that I got a 46-meter fucking shadow. Okay, and I got a 1 meter stick. That means the sun's light is directly shining down on that stick 1.5 degrees.
Are you understanding this?
I remember I did the math earlier. I think that's the right.
I understand it, but I understand it's not be possible either.
I don't think that you can do that.
Yeah, you can do
What
that.
do you mean you don't think you can do it? Here, I'll do it for you real quick.
You have a 1 meter stick casting a 46 meter shadow.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it. Hold on. Let me double check the distance.
That doesn't sound anything like close to possible.
Okay, baseline.
I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but I guess you'd have to pretend the atmosphere doesn't exist and stuff. And assume the Earth is flat and everything.
Here's the thing, Brian. If you measure the sun at 1 degree above the horizon.
1.5 degrees, bro.
And, okay, 1.5 degrees. And you
okay,
went
it's a
straight
38-foot shadow is what I measured.
You're not going to let me finish. You're not letting me finish, man.
Sorry, man. I just did all the math. Sorry.
You got to listen to me. If you measure the sun at 1.5 degree above the horizon, you're 6 foot observer. If you go up in the air 2,000 feet, the sun is now more than 1.5 degrees above the horizon.
I'm not talking about the horizon. For the love of God, dude, are you really just like spitting in my fucking face, Howard?
Brian, this is the important part.
No, I'm not.
Well, it sounds like you are because I keep telling y'all over and over. I just posted the math. Okay, it's as simple as putting in, it wound up being a 38-foot shadow. So I measured a 38-foot shadow and I put in 38 feet for my baseline and a 1 meter stick, and you get a 1.5 degree angle. Okay, right. So all I'm measuring, I don't care about the horizon, man. I do not care. For the last time, please don't make me repeat this. I don't care about the horizon. All I'm talking about is my angle to the stick. All I'm talking about is the angle the sunlight is hitting me and my stick.
Which is
so if you raise the
angle that the sun is above the horizon.
So if you raise the stick, you will increase the angle.
Do you agree with that, Kosho?
If you raise the stick, you increase the angle.
No.
For the sun.
Hold on. I have to think about it for a second.
No.
It's simple as this. Will the sun angle change by raising the stick, or will it be the same angle?
I mean, make the stick longer is what I mean. If you make the stick longer.
No, you won't increase the angle.
So that's
get that, Howard?
Brian, this is why it's important to describe what.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Coach.
No, stop before you say we'll get there. If you don't say what is the sun's angle in reference to, the elevation angle of the sun, what's the sun elevated above? What's that angle being compared to?
The horizon. Like I've said a million times.
But also there's a difference between.
But what's it measuring? It's measuring the sun angle above
the
horizon.
Measuring the angle to my stick, dude.
Which is above the horizon, 1 degree above the horizon.
Hey,
why did you pick 1 degree?
He's not doing it that way.
Because that's what it's measuring.
Howard, did you get that? That the angle won't change if the stick gets bigger. Did you get that?
Brian,
I see that you're measuring the angle of your of side B to your hypotenuse to side C. Is that the angle?
No.
I'm just asking. Did you?
Yeah. He's doing the opposite over adjacent. He's doing the tangent.
Kosho, what's your answer? Before I carry on, do you agree? Do you agree with Howard, or do you agree with Peyton? That's a shield. Will the angle change if my stick gets bigger?
Brian, in order for me to answer that question, I have to inform to you that the question you're asking is about the elevation angle of the sun, and you have to describe what the elevation angle to the sun is being elevated from, and it can be the celestial horizon.
No, I don't.
You do. Otherwise.
But to answer that question, well, Peyton has a shield even answered, and you can't answer that if I enlarge my stick.
I'm trying to
angle change. I'm not moving on until you answer one way or another.
Okay, Brian, are you trying to measure the elevation angle of the sun?
No, I'm trying to measure the sun's
Sort of he is,
angle to my stick.
No, that
And I'm asking you that if I enlarge my stick, will the angle change?
He's keeping the baseline. He's keeping the first baseline standard, set. He's just. It's a really weird experiment. Why are you doing this? What are you trying to prove?
I'm just seeing if y'all know your own model. If I'm
Well, we
seeing
know the model. Light rays are parallel.
I'll get to the point.
The problem I'm having is you keep on, because you pick such a low angle. If you raise the stick, the angle above the horizon will change, but the light rays still come in parallel. If you keep the angle,
the angle won't change, right? So you know that. You didn't earlier, but now you do. I'll give you that. But Howard, do you know that now?
Again, hold on a second. Listen to me. If you would have picked a higher sun angle, it would have been much more clear. By picking 1 degree above the horizon, you're actually picking like one of the outliers. You're trying to confuse people with this. You confuse the hell out of me.
I am not trying to confuse anybody, man. This is a very simple question.
See, here the problem is when you say measuring angles, people, you measure the sun angle above the horizon. That's all. Now you're just
that's what normal people do.
Yeah, but he's not doing that. He's
do that because normal people will answer the question honestly.
Well, normal people will also not pick such an outlying condition. If you would have picked the sun at like 45 degrees,
until y'all show me y'all understand your own model, I'm not moving on, dude. Why would I move on when you don't even understand? If Kosho doesn't understand that enlarging the stick.
I'm trying to understand your question.
No, because you pick such a low angle.
So does trying to understand include not answering a simple question?
Why don't you pick like 45 degrees or something where people can think about it? Pick an angle that people understand the tangent of.
Regardless of what angle you pick.
There's a principle with these parallel sun rays, okay?
Brian, if you're not worried about the elevation angle of the sun, okay, which is what I kept asking you, and then you're just saying that you're just measuring for some reason whatever angle the sun's doing to the stick. Actually, yes, with a higher stick, not like when you're talking about negligible differences, there is a negligible difference in the angle of the stick because technically.
Very good. Howard, are you on board with them now?
With who?
I don't know yet.
It's a
or
weird
do you
one.
still think the angle changes? Because we've they've thought about it. They've thought about it, and they finally joined their own model, the parallel sun rays, that the angle won't change.
The problem is the manner in which you explain this, and you pick such a low angle above the horizon that you confuse people because you're thinking the sun angle above the horizon like most normal people would speak. Instead, you're keeping that first one base, and you just raise.
I'm your way out of my point.
No, your point. If you would have picked like 45 degrees where people could do the tangent in their head or something, it would have been a much easier and much more clearer.
I did the math for you, bro. It's simple. If the sun angles, hold on, let me talk, bro. Every time I go to open my mouth, you're interrupting me. Listen, if the sun doesn't change angles anywhere on Earth, why would it change angles to my damn stick just because it got bigger? The answer is it doesn't. It's simple.
When you talk about sun angles and sticks, you generally talk about the sun angle above the horizon. You pick such a low fucking angle that you confuse people. Pick like 45 degrees again, where the tangent, people can do the tangent in their head, and then you'll come up with the answers that you won't confuse people. You purposely picked a situation that's going to confuse people.
Okay, so Brian, it wasn't confusing. It doesn't confuse, whatever you're trying to calculate, it's not confusing. What's confusing is what you're even asking.
I'm sorry for confusing you, man.
Brian. That's what's confusing is what you're even asking. And it doesn't matter if you say you're not measuring the elevation angle. And what you're doing, you're going to be measuring the elevation angle. And I don't know why you thought I said that it didn't change, but I told you there's a negligible change if you're increasing the height of the stick, because there's a negligible change if you're measuring angles on Earth. It's not exactly parallel. So, yeah.
All right. Was you confused though? Was you confused? Was paid right? Was you confused?
I was confused on what you're even asking, Brian.
If you get the stick long enough here, you're going to have a globe Earth proof because the stick won't go linearly. You'll start getting the curvature of the Earth into effect. but you have to have a really, really long stick. I've seen similar thought experiments, and I think they came to the conclusion that the length of the stick would be horrendous.
Okay, so now where are we at?
So what are you trying to prove here, Brian? Are you trying to prove that?
Pretend we agree on the first whatever. Pretend we agree at this point. Now what's next?
What's next?
Okay,
What's the whole idea of this thing?
Now, finally, that if I rise up in elevation, the angle.
No, wait.
Angle in free space.
Let him finish. Let him finish before we start picking it apart.
Okay, if I go straight up, as long as I keep my orientation, the sun angle in free space to me and my stick, no matter how high I go up on, within reason, within, 1,400,000 miles, but let's just keep it here within 100 miles or 5 miles. It doesn't matter if I go up. The sun's going to come with me. The sun's rays are parallel. The angle's not going to change. Okay, we all finally agree with that. Finally.
Near enough to being parallel, yes.
If you keep your original baseline, yes.
Right. So, my original baseline, okay. So, if I look up and I see the sunlight hitting the bottom of a seagull's wing or a cloud or shining up light in a building with my 1.5 degree sun, then that means your rays are not parallel, because you can't have the rays simultaneously shining down at 1.5 degrees and shining up.
I agree. You're never going to see this observation now. So you're talking about the bottom of clouds?
I've showed
You're not going to see the bottom of clouds and the ground at the same time. And not
showed dozens of observations. I'll repost the video.
So you're saying that the my little avatar thing is impossible? The shadow from the shadow from Rainier, right? You're saying that's impossible?
No, he's saying
the one in my video. There's a few different ones, but the one with the sun above the horizon, yeah, that's impossible with parallel sun rays. Impossible on a globe.
He's saying both the ground and the bottom of the clouds.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not making the claim that if the sun's under the horizon, more than halfway, then it could work on a sphere. There's a little window where you could get just that. It's a tight little window, but there is a window. Probably tighter than you think, but there is a window where you can get that on a globe.
But if it's under the horizon,
the observation with the sun coming downward, it kills the 93 million mile sun, and I'm going to share that observation. You can use your own opinion on, but I don't appreciate y'all making me just getting my simple argument out. So fucking impossible, man. By being so stubborn instead of just answering honestly, man. When y'all ask me to follow along, I answer honestly, man.
Man, I don't even understand what you're talking about.
I wasn't talking about you, Howard. I know you don't know the trig. I'm talking about Kosho and Page. They know the trig.
Well, the thing
it doesn't matter about the trig, dude. Nobody knew what you were asking.
Yeah, you ask it very convoluted, and then you pick such a low angle that you confuse them. That's how you confuse me, by picking such a low damn angle.
It should have been as simple as this, okay?
It's not though.
If the sun's rays are parallel, whatever angle they're coming in, they're doing that everywhere on Earth. If I might change orientation in your model.
No, they're not.
Hold
they're
on.
Not
Let me finish. Don't interrupt me, bro. Why do you got to? Okay, now on your model, okay, it's the person or the ground changing angles, or the buildings changing angles, depending on where they're at. But the sun in their model is hitting the Earth at the same angle everywhere on Earth where the sun's light can hit. Okay.
The problem is it doesn't hit the sun.
That should have been the answer.
It doesn't hit the Earth at the same angle. The light rays are parallel, but because the Earth is, one reason, it's curved.
Didn't say it's hitting them at the same angle. I said the sun's rays are coming in at the same angle. It's the ground that's bending in your model.
Wait, what?
It's in the globe model. It's the angle. It's the angle to the objects or the ground that's curving. The sun's angle is not changing. The sun's angle is hitting the globe parallel or damn near parallel, and it's everything else that changes angles depending on where you're positioned. So It's as simple as just saying, yeah, you know, the sun doesn't change angles. If it's hitting you 1.5 degrees, as long as you don't move from that orientation or location, you can go up as high as you want, and it's not going to change angles. That's the easy answer to the consequence of parallel sun rays.
Does anybody else understand what he just said?
Sort of.
Nope.
Sort of. Actually, it's kind of scary that I'm actually beginning to understand what he's saying.
You're learning Brianese?
Yeah, I know. It's scary.
Yeah, it's as simple as this. Okay.
The thing about Brian is you have to have a constant reference frame for this to work, and because the sun is not, the angles are parallel. The sun rays are parallel, but that's how cell nav works. Is the angles are different everywhere on the Earth. That's how cell
because
nav
the ground changes angles, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so don't try and change the sun ray. So if you're going to tell me that the sun is simultaneously shining down on my stick 1.5 degrees, but shining up on a cloud above me from a negative angle, then you don't have parallel rays. You get that one, bud?
I'm not saying that though. You're not going to get an observation like that, where the sun's hitting the ground and underneath the cloud at the same time, but not the top of the cloud.
No, what you're going to do is you're going to get the underlit clouds, and it's still going to be light. And you're going to say, because you're getting reflections from the sun, it's not dark yet because you still have twilight going on. You're getting atmospheric scattering.
But if I can show you sun's light directly shining on the bottom of clouds, then and with the sun that's over the horizon, you would agree that's a problem, right?
I don't see a problem.
Yes. Yeah, so then the sun's rays can shine in multiple angles simultaneously. Then, okay, because I'm describing a sun above the horizon, not below it.
Let me see pictures.
If your brain wants to just, if it's rubber and it can form to whatever it needs to maintain a globe, then I can't argue that.
Okay, the argument makes sense. Now let's see your evidence.
All right, let me post it.
I think you've been around here way too long, Peyton Masterfield, if you understand
that. I know.
Bro, what don't you understand about parallel sun rays and the consequences of it?
It's the way you describe it, Brian.
It's a weird description. I mean, I kind of understand.
I had to describe it like that so they wouldn't keep talking about the damn horizon. They'll weasel out of my fucking argument by trying to keep bringing the sun behind the horizon when that is not my example.
You weren't trying to bring it behind the horizon, Brian. It's just you were asking about the angle that it's making. And the angle that you're talking about is the elevation angle of the sun.
From the horizon.
No, from my stick.
I got it, Brian. You're defining a reference frame for all your observations to be at the ground, at your location.
I've got experience arguing with weasels, dude.
No, you don't. You're a weasel yourself, sir.
Yeah, right. I'd have answered when y'all ask me questions, whether I agree with your outcome or not, I answer as honestly as I can. I don't play them games.
I could. I was trying to understand what you're saying, and believe it or not, it's actually scary.
So it's a simple answer, bro. If you understand parallel sunlight, you understood. You didn't earlier, but you caught on pretty quick tonight. Because
again, because never mind. We've been into it enough. Let's go.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna post a video real quick with several examples.
I posted one example. However, I wouldn't say that. I'd say it's lit on the sides more than it's lit from underneath in the clouds. But you can still see it's above the horizon. It's kind of barely lighting the ground over there. There's one Terry posted.
Yeah, I've collected a few of these photos.
See, those are better. That's a better. The under part of the clouds being lit is one thing, but the under part of the clouds receiving a shadow upwards would be a more definite evidence of what you're talking about, Brian. Like, Brian, does your evidence have is it like a picture like what Terry's posted?
Yeah, I know. I'll have a look at his video. See if I can see
I'll single out a couple pictures.
Got Dr. Bob in it. What's Dr. Bob talking about? That's the same photo I put in Dr. Bob's video. Yeah, the well one. Okay. Are we trying to show whether the sun goes behind the horizon, or we're showing that the sun rays are parallel?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna post several images that I've got that I don't know. I mean, that ought to be enough.
Howard, you could show me 1,000,000 of them. All I need is one showing you the sun, above the horizon, shining upward to debunk every one of them. But there's dozens of them. I mean, almost everyone you look at, the sun's above the horizon. You don't find many with the sun gone. You'll find one occasionally. I'll give you that. And I don't argue that. You could use that as evidence, but my evidence, trumps.
I know. I took a photo one afternoon of underlit clouds. I thought that looked good.
The thing is, this in your example, the sun's coming in at a very, very shallow angle, so you would still be at the same 1 degree at those clouds. So it would basically be from underneath, not quite, but almost.
Yeah, if you want to try and add perspective in your model, that's fine. If you want to have the sun shining above the horizon, shining down 1 degree or 1.5 degrees, sitting on the horizon,
we agree.
But
Then
you can't simultaneously shine up at clouds at the same time.
But no, it's not. It's shining at the clouds at the same 1 degree. It's shining at you. It's basically side on to these things, almost, right? At 1 degree, almost, coming at you basically almost at 90 degrees to your zenith, right?
Well, we're gonna have this discussion on Jose's probably either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm gonna bring a bunch of examples, clear-cut examples, and I'm gonna bring examples of shadows shining up into buildings and apartments and office buildings. Okay, tall buildings with the sun clearly over the horizon.
I think that's all I've got. I have to clean my folders out one day.
It's crazy. Like, the Globers don't like scrutinizing their own model. They really don't. They do anything at all to defend it. It's weird. Like, dude, I try to explain something that your model dictates and some consequences of some of your claims, and it's like, man, it's like pulling teeth sometimes.
The problem is,
I imagine y'all probably go through that. Y'all probably go through the same shit with some people. So
the problem, Brian, is the manner in which you try to describe what you're measuring is difficult, because the way you measure sun angles is from the horizon. That's standard, and you're setting a base angle here that's going to not change.
Well, I had to sink the concept deep in your brain so you didn't try and change it. Because every time I've argued this with you, Paid, all you've talked about is the sun below the horizon moving, and all
how
this.
You measure,
so I had to drill this.
Sun
I had to use this method to drill my point. Your brain didn't want to go to reality, and acknowledge the fact that the sun angle doesn't change just because of height.
When normal people, talk about sun angles, they talk about angles above the horizon. Because you pick such a low angle, because you want to do this. If you would have started off at like 45 degrees and everyone could agree that the sun rays are parallel and then gone to your 1 degrees, you might have you might try that.
I've tried that with you even. I've tried that with you.
No, if you start at 45.
And you wouldn't give up on the sun being behind the horizon. And no matter how hard I tried, you kept putting the sun back behind that horizon. And no matter how many times I conceded, that, if the sun's behind or under your horizon in your model,
there's got to be a better way of wording this.
I won't contest that. But my whole point was, that with the sun above a horizon, you're going to have the sun angle no matter how high you go. People don't think that. People who believe in the globe and still believe in the parallel sun rays can't fathom that you're going to have different or the same angle with the sun on the horizon.
Yeah, parallel sun rays.
They don't comprehend. They don't think of the consequences that the sun angle doesn't change no matter how high you go in the globe model. That angle doesn't ever change. That whatever the angle is on the ground, that's the angle fucking all the way to the moon.
You see, the thing about it is it would be the same on the flat Earth model, only the angle to the sun would be the same all over the place, which we don't measure according to Eratosthenes, but okay.
Yeah, that to me, that's direct evidence of upward light refraction. Seeing the bottom of the clouds lit.
No, what you're seeing from the side, 1 degree. But your problem is you're 1 degree because you're standing underneath the clouds, and the clouds are being lit basically from the side. It appears that they're being lit from the bottom.
Bro, your shadow of Mount Rainier, the one I posted, the sun is way above the horizon, and that's even an artificial mountainous horizon, which means the sun's going to be coming down at probably about 6 or 7 degrees.
How about the one that's my avatar?
That particular horizon, because it's not even a natural horizon; it's artificial. It's in the mountains. So
how about the one that's my avatar?
Yeah, you might have one with it below. I've seen a couple with it below. I've just picked one with it above, which debunks your 93 million mile sun on its face.
Actually, no, it doesn't. But nice try. The one my avatar shows that the Earth is a sphere. There's no way that my avatar picture happens on a flat Earth. It cannot.
Dude, it debunks your globe. Mine debunks your globe. You can show me a million of them, and I show you one of mine, and your
I showed you one of mine.
Debunked. Not your globe, not your globe. Let me take that back real quick. Please quit interrupting me every time I talk. I'm letting you speak, but I'll take it back. It doesn't debunk the globe. It debunks the 93 million mile sun thoroughly. No getting around it.
Well, see, again, my avatar picture debunks your flat Earth. There's no way that you get a shadow separated from the mountain like that unless the sun is below the mountaintop.
Simple perspective, man.
It's not.
Railroad. Yeah, it is.
No, even in perspective, there's no way.
Hold on. I don't have to defend a model when I'm debunking your model, bro. You know what? Since we each debunked each other's model, which I don't think you've debunked mine, but I've thoroughly debunked your 93 million miles. Let's put our heads together and fix it.
The sun
rays come akin paid what you're describing. So let's say like a street light, like just a regular red, green, red, green, orange street light. And when you're right under it, obviously it's in like the high noon position. It's right above you. If you were to drive away from it, it would set basically. It would look like it's setting, so it would look like it's going down. And at some point, it's going to be right on the horizon. If you now instantly turn that street light into a massive flashlight that is now aiming light, that light is going to be coming, even though it's on your horizon, it's going to be coming at your car, at your eye level. Then, if the light was bright enough, it would shine on the roof of your local car, because your the clouds are local, as it were. That absolutely could happen. Now, I understand the idea of a globe, but that's fine. It's fine if it works on a globe, but it also works on a planar surface with the sun above.
You will not get the separation of the cloud and of the mountaintop and the shadow in that situation.
You can't have parallel light. You can't have an upward shadow on clouds that's shining a downward angle on the ground.
But it's
like I said, the picture I showed has the sun above the horizon, and once again, it's not only the horizon; it's an artificial mountainous horizon. So the sun is well above the ocean level horizon. It's about 6 or 7 degrees. That's being generous. Okay. And you can't have an upward shadow with sunlight coming down 6 degrees. You can't have simultaneous sun angles on a globe. I'm sorry.
Which one did you
Not with a 93 million mile sun, you can't. There's no getting around that, bro. You can't claim parallel rays and simultaneous different angle rays at the same time if you have a 93 million mile sun, bro. I know it's hard. It's hard for people to comprehend it because reality doesn't show us that. Reality
No,
shows
you
us
haven't shown
fucking
it.
the bottom of clouds being lit all the time. It shows us light hitting the bottom of clouds and fucking doing weird shit, crepuscular type of shit, because that's reality. But I'm trying to move it. I'm trying to share the consequences of the globe claims, and the globe claims is a 93 million mile sun. Well, with that comes consequences.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting it, of course, because it's to your advantage.
Bro, it's a clear argument. If you have a sun 6 degrees above the horizon, then every sun ray at that location, much less way forward in the distance, it's going to be even worse there. But at that location, that it's going to, no matter how high I go, the sun's going to be shining down at that same angle because it's not the sun rays angle that changes. So you're showing if I'm showing a lights or shadow at the bottom of clouds, that breaks the rules of, all I'm doing is repeating myself. I think you get my point.
I get your point. I just don't think your pictures show what you claim they show.
What are you talking about? It's not a sun above the horizon, artificial mountainous horizon?
Which picture are you talking about? The Bob one?
In the video I posted.
Oh, I have to watch your video again?
Hard time explaining shit because flat earthers default to reality, and so do globe
No,
earthers.
you don't
You
default
default to reality, and I'm trying to make simple points. Sometimes it takes me explaining it 20 different ways for people. But finally, after enough explanation, people understand and realize that, hey, he's right. And globers usually halfway through realize, oh shit, he's fucking right.
No,
The rays aren't supposed to be parallel. I got to think of another explanation of why that cloud's lit from the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Instead of using it as a globe proof, I need to fucking avoid it. And what first seemed like a great globe proof is a fucking model killer, a thorough model killer.
Is the mountain above or is the mountain above the horizon or below the horizon?
What? The mountain?
Yes.
Mount Rainier? It is the horizon, but it's above it.
It's above it, right?
Peak is the peak and the summit,
So
and all that's above the horizon.
Yeah, so there's the sun above or below the peak of the mountain.
It's below the peak. Remember, the height don't matter. Paid. See, there you go. Diving back into reality. You're diving back out of your model into reality. The peak. It could be all the way to the moon. Doesn't matter. That's what y'all want to think because that's how reality works. But in your model, the height doesn't matter.
It does matter though.
No, it doesn't. Not with the sun on the horizon.
Because you have such a shallow angle. The sun's coming basically at you at 90 degrees, or in your case, 89 degrees.
Hey, in that picture I just posted, would you agree that sun is about 8 degrees? Let's say 6. Let's 5 degrees above the horizon. Or is that a fair assessment? Close to it.
I don't know. I can't tell where the horizon is. It's definitely above the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know what the sort of terrain is between here and there, where the sun is.
But the light is definitely going to be hitting my location from a positive angle, about 5 degrees. I'm just guessing about 5. It could be 6 or 7. It could be 4 or 5, but somewhere in that ballpark. The sun
is a half a degree, and so it's at least above a half a degree. That's all I can really tell you. I can't tell.
Half a degree, okay. All right, never mind.
Seriously, the sun is half, and plus I can't tell. Well, how big is the sun is the next question, because you're taking it without a solar filter. But it's definitely above the horizon. There's no. I'll give you that.
Fair enough.
5 degrees? I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe. I'll give you even that. Maybe, but one way or another, that sun above the horizon, if we're anywhere near, whatever, anywhere near that level, then we've got sun's rays, although it looks like they should be shining up, from where we're seeing the sun. It's a downward angle, and it shouldn't be lighting up the bottom of clouds. I'll try and find some better examples, to present my case clearer. But at least I've got at least the principle through to you, where you understand at least what I'm claiming.
You need to come up. You need to somehow explain the fact that you're not measuring the sun above the horizon. That you're measuring from a fixed horizontal, so that you can. I think I know what you're trying to say. You're just not saying it well. I really don't know how to help you. I'm sorry.
So basically, the angle of the sun at his location.
That's correct.
Yeah, so Paige, next time I will, and hopefully if other Globers are around, you'll save the time and say, yeah, he's right. Even if he goes up from that spot, you don't have to say I'm right about my claim, but at least save the time and say, yeah, from that spot, yeah, it's a downward angle. Even if he goes up high, and I'll get right to the point. If you could back me up at least on that part of my argument.
Anyway, it's 1 o'clock here. I'm gonna go. Talk to you later.
Your brain might be tired, so.
Like I said, it's so easy to default back to reality, and you're looking at a sun lower than the clouds. You think on a globe, that's what we expect. The sun sitting, sitting only a couple of degrees above the horizon. We expect it to be hitting the clouds up above, but no, not so fast. Got to do a reality check. Don't default back to reality and just think, okay, that's how it works on a globe. This is what your model dictates, pal. So just pointing out some of the consequences of their model. And don't default to reality, because your model doesn't always match reality, or at least puts it in question, if nothing else. They like to think that their model just always matches reality, dude, and it never does, dude. No, I ain't gonna say never, okay? But it rarely does, man. If you really look in deep at the details, dude, it doesn't match reality. They just think that, okay, we live on a globe and this is what we see, so that's what we expect on a globe. But you go into details, and it more often than not, their claims, upon further examination and scrutiny, doesn't match reality, or at least it requires some splaining.
So Brian, your model requires no explanation at all, right?
Come again?
So you're saying how the globe model requires a lot of explaining, right? Your model, on the other hand, doesn't require any explaining at all, right?
What doesn't require any explaining?
Your model.
Oh, my model? No, every model requires explaining.
That's why you're making out like the globe needing explaining is a bad thing.
I'm not, man. I'm just pointing out, like, people think that that's what they're supposed to see on a globe. The sun sitting on the horizon, they think they're supposed to see it lighten up clouds because they're higher. They're thinking geometrically, but that's not the case. If the sun's coming in a downward angle, in their model, no matter how high we are, the sunlight should continue to maintain that angle. So we shouldn't see them clouds lit up from the bottom with the sun on the horizon. It kills their model. Their 93 million mile sun.
It's the flat model that says that the sun's always above the clouds, right? It's not
My model. I've got light refracting upward. So yeah, my model predicts the bottom of clouds being hit by upward refracting sunlight.
Upwards refracting sunlight. So the sun starts off above the cloud, the light moves down under the cloud, then reflects back up onto the cloud. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I'll shut up now.
I was just diatribing, dude. But basically what I was saying is that I try and remember that, a model ain't reality. It's just a model. So I don't think nobody knows exactly what we live on. I don't think we're supposed to. I don't think we know exactly where the sun is or even what the sun is. It's supposed to be a mystery, It's I've seen, there's different models. I try to. I have a model, but I ain't acting like that's exactly how the world works. Just a model I've come up with and I'm still working on. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not trying to. Ultimately, I'm not making a claim. I know how everything works or what everything is.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish y'all realized. I wish Globers would realize that. Hey, they have a model. It's not proof of reality.
So Globers did think that, right? That they had a model and shit. Then they sent up shit into space and took a picture of it and said, yeah, it looks like the model.
Yeah, I wish it was that easy, man.
It is that easy.
In fact, when you debunk their fucking space bullshit, that's one of the main factors that opened up flat Earth is how full of shit the space agencies are.
I mean, again, that's if you want to believe that all the space agencies are lying to you, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's not really saying believe in. He's talking about actually catching errors and inconsistencies. That alone is not just believing it. That's just looking at it and seeing that it's not consistent.
Right, but why I think that's all bullshit is because you nitpick at these little things that are usually because of compression on video, right? Which gives you artifacts and shit like that. And you guys pick at those few instances of that instead of the millions of other evidences of the actual model we live on that are pictures on space that don't have that shit. You guys don't go back and say, you know what? Here's a picture that doesn't have any of the bullshit going on, and can I make that one appear fake too?
Branch, do you think there's a model, a rover on Mars?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't help you, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, there's definitely a rover on Mars. We've even got pictures of that the rover's taken back.
So you didn't see where Jaron combed through Google Earth and found fucking Earth here on Mars and put them side by side and they're fucking identical? I thought that was enough. Anybody with common sense would know.
You're right, man. I didn't realize Jaron had done that. I mean, now that I know Jaron has done that, it must be fake.
I'll post a picture, man. He spent a lot of time scouring Google Earth to try and find it because he figured this: if they're faking it here on Earth, I should be able to find it, and he found it. And I'm gonna post it real quick. I mean, that should be enough to show you that, dude. They're acting like that's Mars. It's not fucking Mars. It's fucking Earth. He found it.
Let's say if what Jaron's looking at, right, is legit, for whatever reason it was faked, right? That doesn't mean that everything to do with space is fake. On a lighter note, did you guys see that interview Jaron did with that one Jenny girl? I forgot her last name. Jenny Rose. Or Jessica Rose, whatever the fuck her name is. I thought it was funny. It was almost like Jaron was kind of giving her permission to be a flat earther, and he was kind of testing her out. And the whole interview had that kind of vibe towards it, where he's vetting her. I just thought it was funny that he needed to vet her.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, she's already doing content, I believe, right?
Yeah, but
the whole thing, but I don't know any about her videos. But I mean, I think she already is putting out information on it, right?
I know, but I mean, she is, I guess, right? I haven't really looked up all her videos, but the way Jaron's talking to her, it's like he's vetting her. I don't know if you watch the video back with that in mind, you know what I'm talking about.
I watched a little bit of it. It just seemed like they were just chatting. But if you got that vibe, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that, but I didn't watch too much of it. So I guess I can't fully comment.
What do you think? Do you think she's just pulling for views and shit?
No, I think we live in a day and age, an era that the information we're giving about what the Earth is and outer space is false, and some people are going to believe it, and then some people are going to question it, and depends on probably your spiritual development level. Partially depends on your awareness of thinking critically and individually, intuition. There's a lot of components that come into the people that are able to see this and able that are not. And I just from watching a little bit of it, it seems like she at least has enough of the ability to see through it. So she sounds like she's speaking out about it.
Do you think she's got the potential to be the most viewed flat earther?
No.
I think so.
I don't know if it doesn't matter. That's not really relevant.
It kind of is. It says something about society, right? Where if you look hot, no matter what you believe, you're going to get views.
Oh, if you look hot. I thought you said hard. You said hot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she's gorgeous, right?
I could see how some people could think that, but
yeah, a little bit on that side, but
But I hear what you're saying. I mean, they're attractive women will attract more people that want to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, like if Mark Sargent looked like her, he probably would be having a lot more fucking views right now.
Hey Branch, do me a favor real quick. Just look at that picture and text of I mean that should be enough where anything they show you involving fucking planets and bullshit. I mean, they got cold fucking busted.
That
Is crazy, man. I would say that. I mean, especially like that little boat looking thing in the middle, how it's exactly the same, right? You know, I ain't gonna deny that looks like it was fake, but how do you know that GIF wasn't fake? So basically, it wasn't something they published, and somebody just pulled up Greenland.
I found it on Google Earth, man. He did it a long time ago, man. Long time ago. You know, if I could find the live stream, I might be able to.
So wait, Jaren actually found that photo on Google Earth, and then the one on Mars is actually an official NASA released one.
Yeah, because they found out where they were doing the backup simulation. You know, the where they got caught first doing, you know, the rover. Their excuse was when they got caught, you know, and exposed. They got caught. They said that they are putting a duplicate out there to make sure the one on Mars is behaving properly. You see what I'm saying? So that narrowed his search area down, you know, and to where it was at, and he was able to find it. You know, took some time still, but yeah, he found it, man. That's one of the fucking pictures they showed us from fucking Mars, man.
I mean, do you have the original picture on a NASA website? I doubt you do, but
no, I mean I could go try and find it. I thought it spoke for itself. It's been a long time since he did that, so I doubt I could find his stream. I have to go look back through the Mars footage, and
you don't gotta
make sure I include the watermark or whatever, the fucking trademark on the picture.
yeah, that is crazy though. If you do find an original and it definitely came from NASA, then you know that's pretty legit fake job, right? But I doubt someone from NASA would be that fucking stupid. You know, basically they've just gone in there and changed the colors a little bit and said this is a picture from Mars. Like these guys are getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to, you know, make good fakes. They're not gonna fucking just do that and post it.
Well, did they expect Google Earth? I mean, at the time, were they really thinking about somebody scouring through Google Earth to expose their fucking, you know, out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Greenland? Did they really expect to get even caught to begin with? For somebody to even search to narrow the search down? No. They think that flat Earth was going to pop up and fucking, you know, start fine-tooth combing every single thing? No. I mean, some people think they put shit like that out on purpose. I personally don't. I think they make mistakes from time to time and get busted from time to time.
So Brian, did you investigate these images that Jaren posted, or did you just take it on face value that it is what he said?
I questioned it, and he said that he found it on Google Earth. So I will investigate.
You go look though.
Yeah, I'll have to do that, man. But you know, my memory serves me right. He, you know, if my memory serves me right, it's fucking it's got the fucking mark on it. If you enlarged it enough, if I had the picture big enough, it has like the information on it. But I could be wrong. This is a long time ago. This is one of the first things I seen back when this is like 5-6 years ago.
Well, in terms of a picture, I mean, I've seen him do various things. Like he found that other site that was up in like northern Canada that basically was like a NASA site that looked exactly like Mars, and he found that whole site. It had a bunch of little tents and, you know, trucks and stuff. Then he zoomed in on the truck and it had like a NASA logo on it. So it was like clearly a spot that they were doing whatever testing, and obviously, like he was comparing what the landscape looked like to Mars, and it was virtually identical. But
yeah, it was a long time ago, though, wasn't it? Long time ago.
Yeah, but I mean that one, like, is this one of the ones? Is this like a street view that he found, or is it one of those? Sometimes there's like photos logged in Google Earth where you click on it, and it's got 10 photos because somebody uploaded them. Is it that? Because if it's somebody uploaded the,
Pretty
photo,
sure it was the 3D Google Earth view.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure, man. I'm gonna try and find now that Howard mentions it.
I mean, Google Earth, right? It gets its pictures from this little rover that runs around. I wonder why the rover was running around.
Yeah, a little four-wheeled fucking short circuit looking Johnny Five rover.
Yeah, and that picture of Greenland though, there's no fucking roads there. It seems weird that picture would be on Google Earth.
Dude, but look, if you look hard enough, man, if you're on a mission to find something, man, and you look hard enough, if it's there, you'll find it. If it's there, you'll find it.
There's no doubt that those are the same. That picture's the same shit, right? There's no doubt. It's not like a coincidence that somewhere on Mars looked just like that little place in Greenland, right?
Right. Yeah, it's definitely the same.
Right. I mean, so that's why we're saying that one of the two pictures has to be fake. Or it's just a big old lie and somebody did fake it.
Dude, they never told us they had fucking rovers and shit, simulation rovers on Devon Island and shit like that, dude. That shit was exposed. That shit was found. They gave us explanations after they done been exposed, bro. They update their shit, so you'll never probably find that out now, because they modify their shit, dude, to keep up with the argument. They're not honest, bro. And the people helping them updating definitions and quotes and all this other shit, dude, that's not honest, man. And it's so any new people, man. It's we're trying, we try to keep as much. There's so many arguments, man. It's hard to keep track of them all. There's so much proof that came out so long ago all at once, man, when they got blindsided by this shit. So since then they've had a lot of time to fucking adapt and basically book burn a lot of their shit. And but a lot of it was saved, But before when the argument first came out and they didn't know to defend against it, and then all they had was, just evidence getting hit from every angle with their bullshit. They got called out so many different angles that newcomers are never going to see all of that evidence that we want seen, except for what we saved, man. So I try and save some of it because they're hiding it pretty good, man.
I mean, let's say that picture was faked, right, by NASA. Is that still enough proof, just that one picture being faked, yeah? Is that enough proof for you to think that the Earth ain't flat? Because it's not for me.
Well,
bro, they don't know what Mars is, bro. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. They don't know what that shit is, dude. They got different models, different ideas, different points of time, and fucking civilizations probably had different ideas. They don't know. Nobody knows what that shit is. Okay.
And I mean that picture, Branch, it's not. I mean that kind of goes without saying. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Technically, it has to do with NASA and the information they're putting out, and whether they're filming the Mars shit on Earth, saying they're on Mars. It plays into the whole story, I mean, like I agree with what Brian's saying. I mean, it's a mystery, and it's meant to be a mystery. Like I would go as far as to say this: there's never been a human in the history of humanity that has been able to go up to the stars and get a sample, meaning it's never existed. Now, maybe in like an out-of-body experience, a spiritual, mystical experience, that's another story, like that kind of concept. But in terms of being a physical human in the corporeal world, like on the physical plane of Earth, you can't go up there and get a sample. It's just not possible.
If you want to know what it really is, look at amateur rockets, amateur high-altitude balloon footage. It's literally a fucking black void, bro. It's literally a black nothing. There's nothing up there, bro. Is what when you look at it and put it in context with real life shit that you truly believe, because these people have no agenda at all. A lot of people have did high altitude footage, some high altitude rockets and shit. I mean, sounding rockets, just amateurs, just putting cameras on shit. Maybe you believe some of it, maybe not all of it, but they all show the same shit, dude. There's nothing up there. There ain't no stars. There ain't no fucking planet. You got a little tiny fucking moon off in the distance, usually. A bright fucking stretched out oblique looking sun, and a black fucking void. There ain't nothing up there, man.
Well,
you want to know what's up there? There ain't shit up there. They ain't going to know none of them little reflections or fucking light. I don't believe they're going to, man. I don't believe they're tangible. I don't believe if they are, we'd never know.
No one's saying that anyone's going to these stars, right? And Gio, to answer your question about getting a sample, I mean, I don't think that a human being is going to actually get to a star, potentially ever. It's just way too far away, right?
Unless that's the thing, dude. Like okay. Like just bringing it down to brass tacks. You and I are both people. We were born out of our mothers, and then we're on this earth. We've gone to this school, we've gone to this job, we've gone to whatever. Right? We're chilling. Right now, we're at our computers talking. So that's who we are. So what you just said right there, because they're so far, it's like, what is that based upon? And it may be based on belief. And I'm not trying to like attack you or trying to like tear down your worldview or anything, but I'm just saying, like, are you at least willing to kind of see that the entire assumption of what the universe is, that it's this big thing out there in the millions of light years, and that Mars is a planet and all that is based upon essentially the story you've been told about it?
No, I mean, I was getting there, right? So what I was getting there by saying is, human beings may not go there, but you're still not getting a sample back. And technically, every time we see starlight, that's a sample from that star. That photon that we're getting back came from the star. So we're getting loads of samples of these stars in the form of photons.
Bro, you think a star is a sun. You think our sun is a star. That's all a fucking story, dude. Look, zoom in on anything up there, bro. And you get a maximum zoom, and everything's going to be roughly the same size. Just a little bit bigger of a dot in your zoom, in your telescope, or on your super zoom camera. Okay? ISS, same shit. You ain't seeing no fucking ISS. If you superimpose it and stack images, you can get it to look a little better. It looks like Saturn to me, kind of.
But Brian, here's the problem, right? Is that when you start mixing in things like seeing the ISS with what we were talking about seeing these stars, we're technically talking about two very different things, right? We're talking about one.
They're all the same size. It's not a coincidence, bro. That they had to. Their first assumption in all this shit, okay, this is reality, is that Venus is the same size as Earth. So what they had to do is they had to make them tiny little lights up there massive, the same size as Earth, and their whole model followed that assumption. That's garbage. Them little lights up there, are the chances in the Venus light being the size of Earth is almost zero. It's maybe 0.5%, bro. It could be any size. Okay, and then they're gonna have to do everything else accordingly. But they assumed that the stars are suns. That's a major assumption, man. That's, we don't even know that they're fucking tangible things. You go up there, you can't see them.
Is it though? Is it a bigger
at a certain height?
I mean, we know on Earth today, right, that we can look at different light, right? And we can tell where that light's coming from on Earth. I'm not talking about the sun or anything outside of Earth. I'm talking about basically if you run spectrometry on let's say a helium lamp, right? We'll know that it's a helium lamp because of the makeup of the light, right? The same thing goes if you're using like an argon lamp, right? We'll know you're using an argon lamp because of the makeup of the light, right? And now when we look at the sun and when we look at the stars, we can also tell what the makeup of the light is, and they match.
I'm sorry you believe that bullshit. of course, every star is helium and hydrogen. Because what the fuck is up there? What gas? What's the only gas that would be up there? You know, up that high where they're fucking aiming their shit. It's helium and hydrogen. Okay, so yeah, of course, every star is gonna be fucking hydrogen. You know, because that's the fucking lightest gas. That's what goes up the highest. So they don't know that any gas that gets in between the fucking device. It's not like they're in a lab. They're trying to compare their spectroscopy with fucking lab shit, where they know for sure the makeup of shit from the frequencies and all that. No, anything that gets in between what they're aiming at is what they're going to detect.
Well, okay, so
it's a coincidence, hydrogen, bro.
So technically, what happens, right, is when a hydrogen particle, two hydrogen particles, become helium, or even actually, so basically, when hydrogen becomes helium, right, it creates a neutron, and that itself throws out a photon, right? Now, that light that we get from that interaction, you know how hard it is to recreate that in a stable structure on Earth?
Yeah,
we can't recreate that stable structure.
I don't believe they can. I don't think they might be able to, but I doubt it. I don't know. That's really just a model, right?
They could create it stably, right? We'll be using that for power.
Any honest scientist say they don't even know what light is, man. If you want to get right down to it, light has got theories. Nobody knows what light is, man. If you want to get right down to it, I don't think. I've heard them say, that what is light? We really don't know, They've got theories, and they've got models and all that. Nobody, dude, we ain't God. Okay, we mimic nature, and we fucking get technology from nature. Okay, and from fucking inventions outside the box and shit like that. But it all comes from nature, man. Okay, somebody made this shit. We're doing our best to replicate it, but we don't know shit, dude. We're fucking peons compared to whoever created this place. We're nothing to them. We can't even comprehend infinity. Like, we can't even comprehend how something began. Our brains aren't even capable. It should show you our brains are flawed. We can't even comprehend a basic understanding of how shit could there possibly be an end? If there's nothing left, is that nothing still something? I mean, the beginning, how could there been a beginning? It should show you that we got a major flaw in our brains. We can't even comprehend the beginning. It's not comprehensible because, but it should be. It's like us looking at animals. Like, they probably can't comprehend the end of a fucking, I don't know. Go ahead. I'm hogging.
What I'm saying is, your original question was, they just basically label stars and suns, or our sun and stars as the same thing, right? And the point I'm trying to make is that particular structure of light that we get back from the suns and stars that matches, that only happens in specific reactions, and we can't even create those reactions on a small scale on Earth, right? So the fact that we can't do that, and we know it's very hard to have that be a stable reaction that fuels itself unless it's really fucking large and its own gravity has to hold it together, right? Therefore, saying that stars are just some type of light bulb up there that's really small.
Bro, it's some kind of plasma, some kind of frequency. They all got their own little frequency and their own dance to them, man. Not a coincidence that we take all these different cameras and zoom in and we see the same shit, dude.
It's not that easy. That particular structure of light requires specific reactions to occur.
And my guess is as good as theirs, Branch, and so is yours, dog. Don't underestimate yourself. Your guess is as good as fucking anybody's, bro. They can obviously model shit better than us and come up with a better model, better explanations and all that. But it's still a goddamn guess, bro. And your guess is as good as anybody's, man. Don't ever forget that.
Yeah, but I'm not really guessing, am I? I'm going off of research that has been developed over hundreds of years.
It's sad, bro, because you won't even allow yourself to guess. You're going off somebody else's guess. I mean, fuck, dude. It's what, you look up to the stars and you wonder what the fuck they are. Yeah, Nobody knows. Nobody knows for sure what the shit is, bro. And if you're cheating yourself out of your own thoughts, that's kind of creepy, man.
Ryan,
you won't even allow your brain to fucking imagine.
If you buy, let's say, an ice cream from an ice cream shop, right? Do you have to taste it to know it's chocolate, or can you just read on the wrapper that it's chocolate?
Man, I'll agree with you on that, man. But I don't think that's a fair comparison to the cosmos. The cosmos is a mystery, bro. Nobody knows any of this shit, dude. Every model fucking breaks down, bro. The current model is fucking maybe the worst one ever. Maybe the best. It's a fucking guess, bro. If you don't allow your own self to fucking imagine what it might be, you're cheating yourself, bro. You're fucking thinking it's a fact of somebody else's guess. Allow yourself to fucking imagine shit, man. Have your own fucking imagination. You don't need anybody telling you you don't need anybody telling you facts about fucking their guesses. That's what they're doing. It's their best guess.
So I will say this: having imagination is extremely important, right? But I don't think that imagining the shape of the Earth is something we need to do anymore.
Nobody knows, man. Nobody knows fucking where this world ends. Nobody knows how the fucking shape. Nobody knows the fucking size. Dude, that's not for us to know, man. We're teeny. We're tiny. Big place, man.
Branch, it kind of sounds like you've kind of taken the mystery that is a mystery for yourself, because obviously, like I said before, you were just born and you've lived your life in the cities that you've lived in and all that, and pretty limited when it comes to the entire thing. But it kind of seems like you've taken the mystery and just handed it off to someone else, an authority, whatever it may be, to just do it for you. We figured it all out just because they are telling you that, right?
Giving these dorks too much credit.
No, it's justifiable, right? Everything they're saying about space and the way it's presumed to work, at least our understanding of physics today, it fits and it works, right? So, and if it didn't work, I'd right away not assume it's correct, right? And I'll do my research and see whether or not it is correct.
It don't work, bro. It don't work. Their model's off by fucking 10 to the 120th. They don't know what galaxies are, dude.
But I'm just saying, what I ain't gonna do out there is just look at the stars and say, they don't look really far away, so maybe they're not very far away. I wouldn't just do that and then start imagining what the Earth or the entire model could be like if the stars weren't so far away, right? I'd look at the reasoning for why they're saying it's far away, and if it doesn't look legit, then yeah, I'll question it.
I gotta guess, man. Like comets and shit like that are immediate things that the Earth might need, because the Earth keeps a balance. That's one thing we know, is that it got a crazy way of balancing itself, not being singled in and pinned down. It doesn't like to give out definite. It's always different variables and shit with every fucking thing you look at. And so the comets are more immediate things that the Earth might need to balance out. So if the Earth falls out of balance too much, then a smaller comet will hit and replenish whatever we need. So we're getting different frequencies from these stars and shit. You can look at them; they're different frequencies. They're probably pretty big. They're probably 20 miles across, 30 miles across. Maybe even comets are probably a few miles across. So if Earth falls further out of balance, then the next biggest thing might hit. To replenish whatever it is that needed to keep the balance. Whoever made this place is way above us, obviously, man. Creation, this fingerprint is amazing. So I'm thinking they might be, planets might be the second thing behind the comets that might replenish the balance, like I'm saying, and then behind that would be the stars. They might be bigger than the planets, a little bit further away. They might be 50 miles across, 100 miles across. They've been said to come crashing down in plasma forms and all that shit. If shit hits the fan enough, then it might have a shit storm. It might be reoccurring all the time, and it really make the change necessary to keep the balance on Earth. or getting rid of whatever it is that's fucking throwing off the balance enough to for it to screw up the electrical harmony that's going on up there for them to fall out of balance and come down to regain the balance. It might be its place could be repeating. It could be repeating catastrophes every so often, and there could be people who know that and have a leg up on everybody just by knowing that and what to look for, knowing what catastrophes, what indicators to look for, and if you had that kind of information, you and yours would rule the earth for generation after generation after generation. You'd survive these catastrophes. You'd know what to do with the dumbass people who survived, the few people who did survive it. You just start with children and dumbasses, focused in on what they do. Well, not dumbasses, but sheeple. Tell them, it's easy to rule this place,
Yeah, I guess that would be interesting to see, like, if a comet does hit us, what the selection process for people would be. As far as like a lifeboat or some shit like that goes.
But I think they're finding out that, whatever's up there, however you want to scale it, it's all connected. It's probably part of the harmony, man. It's part of the harmony. But I'm not going to pretend I know everything. I've got my ideas. I can debate a model. I can, but ultimately, I think your imagination's as good as the next man, in my opinion. When it comes down to it, your guess is as good as anybody's, man. I've got different ideas. That's just one of them.
I mean, I find it interesting how, like, you're talking about my imagination as though that's going to give me concrete answers as far as what model I should be living on.
Well, let's be honest, man. The shit doesn't matter day-to-day life as far as all the shit they're doing. And they're spending all this money to try chasing dark matter. Does it fucking matter? Before they lose their funding, they're gonna find it. Mark my words. Predicted it with the gravity waves. Right before their funding runs out, they're gonna discover the motherfuckers. They're gonna do the same thing with dark matter. Right before they give up, they're gonna discover it. It's gonna become fact. It's a crock of shit, dude. They're gonna hang on to their model to the bitter end, bro. The people who are scared of change and scared of progress. There's always been that group. Always will be. People trying to hang on, and they're.
I think it matters though.
They're overextended right now. They need to let go for the new generations, man. They've got all their brains, all the smart motherfuckers. They've stolen their minds and put them in a place that doesn't exist. The way it good chance it's not even. It doesn't exist the way it's explained to us, and they're gonna, all the geniuses and the machine heads. They got them looking through telescopes, and spending all of our fucking billions of dollars on bullshit, man. So my point is that shit doesn't help humankind. The cosmology and all that shit, it doesn't help.
If we're going to talk about that, I mean, there's part of me that thinks living real simplistic lives is the way to go, right? And that we fucked up as a civilization by getting so involved in all this science shit and doing all this crap that mankind is doing today, because really the best way to live life is kind of like how the Americans Indians did, where they're living off the land, being one with nature, just essentially people figure out their own roles of their own lives as they live their life, rather than falling into a system where there's definite scenarios of a particular type of personality having more chance of being successful in that system than others, rather than people just being happy.
Yeah, if you think about it, we got it good, man. I mean, really.
I don't know if we have it good. I don't know if we have it good. I mean,
we got it good, but we got to keep these motherfuckers in check, dude. Just like they had to keep the church in check. We got to keep these programs, and we got to keep them in check, bro. If we don't, it's gonna get out of hand, bro. You know that.
The system is set up so that certain personality types are more likely to be successful than others, right? And it reinforces and also creates poverty lines and classes within people. And see, I don't like that, right? I mean, the whole class system itself makes, it's just weird how societies evolve to have these class systems. Whereas, again, going back to like the whole American Indian way of life, there was a definite hierarchy within a tribe, but that hierarchy was found naturally.
Yeah, man. I mean, it'd be interesting to. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'd ever want to be nomadic. I guess if I had to, I would be. But I think we live at a pretty good time. It's hard to complain. All we got to do is eat. Yeah, all this other shit we have is we don't even really need houses and shit. We just got to eat. We need clean water and food, and that comes easy nowadays. Knock on wood. And I think they know that. They keep us in check, just keep our bellies full, and we'll, for the most part, cooperate, man. So we kind of got it good, man. If you really want to get right down to it, but we got to keep them in check, man. Don't let them get too big for their britches, like they know every fucking thing, because you know where that leads to, man. You know where that leads to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's good that you think you got it good because it shows contentness, right? But I think that society is built upon people not being content, wanting more, being consumers, and wanting more and more as they live, right? And the more they get, the more they want. And that type of mentality never allows people to be happy because they always want more. And it also facilitates a system where, the reward is superficial.
I lost you after you said reward.
It's superficial, right? Like the rewards you get, like I said, you always want more because the rewards are superficial, right? Like, you may want a bigger house, so you start thinking, you know what, I want to get out of the fucking the hood and buy me a fucking nice ass house, and you think that's gonna make you happy. But once you get in the house, now you want more. Now you want a flashy car to go with the house. And until you get that flashy car, you're not gonna be happy. So again, every time you get a reward, you're gonna want more because the reward is superficial.
But Branch,
What's up, man?
I was hoping to hear from you, man.
What's good?
All good.
Like I was Brian, I was thinking about like the whole corporate world, right? And who get promoted in the corporate world and who become the workers and who become the managers, right? And even most companies, when somebody starts out management, they'll send them to management training, right? And usually those management training classes, they go into different personality types and how to interact with different personality types, right? And then the weird part is, usually those training classes, or at least the one I took, you take a little test beforehand and you get your own personality type, right? And then you start discussing personality types during management training. And usually everyone in the class always has a type D personality type, right? Which is just being logical thinkers, right? Type I is people who are very emotional, right? People who are a little bit more empathetic, shit like that, right? And then there's two others, right? But it was just interesting to me how in the corporate world, right, logical thinkers are usually the ones that get promoted and get into management, right? And people that are empathetic and really care about other people's feelings and shit, they don't. So it's almost like just logical thinking, not giving a fuck about the people under you, and not giving a fuck about people in general, and just looking at logic all the time, is what the key to success in corporate, basically going up the ladder in corporations is. Which is bullshit, I think.
Yeah, it does reward. It makes it easier if you're greedy and you want it all, or you want to be rich, filthy rich. It does kind of reward the fucking the unempathetic, or whatever you want to call it, the fucking wicked, But it's still there's always different levels. So if you want to play the game and be a wolf, you're gonna have to watch out for bigger wolves, because it's a dangerous game to play.
Like, look, dude. So another example of this shit, right, is when layoffs happen, right? So at the company I worked for, we had layoffs, right? So the managers all get into a meeting, or directors and managers get in a meeting, right? And they talk about how the layoff structure is going to work. And what happens is they say that every management group has to lose, a quarter of their people, right? And so basically every team has to lose a quarter of their people. And then there's the shit managers that are logical, that just say, you know what, fuck it, quarter of my people, I don't really give a shit. Here's the lowest quarter, and let's let them go. And then there's others that actually give a fuck about their people and say, you know what, hold the fuck up. Every one of my teams fucking legit 10 times better than the rest of these teams in the company. Why am I letting a quarter of my people go when there's a whole bunch of dumbasses on these other teams? You know what happened? The managers that did that during this one round of layovers that's in my mind right now, they got fired. They didn't take that money away from their teams. They were like, fuck it. If you give a fuck about your team so much, you can go.
It's just as well they got fired, because it's only a matter of time. If the bosses or the president, whatever up above, give a fuck about the people enough to just get rid of fucking all of them, then your time is numbered. Your days are numbered, because same thing's gonna happen to you. They don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you either. So it's probably a blessing in disguise.
But it's not like that's just how corporations work, right? I mean, there's no company that doesn't do that. If they have layovers and they need to lose 20%, they just divide that 20% across teams. No one's actually going to go through and say, let's take a fucking intelligence quota on, in comparison to the company, on all the fucking employees, and then figure out the bottom 20% and let them go. They just tell the managers, you need to lose 20%. Figure it out. I'm not sure how we got onto this, from whether or not a star is real. So, Kosha, why do you think stars are stars? And not just, like, much smaller things in the sky?
Oh shit, I wasn't lining up, dude. I wasn't lining up. Yo, dude, I actually have a spiritual idea, dude, because Spinoza's God?
Wait a minute, you wasn't lining up?
I wasn't lighting up. I don't know, I was talking a second ago, but I wasn't lighting up. So possibly my push to talk wasn't working. Doesn't matter though, Branch. That's not important. What's important is I have this spiritual idea, dude, about the universe and Spinoza's God. And man, I wrote this 6-page poem one time, dude. I lost it, but it was about this, dude. So how God had started the universe, and it started out with just like the rules of the universe and everything, and then the initial energy, and then this same universal spirit is experiencing the universe at the beginning, like it exists in everything, this God or whatever, and every life form, and there wasn't any life back then, but stars are basically lives. I mean, everything that has a beginning and an end is a life. You know what I mean? Anyways, so God existed in all the stars, which are much more powerful than us, but it lacks the ability to influence anything outside of just the regular laws of the universe, the simple laws. You know what I mean? I don't remember where I was going with that, but yeah. So I think God exists in all the stars as well, which are, like I said, the most powerful things that we know about, but also not. I don't think they're as powerful as we.
Funny shit, and I swear to God, it's a true story. Back in like 2019, I think it was late 2019. It might have been mid 2019 or whatever. But right about the time, I wrote a book. I wrote like a bunch of beginnings of books, or I've even wrote the ends of books. Like, and I've never finished one completely. But one of the stories I wrote was and I told it to, I read it to my one of my daughters, and my son and my wife and everything. I still got it, but it was a story about a fucking virus, or like it had the symptoms of a common cold or shit, and the people fucking and they it was a drill. The whole thing. It was. I wrote it to be like a movie, and I wrote it like the Last Ship. Like I kind of was thinking about the Last Ship, but I was like, this shit was fake, and they ran a drill on people.
Brian,
And,
real quick, man. I hate to cut you off.
This is the whole end of the story right here.
No, I know, but Brian, here's the thing. Kosho asked the question, and if you keep talking, I'm gonna have to answer.
Fine, man. We can let Brian finish the story.
Yeah, I'm almost done, man. But anyway, this.
I'm saying it. I'm not really even listening.
Here it was. For fuck's sake, I'm almost done, man. The question was, I mean, so it was, but they were running a drill, but it got out of hand, and people panicked so much, and fucking everything started going to shit. The economy fell, and people, but before they could fucking get the information out that it was, that none of it was real, everything done collapsed and went to shit. And it was so funny because it was almost like what happened, man. But I literally wrote that story. But go ahead.
Cool, man. So I was gonna just say the Kosho. I find it hard to think of innate objects like stars to be a form of life. But Brian, oh fuck! I was responding back to Brian. Now he left.
Jesus, man, you're such a dick. Why you had to do that, man?
Well, no, I mean, you asked the question, and he started talking about some completely different thing. Like, did you want me to just ignore what you said?
No, really. But I mean, his story was cool, but I'm not really allowed to talk about those type of things. But
I'm not sure. What was he saying?
It's a story he wrote about a I don't want to say the word, but it was a sickness sort of thing, and something to do with The Last Ship, the TV show. It was kind of like that. He said, "It's good shit, though, dude." But tell me about where the star? Why don't you think a star is a form of life?
I don't like Hindus. They talk about the sun god and shit like that. But I mean, still, I don't. Because it's not life, is it? It's just fucking a bowl of shit doing crap. It doesn't.
Oh shit!
It's not conscious.
Okay. Do you think a plant is life?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think a plant is life too.
But the reason why I don't think stars and shit, like the way you're talking about life, as in those things, and because they're big, they're having, I don't know, some type of big life. I don't see. Like, do you think a star is? I'm not sure if you're fucking with me right now, Kosho, or if you're being real.
No, I'm being real, dude.
But
do you think a car has life?
Yes, Kosho. I think cars have life. But what do you think?
I'm being serious, dude.
Yeah, I think that my car's alive.
Yeah, well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying, do you think your car is alive? I'm saying, I'm saying, do you think that a car has life? I mean, it's got when it was created. It has when it's in its prime. It has when it's declining. It has when it's done. It doesn't work anymore. It's destroyed, and its resources are being reclaimed by
You know what though, Kosho? The funniest thought that just came to my mind is, if we fast forward, let's say 30 years, that same question of is your car alive might be actually a legit question.
Yeah, it might be a legit question.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
You in here asking if your definition is your definition?
No, what? But seriously though, because of course you're thinking of life as in like biological life or conscious thinking life or something. But if you don't think a plant is conscious, but you think it has life, then life doesn't necessarily need a consciousness. It just needs the because first of all, stars also do this. Stars reproduce. Stars can even merge and have babies. Okay.
What?
Yeah. Like have you ever seen two neutron stars colliding?
Dude, okay, I'm gonna give you this. You have two definitions you're looking for, Coach. I'll just make this easy for you. You have a category of lifetime, and then you have another category of life cycle. So you're going to be able to put all things into one of those two categories.
Life cycle, lifetime.
That's the reproduce. If it can grow, take in, and reproduce, then that's life cycle. Otherwise, it just has a lifetime.
Yeah. There's this word we weren't allowed to say, but I'll just say it anyways. Viruses. That's one of those things that's debatable. Like it's debatable of whether or not those are considered life or not. And people say it's not considered life, but actually it really is just debatable because there are some people who do. There are some people who claim that it basically has the same attributes as life. So
I think I have life.
Well, the one I forgot. I'm gonna look at the reason why it's not considered. Hold on. Well, they don't have their own. They don't have their own vehicle, basically. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, but you're completely right when you say it depends on your definition of life.
And then there's some people that say it's not even anything but a little condition of some other cells that are alive. Like they don't even really believe in viruses, right? They're skeptical of it.
Well, yeah, because they're the RNA, so there's a code in there of the life, but that code itself doesn't have the ability to do anything. It's kind of like
if you want to take the question the other way though, Kosha, right? If they're not considered alive, what would you say they are?
That's what okay. I guess if I wasn't going to say they're life, I mean, I would say they're I don't know. It's hard to.
Right, they're not just like rocks. They're not they're not just, if you want, a molecule, right? Because they do but once you say organism, now you're saying life.
So what do you think about stars though, Don? Do you think that stars have a life?
I think they have a lifetime, but they don't really feed and reproduce.
Yeah, they do.
There's a thing that makes them, right?
No, but I think that they do.
They feed on themselves.
I don't feed on just on themselves. That's true. They do feed on themselves, but they feed on anything, like anything that gets sucked in.
Stars.
They go
to feed, right? Like it doesn't get more mass. Like usually a star's already cleared its path. If you want, the same way you have a definition of a
planet.
Of a planet, right? A star's somewhat cleared its path, to the point where it's not really feeding. It's just, all the shit that was not a star has got together and become a star, and the shit that was left over have become planets. And then
I guess you're right. Like all of its food is already encompassed in it. However, that food has a limit, right? Like they're like once that food runs out, they're done. Like they're gonna, you know, they're gonna
Then
turn
it,
to the
then
inner
it goes
stage.
to a black hole, though, Kosho.
A black hole, or they could turn to a red giant, and well, either way, they'll usually be they'll set out a course for the next generation of its star. So it's like our star. I believe our star is probably a third generation star. Like it probably had a parent who had a parent. Okay.
Yeah, the parents are cool as fuck though, because they don't just make a kid; they explode, and they say "fuck it, giving up, let me explode, supernova," and then the kids can make themselves.
Yeah, well, that wasn't much of a. Let me hear Kosho's version of the baby story here.
Okay.
Well, it's exactly. First of all, the evidence that we are the grandchild or whatever. First of all, we have heavy elements, which weren't at the beginning of time. So there had to have been a star before this star, and then an explosion where a lot of those heavy elements had to come from, and that probably happened more than once. So, but yeah, during they call it the stellar nursery. It was a nebula. Because that's like it's just a cloud of, of gases and shit, of material. But it's impossible to have all the material we have on this planet if it wasn't for the material that was in that cloud, having been heavy elements.
Right, but Kosho, so let's say that is the way that stars are reproducing and shit, right? Why do you're I guess you're asking questions about whether or not stars are alive, right? But like all of the things we're talking about are pure physics.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
And they're all pure mathematical things that will occur over time, right? Why then would you think that these things are alive?
Yeah, well, why are we alive? We're not alive because of pure physics and chemistry. The same way.
This is where, like, I'm not sure if what you're doing is talking about spiritual shit because you want to have a conversation, or because you're somewhat doing like
This is really the way I think about it, dude.
This is what you think about.
This is the way I think about it, dude. Yeah. What you're saying about stars being just, the physical, these are the physical, these are the properties of and laws of, physics, and they create the life of a star and blah, blah, blah. When they talk about the beginning of life and the chemical evolution of how life could have started and came about, and how it comes up, how it grows, through each reproductive cycle. And even the stuff that happens in your brain, the biology and all that stuff, it's all just chemistry. Just the same rules with the star, just obviously more complex because there's more moving parts.
Is it chemistry? Is it chemistry?
Not more complex than that bullshit nuclear model of stars.
You know what, Osho? Here's a question for you, right? Is it chemistry, or is this technology? Let's say we reach a point in our our intellectual evolution, right, where we start thinking about, how do we make the next best computer, right? When we do actually make the next best computer, I think it's possibly going to be all tech, which will be the long-term AI, if you want, right? Which is all tech. But somewhere along the lines, we're going to have biotech, which does the same type of shit. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, we'll create biological robots, which are made of, cells and shit. That can be, if you want, like a quantum computer.
They did that, right? They already have what's it called, xenobots, and it's a new life form that are like they're biological machines, but they're made out of cells, not really out of nanobots. Like it's not made out of it's not made out of.
If you think of a brain, right? You can think of a brain as a quantum computer, right? Like if you ask yourself a question and you think of your thought process in your mind that occurs to get the right answer, right? It's very similar to how a quantum computer works, where you basically you work from the outside in and you get the answer by coming up with every solution and negating the ones that are wrong to come up with the right one.
Yeah, that goes into that free will shit though, right? And to me, you talk about the right solution. Whenever I hear that, it makes me think like collapse the wave, you know if the cat's alive or dead, and you don't have free will.
No. I'm not.
When you could
you can't just throw in.
Branch.
When you have the possibilities and there is no right, you're saying quote unquote right thing. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, Branch, you might not have a immediate directive or goal or something, right?
Okay, when I say right thing, again, the problem I'm seeing is this, right? Is that you're bringing up shit that's unrelated to the question asked or the
my bad. You're right.
No, you don't need to play that game too, right? Where you're writing it off. But like
computer tied to the brain, that's where it lets you know. Like, see, I want to make sure maybe we could talk about the distinctions because you're like, that's how the brain does it. One, I don't know if we know the brain really does it exactly that way. Two, the computer is giving you what you're calling a right, like it's going to have exact answer in a lot of situations. But I would gander that there's other problems the computer is calculating where there is multiple answers, which maybe the brain would do the same thing then, right? You're not going to have a right answer.
All right, so a simple way for you to see what I'm saying, right, is that in your mind, do 76 multiplied by 28.
Okay.
Now, how did you do it in your mind?
I do 2100, and then I do another, 180, and then I do minus 140. So 2280, 2140. Something like that.
For each of those calculations that you did in your mind, right? Did you do them off memory to say, this multiplied by this equals this? Or did you say, this multiplied by this? What is the answer? You work your way down.
The producers first or the answer first? Is that what you're asking?
No, what I mean is like the way that you broke it up, right, means that you attacked it from outside in.
Okay.
You didn't logically say, 26.
But I did, Grant. But I did target the middle. I targeted the middle immediately, though, right? Also, like I looked at, I guess you're saying you always look at the out. Are you saying that the variables given are the outside pieces?
No.
Because I kind of look towards the middle first, too.
My example was really shit, but like, but I guess like the way it kind of works is that you didn't just say, 26 multiplied by 128. Let me just add 26 together 128 times.
Or you used information you already had stored, is what you're saying.
Well, not just that. I mean, if you're talking about what a quantum computer would do, it would say, it would look at all the possible answers and say this is the most likely one, and then say that's the right one, right? Which is why my
close to the right answer. Was it 2140? Was I close?
I don't know, dude. I just picked two numbers at random. I didn't do the math.
Man.
But it was pretty easy, right? Because if it was 21, all you got to do is double it once, add a 0 on the end, and then add 1 to it.
You are funny. You can't even remember your own numbers. I bet you're trolling me. So anyway, the quantum, bro. The quantum. Do you know if quantum computers do this outside in, inside out thing you're talking about? Is there different versions of them?
Yeah, that's kind of how quantum computers work. It's like they don't just do the math. They basically come up with every possible solution and then find the most likely solution out of that. And it depends on the quantum computer, and it depends on the application of the quantum computer, right? The fact of the matter is, most quantum computers we don't have a good use for, right?
Okay, well, I think we have a brain of a quantum computer, and I try to make the case from I guess there's, titles put on it from old physics and philosophy or whatever, but the case of like, hey, every action has a reaction, and therefore there's no free will. Every chemical is bouncing off every atom in your brain. But man, my personal experience, I realized that you do get choice. You do get analysis paralysis. You do get spots where it seems like you could go left or you could go right. It's just all up to you.
I mean, one show I recently watched, which was fucking an amazing application for a quantum computer, right, was Devs. And I've told Kosho to watch Devs because I think he'll
Did you say that?
Huh?
You never told me that.
Yeah, I typed it in text once. But Devs. Devs, bro. You love that show.
Yeah,
I don't understand how low key this show went, right? And it's so fucking good. Like, when there's a good show and you just gotta watch the whole fucking thing, right? Yeah. That's this type of show, right? And it's hard to find those type of shows today.
I haven't been watching much, though. There's some new cool stuff out there, I hear. Hey, Kosho, I got something for you, bro.
Is it morning? What is it?
I did some preaching, I spoke out and was heard and shit. I got a recording of it.
You're a preacher now?
Yeah, man. I preached that consistent American values, brother.
Is that right? Consistent American values.
I looked at
why these values gotta be American?
We're gonna start there. That's why. We're gonna start there.
Why can't they be worldwide values?
They should. They often are, I believe, but I have no right to, to reach to my neighbors. It's like I feel that starting with America, nation border is like.
I will say this, man. We'll say this. That's a very American thing to do.
Well, it's actually kind of, to be honest, it's actually like, how when you have goals and then you try to have bigger goals, talking about like America, that's like really a really big goal. Like you have a tiny little city or a county or a state, you know what I mean? That should be, you got to worry about your localist community first. But hey, with internet now, we're all local, we're local all the way around the world kind of, but.
Yeah, that's an amazing point. I mean, the internet has made the distance divide negligible, right?
But if someone's coming for me, I need the people like right next to me to help me, usually, like immediately. Like the people right next to you can help you the fastest.
Yeah, but you gotta worry about the people next to you because they're gonna be when you need the most help, they could be your biggest enemy too. Like let's say like one of these robots got haywire and shit, right? And they made a zombie virus, right? Now everyone that got it became a zombie. Like now your neighbors and stuff,
right?
Are they gonna be your friends or are they gonna be your enemy?
Never bear false witness against thy neighbor.
You might feel like that, but you know what happens in the situation, right? I was telling Brian a second ago how in corporations today, the most logical, ruthless motherfuckers are the ones that get promoted, and the people that give a fuck about others don't. And I think the same fucking scenario goes down in a zombie apocalypse, right? The people that actually take a step and say, you know what, let me help my neighbor, they're gonna get fucked. The selfish motherfuckers that say, I don't give a fuck about no one but myself, they're gonna live.
Maybe. Depends, man. The other group might have prep. You never know. I mean, man, like, Zombies might win, bro.
Zombies might win.
So you're gonna be Team Zombie.
Shit, Don.
You get a lot of zombie ass out there in the sea of zombie ass.
You
No,
want?
don't, dude.
You can have that ass, bro. Like I'm picky, bro. I'm picky. I don't just.
You ever seen Octopus? You know, Octopus, when they have sex, the dude will give up his dick because he knows that she's going to kill him. So he would rather let her rip his dick off and he'd live the rest of his life without his dick than die. That's what octopuses do. And then what else? There's cassowary. They do something similar.
The male knows, Kosho, that he's going to be disassociated.
He probably finds out pretty quick.
I mean, he must see other males doing it. Like, he must have seen, like...
Dude,
you know, he saw his uncle one day, and he was like, wait, that's going to happen to me.
I don't know, man. I think they live solitary lives, but... yeah, sure. I imagine... You've probably seen other dudes without dicks, yeah. You know, cassowaries do the same thing, though, dude. The women will kill the dudes during sex, usually. So
do you think, right, that if laws were reversed, right, and you know how back in the Middle Ages and shit, women were not given as much rights as they have today, yeah? Let's say that shit was reversed. Do you think they would have legalized killing your spouse after fucking them?
Yes. I think that I wrote a short story, dude, where actually I'm having the AI rewrite it for me. But a short story where this dude goes to the future through time dilation, and he comes back, and it's like 70, 80 years in the future, and it's only women. And he thinks it's like this great future, but it turns out like
they killed all their men.
Yeah. Well, some of the men like they transitioned to women, and some other men they like just became like cucks or whatever, and then they help the women like take over from the men. But the spoiler alert is a supercomputer, Sophia, the robot Sophia. She became the executive supreme ruler of the earth, and she's the one who sowed the idea to kill all the men because there was a war against men because they realized the men were the reason why there was wars and all these bad things in the world, and the women were able to get along without them. And so there's like one or two guys, like little kids, like, you know, like 14-year-olds or something that they pump out a lot of like the sperm from, and they basically, you know, biologically, you know, create the women. It's not like a colony of bees or ants or something like that. That's what it turns out to be.
That's odd though, because I would think that if they're that advanced, then they'll basically just switch the chromosomes and shit and make it work out so they can have a baby and make sperm out of cells.
Yeah, but it's more fun if there's like there's a kid there or something. I mean, not a kid, but you know, like a...
Yeah, but that way, two women could then have a baby